안녕하십니까. 전경련회장 허창수입니다. 먼저 2022년 서울프리덤포럼 공동주최기관인 헤리티지재단의 에드원 퓨러 창립자님께 감사드립니다. 아울러 반기문 전 유엔 사무총장님, 박대출 의원님, 연사분들을 포함해 서울프리덤포럼에 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 존경하는 내빈 여러분, 오늘 포럼의 대주제인 자유는 인간이 인간답게 존재할 수 있도록 해주는 양보할 수 없는 기본권입니다. 또한 자유는 숭고한 가치인 동시에 성장과 혁신의 활동력입니다. 그 대표적인 사례가 바로 한강의 기적입니다. 지난해 우리나라 1인당 국민소득은 34,980달러, 북한은 1,220달러로 격차가 약 30배에 달했습니다. 우리나라가 자유시장 경제와 민주주의를 택한 반면 독재 북한은 통제와 전체주의를 택했기 때문입니다. 이러한 한국의 번영은 세계사의 유례를 찾아보기 힘든 대사건이지만 이는 결코 그저 얻는 것이 아닙니다. 극도 이 빈곤에 시달리던 한국 국민들과 그 동맹들은 이 땅의 자유와 민주주의를 피 흘려 지키고 일으켜 세웠습니다. 그리고 그 희생 위에서 자유시장 경제가 번영하였고 많은 사람들이 기회를 얻었습니다. 그 자랑스러운 결과가 오늘의 대한민국입니다. 포퓰리즘만 앞세우는 사회에서 국민은 행복해질 수 없습니다. 복지사회, 공정한 사회, 그리고 참된 민주주의는 풍족한 자원 없이는 불가능하기 때문입니다. 존경하는 내빈 여러분, 전 세계가 경제위기에 직면하면서 도처에서 포퓰리즘의 유혹이 확산되고 있습니다. 다행히도 6개월 전 대통령님께서는 심사를 통해 손쉬운 포퓰리즘 처방을 배격하고 자유시장 경제와 그 토대인 자유민주주의를 더욱 굳건히 하겠다고 선언하였습니다. 국민의 소중한 세금이 국가의 장래와 미래 세대를 위하여 쓰여야 한다는 점에서 깊이 공감하고 있습니다. 오늘 포럼에는 다양한 분들이 참석해 주셨습니다. 특히 우리나라의 미래를 그려나갈 고등학생, 대학생들도 함께 해주었습니다. 환영합니다. 앞으로 경제계는 혁신과 성장을 통하여 우리의 미래를 함께 만들어 가겠습니다. 자유에 따르는 책임 또한 소홀히 하지 않을 것이며 특히 성장의 과실을 국민들이 골고루 누릴 수 있도록 투자와 일자리 창출에 앞장서겠습니다. 다시 한번 선인들의 숭고한 희생으로 일으켜 세우고 힘겹게 지켜온 자유민주주의와 자유시장 경제를 향한 여정에 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 감사합니다.
존경하는 허창수 전경련 회장님, 그리고 존경하는 박대출 국회 기획재정위원장님을 비롯한 많은 국회의원님들께서 오셨는데 환영드립니다. 그리고 이 한국을 사랑하고 진짜 도와주시는 Strong Support and Friend of Korea, Dr. Edwin Fuller, who is a founder of the Heritage Foundation. Welcome. Glad to see you again. 그리고 이 자리를 빛내주신 내외 기빈 여러분, 오늘 서울 프리덤 포럼의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 이번 포럼은 전경련과 헤리티지재단의 공동 주최로 개최되게 되었습니다. 자유의 가치를 재조명하고 그 중요성에 대한 사회적 공감대를 형성하며 이 가치가 구체적인 국가 정책으로 구현되도록 하기 위해서 마련된 포럼입니다. 오늘 귀한 행사에 저를 초대해 주신 데 대해서 감사드립니다. 그리고 좋은 성과가 있기를 기대합니다. 자유는 공기와 같아서 있을 때는 그 소중함을 모르지만 없으면은 살 수 없고 아주 위험해집니다. 따라서 인류의 역사를 볼 때 모든 이 역사 과정은 자유를 향한 긴 투쟁의 예정이었다고 할 수 있습니다. 자유가 정치 체제와 결합해서 자유민주주의로 발전하였고 경제체제와 결합해서 자유시장 경제가 되었습니다. 20세기를 거쳐서 21세기에 이르러 자유민주주의와 시장경제체제가 인류의 발전에 크게 기여하였습니다. 자유민주주의와 시장경제체제가 인류 역사의 최후의 승자가 될 것이라는 전망을 내놓은 학자도 있습니다. 사실 20세기와 21세기에 들어와서 세계 정치, 경제가 급속도로 발전한 것은 자유를 바탕으로 하였기 때문입니다. 전경련은 기업들이 마음껏 활약할 수 있고 많은 혁신 기업들이 생겨나고 기존 기업들도 새로운 변화를 선도할 수 있어야 국가 경제가 발전한다고 하였습니다. 그리고 이는 자유시장 경제를 통해서 이루어질 수 있다고 하였습니다. 아주 옳은 말씀이라고 생각합니다. 대한민국이 북한의 침략에 맞서서 분연히 일어날 수 있었던 것도 바로 자유민주주의와 시장경제에 대한 믿음 때문이었다고 생각합니다. 이로써 우리는 북한을 압도하는 경제력과 자유민주주의를 갖추게 된 것입니다. 에드윈 퓨러 헤리티지재단 창업자께서도 헤리티지재단은 자유와 기회가 넘치고 번영하는 미국을 만들어 나가는 것을 지향하고 있다고 하였습니다. 제가 영어로 I quote, "Every day the Heritage Foundation is building on America where freedom, opportunity, prosperity and civil society flourish." 얼마나 맞는 말씀입니까? 닥터 에드윈 필러께 감사드립니다. Thank you very much for your leadership and vision. Thank you very much. 미국이 전 세계에서 리더십을 발휘할 수 있었던 것도 자유의 가치를 수호하고 이를 인류 공동체의 공공재로 확대해 나가면서 공통의 번영을 추구하였기 때문입니다. 이에 반해서 자유를 억압하고 전체주의를 표방하였던 소련은 결국 붕괴되고 말았습니다. 이에 대한 교훈으로 중국은 공산주의 체제이지만 자유시장 경제를 도입하면서 급속한 경제 발전을 이룩할 수가 있었던 것입니다. 그러나 중국도 정치 체제가 자유민주주의로 발전해 나가야 비로소 지속 가능한 평화와 발전을 이룰 수 있을 것으로 믿습니다. 대한민국도 건국 이래 시장경제 체제를 택하였지만 자유민주주의를 위한 투쟁이 있었습니다. 희생도 많았습니다. 이러한 희생을 바탕으로 한국의 시장경제와 자유민주주의는 크게 발전해 온 것입니다. 영국의 이코노미스트 잡지가 매년 발표하는 민주주의 지수에서 한국은 금년 2022년도에 전 세계에서 16위로 평가됐습니다. 일본이 17위, 영국이 18위. 일본, 영국보다 한국의 민주주의 지수가 높게 발표되었습니다. 그러나 최근에 전 세계적으로 자유주의가 퇴보하는 현상이 나타나고 있어서 우려됩니다. 세계 여러 곳에서 다시 자유가 억압되고 있습니다. 시장 경제 체제를 택하고 있으면서도 자유민주주의에서 벗어난 현상들이 나타나고 있는 것입니다. Democracy in Crisis라는 말이 많이 나오고 있습니다. 우리나라에서도 이런 이야기가 나오고 있고, 리버럴 디모크라시에 비해서 일리버럴 디모크라시 현상이 여러 나라에서 나오고 유럽에서도 나오고 있습니다. 가까이는 아시아에도 그런 나라가 있고 중남미 또 유럽에도 그런 나라가 있습니다. 그 지도자들을 제가 일일이 열거는 하지 않겠습니다. 진정한 자유보다는 겉모습만 자유로 치장된 경우, 이것이 또 유사민주주의겠죠. 자유주의가 후퇴할 가능성은 항상 존재한다고 봅니다. 대한민국도 예외는 아닐 것입니다. 최근 우리 사회에서 벌어지는 여러 가지 현상들은 자유민주주의에 대한 신념을 흔들고 있습니다. 극단적인 진영 논리가 팽배해지고 대화와 타협보다는 상대 진영에 대한 악의를 가지고 타도의 대상으로 삼기 때문에 국민들은 불안해하고 있습니다. 우리 국민들이 깨어있지 않으면 자유와 민주주의가 위협받을 수 있습니다. 20세기에 나타났던 국가주의와 전체주의는 민주주의를 표방하면서 등장했습니다. 지금도 북한은 인민민주주의라고 합니다. 이러한 교훈을 잊어서는 안 된다고 생각합니다. 건전한 시민정신, citizenship, 더 나아가서는 세계 시민정신, 글로벌 citizenship으로 합리적인 판단을 하는 국민들의 존재가 있어야 그것이 바로 자유민주주의를 수호하는 보루가 되는 것입니다. 우리는 국민들이 건전한 시민정신을 배양할 수 있도록 노력해야 합니다. 특히 교육이 중요합니다. 퀄리티 에듀케이션, 참된 교육, 이것이 제가 유엔 사무총장 하면서 늘 강조했던 이런 일입니다. 제가 사무총장 하자마자 그 글로벌 에듀케이션 퍼스트 이니셔티브, 객피라는 것 갖다 주창을 하고 당시 그 전직 영국 총리였던 고든 브라운을 특사로 임명해서 계속 아직도 추진하고 있습니다. 이러한 진정한 교육이 참된 교육이 없다면 자유민주주의는 항상 위협을 받을 수 있습니다. 그런 의미에서 지난 5월 10일 윤석열 대통령께서 취임사를 하시면서 시민정신을 몇 차례 강조를 하셨습니다. 사실 그 이야기를 듣고 제가 너무나 기분이 아주 참 좋고 안도했습니다. 우리나라 정치 지도자들 중에서 시민정신, 세계 시민정신을 강조하는 사람은 드뭅니다. 제가 10년간 유엔 사무총장을 하면서 제일 먼저 한 것은 비엔나의 반기문 센터 포 글로벌 시티즌스, 세계 시민정신을 위한 반기문 센터를 만든 것입니다. 지난 9월 3일 며칠 전이죠. 뉴욕에서 제가 반기문 센터 글로벌 시티즌스를 뉴욕에도 다시 설립을 했습니다. 왜냐하면 시민정신, 건전한 시민정신, 세계 시민정신이 없다면 우리가 민주주의를 제대로 수해 나가기가 어렵다. 이런 점에서 있습니다. 물론 서울에서는 제가 제 활동을 지원하기 위해서 보다 나은 미래를 위한 반기문재단 이걸 만들어서 제 나름대로 전직 유엔 사무총장에서 노력을 하고 있고 오늘 이러한 자리에 제가 마침 그 좋은 기회다 이렇게 해서 생각을 합니다. 지금 그렇게 하고 지난 2월 하순에 서울대학교에서 국가미래전략원을 설치했습니다. 제가 명예회장으로다 있는데 우리나라의 민주주의에 대한 좀 발전을 위해서 서울대학교가 이 민주주의 인크라이시스를 갖다 좀 더 발전시키기 위해서 만든 것입니다. 우리 사회 안에 존재하는 여러 시각들을 조율하고 갈등을 조정함으로써 사회 통합을 이루어 나가기 위한 제도들이 중요하며 시민들에 대한 시민교육이 중요하다는 점이 제기되었습니다. 정치인들은 권력을 지향합니다. 국민의 이익을 위한다고 하지만 자신들의 이익을 위해서 국민들을 오도하는 경우가 많습니다. 물론 경제적 불평등과 사회적 격차가 커지면서 다수의 국민들이 불만을 가지게 되면 그 위험성은 더욱 커질 수밖에 없다고 봅니다. 따라서 우리는 자유의 확대와 함께 사회적 격차를 줄이기 위한 노력을 계속해 나가야 합니다. 그러나 사회적 격차를 줄인 노력이 자유를 확대하는 노력보다 앞서는 경우에는 과거의 소련, 중국, 그리고 북한과 같이 국가 발전이 퇴보한다는 역사적 경험을 잘 알아야 할 것입니다. 자유를 극대화하면서 격차를 줄여나가는 균형을 잘 맞춰나가는 것이 바로 우리가 추구하고 전경련이 추구하고 있는 가치라고 생각합니다. 그리고 헤리티지재단이 추구하는 가치라고 생각합니다. 또한 우리 대한민국이 지향하는 가치라고 생각합니다. 이는 윤석열 대통령께서 여러 계기에 강조하신 것입니다. 우리는 이러한 가치가 더 이상 퇴보하지 않도록 국가들 간의 연대와 협력을 강화해 나가야 할 것입니다. 미국과의 동맹관계도 자유민주주의라는 가치를 기반으로 해야 강해집니다. 우리 정승조 장관님, 한미동맹에서 많은 노력을 하시는데 감사드립니다. 그리고 일본과도 자유민주주의 가치를 기반으로 관계를 개선하고 보다 미래지향적인 방향에서 강화해 나가야 합니다. EU와 여타 국가들과의 관계도 마찬가지입니다. 자유민주주의 가치동맹이 강해질수록 세계는 더욱 평화롭고 번영해 나갈 것입니다. 자유민주주의 국가들 간에는 전쟁이 일어나지 않는다는 학자들의 주장도 있습니다. 우리는 이러한 가치연대를 통해서 자유의 가치를 더욱 확산시키고 국가 간의 격차를 줄일 수 있습니다. 제가 유엔 사무총장으로서 노력한 것은 바로 자유와 인권 그리고 개발과 평화였습니다. 이 세 가지의 목표를 향해서 나아가는 과정에서 우리 대한민국이 자유민주주의 국가들과 함께 손을 잡고 공동의 노력을 선도해 나아가야 합니다. 그 길이 대한민국이 진정한 선진국이 되고 국민들 모두가 평화롭고 번영할 수 있는 길이라고 확신합니다. 다시 한번 서울 프리덤 포럼의 개최를 축하드리고 이 포럼에 참석하신 모든 분들께 건강과 함께 하기를 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
자유민주주의와 시장경제의 미래를 모색하는 귀중한 포럼의 시작을 함께 할 수 있어서 영광스럽게 생각을 합니다. 저는 지난 2022년 국회의원 연구모임으로 발족한 국회 자유경제포럼의 대표의원을 맡고 있습니다. 우리 헌법 가치를 함양하고 선진민주주의 건설에 기여하고자 지금까지 활발하게 모임을 이어오고 있습니다. 앞으로 자유의 가치를 널리 확산시키는 공동의 목표를 두고 저희 두 포럼이 좋은 파트너로서 활동을 이어가기를 기대합니다. 아시다시피 대한민국을 지탱해온 사상적 근간이 지난 5년간 반자유적이고 반기업적인 정치로 인해서 전례 없는 위기에 빠졌습니다. 상식과 원칙은 무너졌고 자유의 가치는 부정당했습니다. 국가 채무는 1조 원을 돌파하고 말았습니다. 포퓰리즘과 확장 재정의 일변도로 미래 세대에게 빚더미를 남겼고 소득주도 성장의 폐해로 양극화가 심해졌습니다. 그러나 다행히도 이제 대한민국은 자유의 가치를 누구보다도 잘 이해하고 소중히 여기는 지도자를 만났습니다. 새 정부는 지난 5년을 반면교사로 삼으리라고 믿습니다. 존경하는 내외 기빈 여러분, 저희 지역구인 진주는 삼성 이병철, LG 구인의 GS 허만정, LS 구태회, 효성 조홍재 회장님을 비롯해서 한국 경제의 기둥이자 금옥들을 배출한 재계의 본산입니다. 우리 허창수 회장님도 진주가 고향이십니다. 흔히들 우리나라의 큰 기업인이 안 나온다는 자주 섞인 말씀들을 하십니다. 실제로 전경련 조사에 따르면 우리나라 기업가 정신지수는 OECD 37개국 중 27위로 최하위권입니다. 기업들의 발목을 잡는 규제가 많고 법인세도 높은 편이고 반기업 정서도 팽배해 있습니다. 국회의원으로서 나라의 곳간을 다루는 국회 기재위원장으로서 참으로 무거운 책임감을 느낍니다. 저는 당면한 민생 현안을 최우선으로 챙기되 한정된 국가 재정을 효율적으로 배분하고 기업들의 혁신 성장을 지원하는 데 역량을 집중하도록 하겠습니다. 하루가 멀다고 우리 경제에 불길한 경보음을 울리는 뉴스가 쏟아지고 있습니다. 지금 우리가 겪고 있는 글로벌 경제 환경은 현재 세대가 일찍이 경험해보지 못한 복합적인 위기입니다. 고물가, 고금리, 고환율의 3고시대 위기를 돌파하기 위해서 특히 우리 기업들이 선도적인 역할을 해주시기를 기대합니다. 존경하는 내외 기빈 여러분, 자유민주주의와 시장경제라는 대한민국의 헌법 가치는 무엇과도 바꿀 수 없는 부국 번영의 기본입니다. 아무쪼록 오늘 포럼에서 알토란 같은 논의를 발판으로 삼아 대한민국에서 다시 한번 자유의 날개가 펼쳐지기를 기대합니다. 다시 한번 서울 프리덤 포럼 개최를 축하드리며 함께하신 모든 분들의 가정에 행복과 평안이 깃드시기를 기원드립니다. 감사합니다.
자, 이어서 감사패 증정식이 있겠습니다. 시상은 허창수 회장님께서 해주시겠습니다. 다시 한번 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 감사패는 우리나라 나아가서 전 세계 자유민주주의와 자유시장경제 가치를 확산하고 지키는데 기여를 해주신 분들의 공로에 감사를 드리기 위해서 저희가 준비를 했습니다. 자, 그럼 이제 수상자를 호명하겠습니다. 수상자는 김두만 장군님, 에드윈 필러 박사님, 송병락 교수님, 좌승희 원장님, 총 4분이십니다. 뜨거운 박수로 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 수상자 4분께서는 무대 위로 올라와 주시면 되겠습니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 먼저 김두만 장군님께서 먼저 수상을 하시겠습니다. 김두만 장군님께서는 앞으로 나와주시고요. 김두만 장군님은 한국전쟁 당시에 우리군 최초로 100회 비행을 달성하신 살아있는 영웅이십니다. 공군 참모총장 등을 역임하시면서 한평생을 자유대한민국을 수호하는 데 헌신해 주셨습니다. 진심으로 감사합니다. 축하드리겠습니다. 자, 다음으로 이어서 에드윈 필러 박사님 수상을 하도록 하겠습니다. 에드윈 필러 박사님은 1973년 오늘날 세계적인 싱크탱크인 헤리티지재단을 설립하시고 전 세계의 자유시장경제, 자유민주주의의 이념과 가치를 확산하는 데 평생을 기여하셨습니다. 공로패를 수여하겠습니다. 진심으로 축하드립니다. 바로 이어서 송병락 교수님 모시겠습니다. 송병락 교수님은 1980년에 서울대학교 교수 생활을 시작하면서 40년 이상을 대학생과 일반 국민의 시장경제에 대한 이해를 높이고 자유시장경제 가치를 확산하는 데 헌신하셨습니다. 진심으로 감사드리겠습니다. 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 마지막으로 좌승희 원장님 앞으로 모시겠습니다. 좌승희 원장님은 박정희 대통령 기념재단 이사장, 한국규제학회 회장 등을 역임하면서 자유민주주의와 자유시장경제 가치를 지키고 또 확산시키는 데 기여하셨습니다. 진심으로 감사드리겠습니다. 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 다시 한번 오늘 수상을 하신 수상자들 4분께 환영의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my very great honor to be with you all today at 2022 Seoul Freedom Forum. I convey my sincere thanks to our good friends at the Federation of Korean Industry, which plays such a critical central role in representing the best of Korean enterprise to the whole world. A special word of thanks to my longtime friend and Mont Pelerin Society colleague, Kwon Tae-shin, for his leadership, for his friendship, and for the wise counsel he has given me over so many decades. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said it very well this morning, but I would like to share my own perspectives, if I may, on South Korea's continued journey toward a mature free market democracy where, as he said, freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society can flourish. Over the last 50 years, I've had the honor of visiting Korea many, many times. As my wife said, you really love the people of South Korea, don't you? And I do. It's always so energetic and energizing for me to come here to see so many good friends and make new friends and to see the challenges that you face. Because some of those visits have been, a few of them have been calm, but virtually all of them have had exciting and challenging times, such as the one you are facing right now. And as an American who's for many years had the opportunity to work closely with friends in the academic community in Korea, I want you to know that the American people share the sadness and the grief and express our sympathy to the Korean families and to the families from around the world who lost young people, children, students in the tragedy of Itaewon just a few days ago. Korea, member of the OECD, member of the G20, a developed country, unlike one of your neighbors who has a larger economy, but still claims developing country so they can get subsidies from the other parts of the world. South Korea, home of an extraordinary man who served as the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, an intellectual leader who continues to play an important role, not only here in Korea, but around the world. Korea, a valuable, trusted ally of the United States in so many areas, yes, in strategic areas, but also in economic areas, in terms of projecting cooperation and opportunity around the world. So Korea really is, as President Yoon and as your foreign minister have said, a GPS, a global pivotal state, an entity that can in fact bring so many people together, and for that we are grateful. Here, I recount the fact that I was particularly impressed not only that your president was a distinguished guest at the Madrid summit of NATO, but that Korea's permanent ambassador to the country of Belgium is now also accredited to NATO. No, we don't think that Korea will become a member of NATO, North Atlantic, because the Atlantic's not quite Korea, but the fact that you're now respected enough to be brought to that level, I think, is very, very significant. And so, regional stability, leadership throughout not only throughout the area, but around the world, is so important for what Korea represents. In short, Korea has become a beacon of leadership for many other nations around the world who are looking for the opportunity for their people to rise up the way yours have, to the point of $35,000 per year in income in the last year. Today, as a free democratic society, South Korea's innovation and vibrant economy rank it in Heritage Foundation's 27th Annual Index of Economic Freedom as the 19th freest economy in the world. Yet you in the Republic of Korea can do better, and it's time for all of us to work together for that. Over the past 5 decades, I've had the opportunity to meet with a distinguished group of U.S. Korean bilateral leaders, from academics, from policymakers, and with, I counted them, the last 8 presidents of the Republic of Korea. To one as well, who watches as closely as I can as many other Korean observers, President Yoon's inaugural, just 6 months ago, and then his Independence Day addresses clearly set forth a roadmap for a fundamental recommitment to rebuilding this great nation, as he said on May 15th, on Inauguration Day. The recommitment will be based on an affirmation of individual freedom of opportunity, equal treatment under the rule of law, and respect for individual human rights. As he stressed in his address and in private conversations with me on several occasions, freedom is his watchword. When he and I had the opportunity to meet while he was president-elect, we discussed economic freedom for each individual and the ability it gives to make personal choices. I mentioned that one of my intellectual heroes, a man from whom I learned so much, was Nobel laureate Professor Milton Friedman. President-elect Yoon's face lit up when I mentioned Milton Friedman's name, and he broke into the conversation to tell me that when he graduated from secondary school, he was given a copy of Milton Friedman's important book, Free to Choose, and that he had read every word of it and he understood and agreed with what Friedman was saying. At that time, even before he took office, he asked me what I thought he could do to reinvigorate, to move Korea forward in a way that all of the Korean people will do better, but in a way that projects Korea even higher in terms of its standing in the world. I said 3 things. Number 1, remove unnecessary governmental regulations on the private sector. Number 2, I noticed this in the media yesterday, and that is reduce the level of taxation on corporations. If you're higher than the G20, if you're higher than the OECD average, international capital is not going to flow here. It's counterproductive. Number 3, I said, remember the critical role that the private sector plays in terms of projecting what Korea, the Republic of Korea, is really all about. The nation's economic vitality and the engine that consists of moving Korea forward, not only from the major corporations, which are very important, but also for SMEs, the small and medium enterprises that are the backbone, really, of a growing economy. Finally, I also recommended to the President that he do everything he can to project Korea beyond the boundary, the usual boundary of North Asia. As I said, by his visit to Madrid, by his other international visits, he is doing that, I think, very, very admirably. I added that all of his presidential predecessors had appreciated and pushed for a vibrant and respected private sector, because the private sector, after all, is the bedrock of economic advancement and more than simply a check to meet a payroll. We talked about Korea's role as a world technological leader, many areas including heavy industry, energy, military hardware, electronics, automobiles, and on and on. As for Korea's role in the world stage, President Yoon, as a member of the G20 and international industrialized countries, already occupies Korea's seat at that very important table. But never has there been a Korea president had the opportunity to, as I said, attend a NATO conference as he did in Madrid. Clearly, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has encouraged all of the free world countries to seek new opportunities to work even more closely together. It's a proven fact that greater economic freedom leads to increased economic prosperity because free economies allow for more choices and voluntary exchanges in the market system are good for the individual because it's not like somebody has to choose from a very limited range of options determined by somebody else. More importantly, the greatest asset of any nation is not its factories or its raw materials, that is, its physical capital. And it's not its financial capital, insurance and banks and all the rest. Rather, its most important form of capital is its human capital. And we know that the human spirit prospers with opportunity, transparency, and liberty when the individual, in effect, is free to choose. And that's why I'm so enthusiastic about what Korea is doing and has done, not only in terms of higher education, but now in terms of distance education, online learning, if you will. Because this human spirit, this accumulation of human capital, is the real engine of discovery, of economic growth, of development, and prosperity. And that spirit is at its most creative when it's unleashed from the chains in which it has been bound by a large bureaucracy, whether that bureaucracy is in Washington, D.C. or in Seoul. The link between freedom and human progress has never been clearer, and I commend this administration for stressing the importance of it. A free and competitive economy requires a stable, predictable, transparent, equally applied and understood set of rules for the individual to prosper. Yet, different nations will develop different forms of political and social organizations, but it seems to me that Korea fundamentally is on the right road to a very productive one. Our role as proponents of freedom must be to convey the virtues of the free society and free market to policymakers, to academics, to the media, to social leaders, and of course to the general public at large. Each of us does this in various ways. We might be writing articles or giving interviews or through the classroom or through blogs or tweets and various other parts of social media. Though simply standing up for what's right and fighting back is very important for those of us who really believe and are committed to the free society. South Korea possesses significant economic strengths. It enjoys a maturing, stable political system, a remarkable education system, strong work ethic, highly educated workforce, and a history of technological innovations. As Nobel laureate Friedrich Hayek, one of my early mentors, foresaw decades ago, and I quote, "The guiding principle of any attempt to create a world of free men and women must be this: a policy of freedom for the individual is the only truly progressive policy." End of quote. So when some of my friends back home say they are progressive, I say no, we are the real progressives in terms of moving ahead toward advanced human freedom. Thus, the battle of ideas must also be a battle for the meaning of the very words with which we enter into this discussion and enter into this debate. That's why civil society, particularly private business and entrepreneurs organizations like the Federation of Korean Industry, matter more now than ever before. Let me be a little more specific. One of the main lessons I've taken from my decades in Washington is that in Washington there are no permanent defeats, but neither are there permanent victories. There are only permanent battles to advance freedom on behalf of the individuals. And that permanent battle always centers around competing ideas. Is an idea one that will expand human freedom, or is it one that will restrict options in the future because of government interference or restrictions by monopolies or other adverse players? Ideas really do have consequences. We need more good ideas and fewer bad ideas. But where do these ideas come from, and how is it that they influence policymakers? It comes through institutions, whether it's think tanks, FKI, other organizations here, whether it's organizations like my own, like the Heritage Foundation back home, and countless others in Washington. Because it is that clash of ideas, that working them out through the political process that makes such a difference for everyone. We must conserve what's good and what works, and equally important, we must continue to innovate. We must build on our ideas, popularize them, and make them available to a greater number of people for them to be free to choose. So why does civil society matter? Civil society means that individuals can freely associate with each other, whether it's groups like veterans groups, scouting groups, church or synagogue or mosque-related groups, with each other in many different forms. Students and alumni, the whole range of private voluntary associations that encourage people to freely join together for the greater good of society outside the limits of what government gives you. We have so much to learn from each other, and yes, we have so many opportunities to create more prosperous and freer societies for all of the people in our country. As the world continues to grow and to evolve, I expect to see South Korea to continue to rise as a world leader. In ensuring a greater future, it's time for South Korea to move forward and upward with revitalized commitment to what I've been talking about, to freedom, to the free choice of individuals. On the course of these many trips, I've had the opportunity to meet with thinkers and with doers in Korea, with women and men who understand why a free society is better for every citizen of the nation, and increasingly how to advance that freedom through the political process for every citizen. This maturing social system is one of the guides that enlightens both outside observers like me and politicians like so many of you in this room. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, with a focused agenda promoting free society, it means that the private sector leaders of the Republic of Korea will give everyone more opportunities to strive and to thrive in a free economy. And that's what economics really is all about. How best to enable the individual to make the best decisions for himself, herself, and for their family, not dictated by perhaps some well-meaning, but nonetheless authoritarian government agency or administrator. So I encourage all of you to work together to promote a public policy agenda that really embodies every citizen's right to be free to choose. 감사합니다.
So Dr. Fulner, this morning, I like your necktie color selection, your choice. That's not quite red, but it's a pinkish red. Are you implying something? Because many of you know, today, actually Washington time, United States is getting into a potentially long night. And we do know why. United States, an important, perhaps if I may, most important ally of the Republic of Korea, just had a midterm election. What's your assessment at this juncture, Dr. Fulner? Is it going to be really red or what?
Thank you, Anthony. Yes, it will be redder than my necktie, I believe. The power in both the U.S. House of Representatives and in the Senate, both bodies will change from a majority of Democrats to a majority of Republicans, I believe. I hope I don't see anybody tomorrow morning who can criticize me for getting it wrong, but the way it looks right now, that is what I would say. And what that means is there's going to be some reconfigurations in Washington. And our hope is that congressmen and senators from both political parties across the spectrum will heed some of the kind of principled counsel that we and others give them in terms of how do we actually expand individual freedom? How do we not raise more taxes, more limitations, more regulations on individuals, on companies? How do we let enterprise thrive and people grow and prosper?
You know, you and I, we've been talking about this, but back in 1973, 1974, you founded the Heritage Foundation. And next year, 2023, we will celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Heritage Foundation founding. And you know Washington more than anyone else. And I think Secretary General Bond, he mentioned democracy in crisis. A lot of chaotic situations, not only in the United States, if I may, you know, Korea, United Kingdom, around the world. What is your view in terms of this, you know, this trend line we are facing? It's one thing that we have a functioning democracy, but it's another, we have a really, in a way, extreme version of like a debate.
Anthony, I think the advanced democratic representative countries around the world, not just, as you said, not just the United States, but the UK, all of continental Europe, the ROK, Japan, etc. There's a whole new media environment out there that is something that we're still all having to come to grips with. All of a sudden, a highly respected individual like a Ban Ki-moon or somebody might post something on a Twitter account or something like that that says something that everyone in this room would think was very sensible, and some jerk from somewhere comes out and says the opposite, and all of a sudden the jerk has 5 other people saying the same thing. So this whole idea of how do we remind people that there are certain fundamental ideas that are worthy of debate, but not expressed by everybody with either equal sincerity or equal strength in terms of their ability to communicate it. And coming up and dealing with this new media thing, I think, is one of the big things that democracies are going to have to come to grips with. And I'm not talking about the current contention between Elon Musk and who was taking over Twitter and that sort of thing. I'm talking about how do people within a thriving political nation communicate fairly with each other and keep the clash of good ideas going? How do they... William Gladstone, the 19th century British Prime Minister, said in a very testy debate in the British House of Commons, he said to one of his colleagues across the table, he said, "Please, lay your hammer down. Let us have a civil discussion. Let us figure out how we can work together. But let's not yell and scream at each other and say, and attribute bad motives to each other." And I say that to everybody across the political spectrum in the United States, and for that matter, around the world.
You mentioned civil discussions. We do know how important that dimension is for civil society and democracy. And obviously, this century, 21st century, is far different from last century. Back then, we didn't have a mobile. This is much more sophisticated, complicated, twisted political and economic environment. Going back to the midterm election, as we carefully, cautiously expected, we will have some changes. It will be divided government in the United States, President Biden and potentially Republican majority Congress. What will be the implication for the U.S.-South Korea partnership, especially in the sphere of economic and commercial engagement? We're going to talk about political dimension this afternoon, so I'm going to leave that out. But from your perspective, in the context of your opening speech, what would be the direction for the United States and Korea by working together in terms of economic sphere?
I'm so glad to see my good friend from Washington, Professor Victor Cha from CSIS, of which I'm a proud alum. But Victor and I have talked before in broad terms of how you do protect not so much the image of America, but that point I've made to him as an acknowledged conservative Republican. In the United States, we only have one president at a time. And I wish this president and every president the best possible opportunities and the best possible success for good outcomes of sensible policies that advance America's interests, but also the interests of our allies around the world. And the United States of America and the Republic of Korea have so many interests in common, not just here in North Asia, but around the world. How can we work more coherently together throughout Southeast Asia? So that's why we have upcoming meetings in Bali and Bangkok over the next couple weeks, where our heads of state will be gathered together to talk about moving forward together. How do we do those things together to advance that civil, and I emphasize civil in terms of civilized, and also in terms of civil society, of working together through private institutions. You know me for the last several decades. I'm kind of Washington's congenital optimist, is the way the Washington Post described me one time. Because I do believe that among our people, that good representatives will be elected, that we will be able to move the country forward. And we'll do that with representatives from both political parties, and we'll do it by coming together and finding ways to move ahead. So I'm very optimistic about what that cooperation should be between our two countries as we look to the future. And it's an incredibly important strategic relationship, as President Biden showed when, on his first trip to Asia as President of the United States, the first stop he made on that first trip was right here in Seoul. He didn't go to Tokyo first, he came here first. And I think that was an indication of the importance that he and his team have on this bilateral relationship. I'm not saying anything negative about the U.S.-Japanese relationship, but I'm saying he understands where we are. So I'm upbeat that even with this new political alignment in the United States, that there will be many ways that we can work together as a country, as a government, in terms of projecting common views ahead with our friends here in Korea. Probably across the aisle here in Korea, too. I mean, actually, the United States is kind of joining the Republic of Korea, because we're going to have divided government just like Korea has.
Now, given our 40 or 45 minutes, I raised these first three questions because in your opening speech, you repeatedly emphasized, directly and indirectly, ideas do have consequences. So ideas do matter. Now, elections is not about voting somebody, electing somebody. This is the battle of ideas. And that's why we pay attention to midterm election and presidential election and all that. But one of the fundamental values and ideas, all of us here in this room, if I may, younger generation and not so younger generation, all of us, we care about freedom. And that's why the title of today's conference is SEOUL Freedom Forum. And as you observed, President Yoon emphasized the keyword freedom in his inaugural speech and Independence Day speech more than 50 times. Freedom, freedom, freedom. So, Dr. Fulmer, as somebody who's been following global affairs, crisis in democracy, free markets around the world, what does freedom really mean to you? How would you define freedom in your own words? For our Korean friends and allies and partners, what can you share?
Freedom, fundamentally, Anthony, is the opportunity for an individual to order her or his life in the way most sympathetic to her or his inner feelings, their objectives, their desires to move ahead. Usually, in my experience, that means as a family, as a successor generation, if you will, to the future. So as Ban Ki-moon said this morning, when we talk, we don't talk about ourselves. We talk about, as in your case, your young children. In my case, my middle-aged children and my grandchildren who now have driver's licenses, which is a little bit of a scary thought. But how does that family of mine, how are we able to make independent choices that enable all of us to get ahead? And it's not necessarily in the political arena. I was reading an incredible article this morning in an American journal of kind of deep philosophical thought. And they were talking about what stage, since the original composition by Richard Wagner of the Ring Cycle in the 1860s, 70s, what stage were the performances the best? And the author of this article was, he got me so excited I tried to go on Amazon and buy some CDs of some of these 1920 recordings of the Ring Cycle. Because back then, so-and-so was a great soloist, and somebody else had the best orchestra to ever perform Wagner, and on and on. And that's what people should be able to do. If, like me, you're interested in classical music, or like my son, you're interested in automobile racing, you should be able to do that sort of thing. Yes, you have to provide for the people around you, your own family, and sometimes that means extended family, but being able to be free to choose, to decide, hey, my child or my grandchild is not getting a very good education at this particular school. They should be able to go to another school. Or maybe like so many Korean parents, if it's my grandchildren, my son or my daughter should be telling their kids, you're going to have more tutoring at home. So those are the kinds of opportunities that just aren't there if you've got a state system that kind of controls everything. We're seeing this in kind of macro issues right now in the state of California, Anthony. As I suppose everyone here is aware, the California legislature passed a bill in the last session saying that no more gas-powered automobiles will be sold in California after 2035. Everything will be an electric vehicle. So everyone was very enthusiastic in June and July about more electric vehicles. Then all of a sudden, as it got hotter in California and the air conditioning went on more and more, the power grid fell apart a couple times, and the word went out from the public power companies and from the governments that you couldn't charge your electric vehicle because it was too much of a drain on the power system. Well, that's what I mean by, government kind of interfering and saying, this is the best way forward. Hey, the best way forward is usually through the market where you have a multiple range of choices, not something that is being kind of commanded and ordained just by the government. So that's everything from classical music on one side to electric vehicles and automobile racing on the other side.
I think that really opens wide range of critical issues at this particular juncture, because in the end, the word freedom is something that united United States and Korea into an alliance, and freedom is why we're here this morning to talk about and to hear about. But nonetheless, there's always a tension between this freedom and individual choice versus the role of the state, as you've alluded. The rule of law we need, and then this ongoing tension between the individual choice, free to choose, versus the government, the functionality of the government. And how do you see in today's world, we have gone through 90s, the peak of globalization into 2000, and now we're here. And if you look around the world in terms of political freedom, economic freedom, we just got it coming out of the pandemic. Things are not really towards a greater freedom direction, in my view. Is that what you see as well? And how do you really reconcile this tension between individuals and the state, the role of the state in this critical time?
Intellectual leaders have wrestled with that question going back several hundred years. And when it comes down to individual choice among everyone in this audience, the argument of economists like Ludwig von Mises or Friedrich Hayek or Trygve Hoff from Norway is that government simply doesn't have, even with the most advanced computers, the capability to say, this is what's best for everybody else. Only everybody can decide for themselves what's best for them. And so we go back to that. Is it going to be you for your family, me for my family, picking on a friend, Dr. Huang for his family, what is best for them? Or is it going to be some bureaucrat who always has a vested interest in doing the easy and the current thing, the status quo? I mean, they got us to where we are, so they're going to defend where we are now. They're not going to want change. And one of the great things about freedom and about innovation is that there is change. And when I talked before about social media, I didn't say it in a critical way, I hope. I said it in a way that this is a new change, a new challenge, a new opportunity for us to figure out how we navigate this. How do we say that the viewpoints of serious people are important to everyone? And yes, but there is a competition for those ideas.
Competition of ideas and tension between individual levels and the government and the state. Obviously, within the rule of law, if we don't have the rule of law, it'll be very much different system, perhaps North Korean version or even Chinese version. Yeah. Now, I raise that question, Dr. Fulner, because ultimately, the key question becomes, how do we pass this principle, this value of freedom to a next generation? In this room, I see many future leaders of the Republic of Korea, the younger generation. I mean, you Vice Chairman Guan of FKI, and many others in this room. You gentlemen have been reading Milton Friedman's Free to Choose and Friedrich Hayek's, all these wisdom and ideas. But nonetheless, if you look at younger generation today, as you mentioned, social media, Twitter, Facebook, that's not really Milton Friedman's freedom to choose, in a way. So how do we pass this idea into next generation?
Well, I think that's incumbent on those of us in the older generation, just on a case-by-case. It's not something, again, my friend, President George W. Bush, tried to do this in terms of federal mandates of what secondary education should be like in the United States. And that's not the way to do it. The beauty of the United States is that there are 50 separate states, each one of them trying to reach out and make different decisions on policy questions, whether it is what kind of schools we should be supporting as a state. And if the schools that are being supported by the state are not good enough, as in the case of Arizona earlier this year, Arizona said, instead of just supporting schools, we're going to give every school age, the parents of every school age child, the equivalent amount of money so they can decide where the child's going to go to school. Well, I hope the parents in this audience and the parents we can reach would say, it's important to have an understanding. It's important to understand what happened in 1950 to 1953 when Korea, the Republic of Korea and the United States of America and the United Nations forces stood side by side to preserve freedom here. and that there is a difference at the 38th parallel. And when some younger Koreans tell me, well, unification's not so important, I don't really know anybody up there, and maybe not, but freedom is something that every individual around the world should be able to enjoy, to be able to experience to the best of their ability. So it goes down to the individual case one at a time. Again, there's no government with any computer that can say, this is best for everybody, or that these are the 5 options. No. There are millions of options every day that we make, millions of choices, and we have to be free to be able to do that.
Just quickly summarize this sort of the half of the session. Actually, we have about 10 to 15 minutes to go, but it reminds me of one of your maxims, actually the battle of ideas. This is really, there are no permanent victories, so there are no permanent defeats. There are always, as you said, just permanent battles. And I think that's where we are in terms of not only here in the Republic of Korea, United States, and many countries in Europe, and perhaps even, the tension with China and what's going on really in many parts of the world. Now, given our 10 to 15 minutes, I quickly want to come back to the more current topic of our conversation. That is the economy, basically. From your experienced, informed perspective, are we getting into a global recession? Do you see that happening? I mean, obviously, midterm election was all about, a lot more about inflation and economy and all other things, but globally, and you've been telling me about how you feel in terms of the Korean economy here and energy and dynamism. What do you see? Are we getting into a recession?
Yes, right now I'm concerned about the way the global economy is going, Anthony. And some of it can, I think, be reversed. When I drive, and I've been, the last month, I guess I've been in 7 or 8 of the states in the United States in different cities and talking to real people, not just to people inside the bubble of Washington, D.C. And they tell me how over the last year, the price for gasoline at the pump, the price for food in the grocery store, what's happened to it? How gasoline is now up twice. As far as I'm concerned, one of the primary reasons, or the primary reason that's happened, is because there have been some very bad decisions by the government that say we're going to stop permitting the development of fossil fuels. Well, if they say that, the big oil companies are going to say, well, if that's the case, then we should not be investing more money in oil drilling or in pipelines or in refineries, which means that the supply will go down, and if supply goes down and demand stays the same, the price is going to go up. So a lot of this, frankly, is caused by misallocation and bad decisions by government, and that part of it should be dealt with. In the meantime, in these institutions of government, they're not always quick to respond. So you have our Federal Reserve Board of Governors with the very significant increases in interest rates, trying to deal with the highest inflation in the United States in more than 40 years now. And that puts a crimp then on home buying. If the rate of interest goes up from 3% as it was a year and a half ago, and now all of a sudden it's at 6%, a young family sits down and does the calculations and says, there's no way I can afford to pay a mortgage on the same house that I would have been able to afford a year ago. So what's happening to the housing market? The housing market's going down. A lot of these things can be handled much better by government. And again, that's not a partisan argument. It's an argument that these things, the right focus of attention has to be on the individual at the other end, not on how government bureaucrats make these kinds of decisions.
Then in that setting, also in this evolving, geopolitical, economic challenges, How do you see Korea today? I mean, in your speech, you talked about, you particularly emphasized sort of the more proactive kind of role that South Korea is trying to inject in terms of international diplomacy. You mentioned President Yoon's participation, attendance in NATO, and a lot of things. And he's going to go G20 summit as well next week. So again, we talked about freedom, the importance of freedom, why that matters to the Republic of Korea, United States, and many other countries. President Yoon has been emphasizing the importance of freedom in that all context. How would you, let's say, also it happens to be 6 months of the President Yoon's presidency. I'm not asking you to grade President Yoon and his government, but what would be those notables from your perspective, quite different from previous administration here?
Well, you've just enumerated several of them on the international side. And I did historically, in terms of the incredible achievements of the Republic of Korea internationally, and not just in terms of your presence and your leadership role at the UN, but in terms of all the international institutions where you play such a critical role. And that's kind of one dimension of it. The question is, and frankly, I don't know enough about the internal Korean situation. A bit of history. The summer of 2016, candidate Donald Trump asked me if I would lead the transition work for him on U.S. domestic policy. I told him I would be honored. Tradition teams are a 40-year tradition in the United States. Both political parties get them. A modest amount of federal money goes to each of those transition teams so they can rent space and buy computers and hire staff. So it's not unknown. But anyway, he asked me to do that. And the first thing I did, Anthony, was look around for several lawyers. I'm not a lawyer. I claim to be an economist and a political scientist, but I wanted lawyers because I wanted them to look at regulations that a new incoming administration could change by the stroke of a pen, by a decision by a president or by a member of the cabinet. And gee, by the time he was sworn in as president on January 20th, 2017, we had 3 large notebooks full of regulations that could be repealed, that could have give people more opportunity by, again, out there at the individual side, to make their own decisions. So it was that kind of thing, frankly, that I was hoping I would be able to see here in Korea. Maybe I'm not paying close enough attention, or maybe I just don't know, but I don't get the impression that that sort of thing has been happening. The other thing that early on, I think President Trump did very well, for at least the first year and a half or 2, was trying to reach out across the aisle to talk to people on the other side of the political aisle to see where we can find opportunities to work together. You know, 2 of my cardinal rules for politics. Number 1 is people are policy. That goes to something else. Every president, whether they're in Korea or in the United States, has to have the best people around them. But number 2 is success in politics is adding and multiplying, not subtracting and dividing. So, how does a Joe Biden, the new president, presumably now with a divided government, how does he get ahead? How does he do something effective for the United States? He has to sit down with the new leaders and say, hey, where can we agree? What can we do together? And let's find that, whether when it was for the last 2 years, Democrats across the line, where you had like 90% agreement of all the leadership in terms of what they wanted to do. Now, maybe there'll only be 10 or 20 or 25% agreement between a Democrat president and a Republican Congress. But let's at least find that where we can work positively together. And here, again, I'm an outsider, but it seems to me that making Korea competitive internationally in terms of tax rates, in terms of how to free the economy, really. And not just in terms of tax rates being changed by the National Assembly, but those regulations that can be changed by the stroke of a presidential pen. I hope they're looking for those and to the best of their ability doing it.
We only have a final 2 questions, which you don't know about. So I'm going to tease you a little bit, but I want to quickly, one of them is foreign policy related. I think being free is actually the best way of being more competitive because it injects a lot of innovative ideas and energy, however you describe. With that notion, I'm getting into foreign policy area here. So South Korea in the Pacific theater, but now, for example, countries like Poland, other countries in Central and Eastern European countries, they look at Korea, they share the values of freedom, civil society, and many things South Korea and United States been sharing. So how do you see Korea working with Poland, for example? And then we talked about importance of freedom and all that, and not too long ago, China just had its 20th Party Congress. And how do you see China will go from here?
Yeah, that's a great question, Anthony, because geographically, and no country can choose their own geography. Geographically, Korea and Poland have a lot in common. Poland's got huge Russia right up there on its northern border and its eastern border. Korea has not only the DPRK, you also have China. And, Korea is kind of caught between a Russia and China on one side. China is its largest trading partner, and the United States, 7,000 miles away, its largest security partner. So, you've got a tough kind of geography there, just as Poland does. But the interesting thing to me over just the very recent history has been the way companies in Korea have been working with Central Europe. Yes, with Poland, Romania, Czech Republic, Moldova, on and on, the Baltic countries, but primarily with Poland in terms of saying, what can we do together more effectively? And some of it, a lot of it, has to do with military capabilities. I have very dear friends who are high up in the government in Poland, and they've told me, they said, there's some weapon systems that we've been loaning to the Ukrainians so they can fight off the Russians right now, but we need to have them replaced. And we go to our traditional American suppliers, and they're saying, oh, we'd be happy to take your order, and we'll start shipping those in 2027. Well, by that time, my Polish friends are concerned. They don't say this, but I'm sure they're concerned that Russia will be on the doorsteps of Warsaw. And, so where they found an alternative supplier in terms of Hanwha Defense, in terms of Hyundai Rotem, in terms of Kai, with the new planes that Korea is selling to Poland. And I know some of the American competitors who say, why did Poland just buy 48 airplanes from Korea? I said, because you guys were going to sell them 12 and they weren't going to come for 2.5 years. That's why. So, there are new opportunities out there, not just for things like that, but a Poland that's thinking ahead and saying, with what Russia has done with natural gas supplies, how are we going to make sure that Polish industry, that Polish homes and offices are on the productive energy supply with oil, gas, etc. What are they doing? They're talking largely about nuclear power. And they're not just talking, yes, the first thing they did, and incidentally, I'm a big advocate of nuclear power because as someone who worries about the environment, as I'm sure everyone else does here, it's clean. It's really a friendly, and it's a reliable. The problem is, how do you get it built in time? So I'm very, very pleased to hear that
ongoing.
Poland has got number one nuclear power plant. They're about to sign it with Westinghouse from the United States. But number two, they're most likely going to sign it with a Korean company. And I think that's great. You know, so let's look for those opportunities.
The new horizon.
That's Korea looking, you know, looking at new markets, really, that are not traditional.
China? I know you're not going to visit China anytime soon. I know that for sure. So.
I've written some things in the Epoch Times and in the Wall Street Journal that would not make me a very welcome guest at the moment in China or even in Hong Kong. And I've been to China a number of times in earlier days, but that's not going to happen again soon. China is not just a competitor. It's not just a challenge. China is a nation with whom we have to deal, admittedly, but China is an adversary. Even President Biden has admitted that China is an adversary, and it has to be treated that way. And again, that's one of the reasons why, when I have the opportunity to talk to political leaders and academics here in Korea, I have great sympathy for them. Again, you've got your largest security partner over here on one side, and you've got your largest trading partner over there on the other side, and the security partner saying the trading partner is not very good, and the next thing you know, you read in today's newspaper that the largest maker of cell phones, because of pandemic restrictions, is now slowing down on deliveries because of what China has done. But it isn't just because of cell phones and supply chains. I think there is restructuring going on as well. And that's why, you know, I'm heartened by decisions that have been made under both Democrat and Republican administrations, that chip manufacturing largely moving to the United States, whether it's Ohio, Arizona, Texas. And as I said to you one time when you were talking about your 3 C's initiative in Europe, I said, Anthony, it's not just ships, it's chips. We need both ships and chips.
Indeed, indeed. I know you're kind of careful about your choice of words in terms of talking about China, but I'm sure we can have more discussions in coming weeks and months and years. But I have one final question. I think I sense this question from our audience as well. So this will be our final portion. So midterm election is done. We'll know more or less the final outcome in coming hours. Then again, in 2024, there will be another election. This will be much bigger. This is a presidential election in the United States, which will have a lot of implications for many parts of the world. Knowing Washington, knowing Republicans, I'm not asking you who would be, but do you think 2024 United States will elect Republican conservative president, whoever that may be? What's the political landscape at this juncture? What would you say? You don't have to talk about names, but in terms of colors, would that be a blue or red?
I think it will be red because the last 2 years in terms of the economy, and as James Carville, the old Democrat political strategist, said 25 years ago with Bill Clinton, remember, for the voters, it's the economy, stupid. And it really is the economy. And frankly, is a almost exact contemporary of the current president and the last president, with a red president coming in 2024, I think it's time for my generation to hand the baton on to the next generation. I will not say who that should be, and I will not say who the Republican nominee should be, but I'll say that much.
Yes, indeed, and we shall see what's going to happen in due course. But ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoy this range of conversation. Obviously, we couldn't cover everything, but throughout the day, this afternoon, we'll have a session on the U.S.-Korea alliance and partnership. But once again, Dr. Foner, we do know how much you love the Republic of Korea, and we wish you good health and next opportunity in Korea as well. So thank you for your time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
반갑습니다. 오늘 이렇게 그 중요한 자리에
여러분들 많이 오셔서 감사하고 특히 우리 앞으로의 미래를 짊어지고 나가야 될 우리 한민고등학교 학생들도 오시고 또 영 리더스 포럼도 오시고 대학생들도 오시고 또 우리 사회에서 이 자유민주주의와 시장경제를 수호하시는 여러 이 포럼이나 이 연구원에서 다 와주셔서 너무 감사합니다. 이번 세션에서는 이쪽에 그 자유도 앤토니 킴하고 헤리티지에서 만드는 경제자유도하고 관련해 가지고 이 세 분의 그 연사를 모셨습니다. 우선 로버트 베로 교수님은 그 하버드 경제학과의 교수님으로 계시고 거기서 졸업하셨고 과거에는 캘리포니아 공과대학에서 물리학을 하다가 경제학으로 전과를 하셨습니다. 거시 경제 분야의 거장이시고 세계에서 가장 영향력 있는 경제학자 중 한 명입니다. 또 통화 및 재정정책 분야의 전문가이시고 매년 노벨 경제학상 후보로 오르고 있고 또 시장경제와 자유무역을 통한 경제 발전을 강력하게 지지하는 교수님이십니다. 우리 로버트 베로 교수님께 박수 부탁드립니다. 다음은 장태평 장관님 소개해드리겠습니다. 경기고등학교하고 서울대에 나오시고 오레곤 대학에서 경제학을 하셨습니다. 농수산부 장관 역임하셨고 또 재경부에서 오래 근무하셨고 마사회 회장, 현재는 차세대미래전략연구원장으로 계십니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. Last but not least, I would like to introduce Anthony Kim, who is an important person in the Heritage Foundation, and he is also the editor of the Economic Freedom Index. And then he is very well known in Korea as his knowledge of international economic issues with a focus on economic freedom and free trade, which is a topic of today. Let's give him big hands. 순서에 따라서 먼저 Professor Barrow, I would like to open the stage to you. Please make some presentation.
If you go back to the 1980s, President Ronald Reagan was a great success in the U.S. in terms of looking at limited government and policies that favored economic growth. And that proved to be a great success, and I thought at the time that that would be a permanent fixture in terms of the way the government was functioning. And indeed, it transcended the political parties. And subsequently, you had the Democrat President Bill Clinton, who was really following in the footsteps of Ronald Reagan, and who said at the time in 1996 that the era of big government is over. But since then, particularly with the reactions to the Great Recession, 2008, 2009, and now with the COVID crisis, there's been a movement away from that view and philosophy about what government should be doing. And of course, I think that that's very unfortunate. I think the even Reagan-Clinton philosophy was the right way of doing things, and I hope we're going to get back to that approach. I was asked to say something about the role of government in terms of COVID, particularly with respect to mandates, about vaccinations and other interventions. I should say I think vaccines are the classic case of a public good because of contagion where government involvement can be justified. And I think at a certain point during the COVID pandemic, it was actually reasonable to have mandates with respect to vaccinations. And fortunately, that was accompanied by great success technologically in terms of the vaccines that were available using the recently developed mRNA technologies by Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech in particular. I think we've moved on from that now in terms of the state of the pandemic, where it's no longer appropriate to have governments having mandates with respect to vaccinations. And I think it was always true that there was too much in the way of requirements for non-pharmaceutical interventions such as masking And in particular, one of the biggest mistakes was closing down schools and having some tendency to close down businesses. So I think we're moving away from that as well. One oddity in the current situation is that China is having more and more in the way of lockdowns that are curbing its economic activity, and that's associated with the zero COVID policy. So I think that's a great mistake, and I think what China should be doing is importing a lot of these very successful Western vaccines, particularly the mRNA vaccines. And China seems to be quite reluctant to do that, although it's talking about having imports of some of these vaccines. That could help to ease the lockdown problems, which were also referred to in the previous session. Just a couple of comments on the current state of economic activity. There's a great problem, of course, with ongoing inflation. And I think most of that comes from the vast expenditure expansion involving government outlays related to trying to help out with the COVID problems. I think this expansionary fiscal policy, even more than the previously expansionary monetary policy, is the main culprit with respect to why we have high inflation these days. I think, however, that this inflation is going to be temporary. I don't mean temporary in the sense of only lasting for a couple more months, but I think over the next 1 to 2 years in particular, we're going to see a substantial reduction in inflation. And I think currently the monetary authorities, including the US Federal Reserve, have become far too contractionary, having waited too long to do anything in an earlier phase. So I think now the series of interest rate hikes conducted by the Federal Reserve and other central banks should be halted, and we should allow this process of inflation coming down gradually over the next 1 to 2 years to set in without putting the economies into a very bad recessionary situation. The current situation in the US, I think we really were in a recession already at the beginning of 2022, and we did have 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. So the real danger currently is to have a more severe recession, and that's certainly being stimulated by the very contractionary monetary policy that's currently in place. So the current economic outlook is clearly not very favorable, involving inflation and also a tendency for further recession. So I hope to have some more comments as we have the panel going forward. And I should say that I regret that I couldn't be in person at the meeting this year, and hope to be in person in the next year.
Thank you very much. Let's give him big applause. Professor Barrow, it's so nice to see you again, because I have seen you by Zoom. In the July, we had a discussion about world economy on the occasion of Asian Leadership Conference. And as you mentioned, I really wish you to receive the Nobel Prize in coming years, sooner than later. And also, I wish to see you face-to-face in Seoul soon. Thank you very much. And then you have given a very good presentation to start our discussion today. As you mentioned, I think I would like to discuss about the COVID pandemic and then loss of the people's freedom. And then during the process, we have seen a lot of extravagant expenditure by many governments, including USA and including Korea's former government. And the surge of the populism everywhere, and I would like to discuss about it. And then, as you mentioned, what would be next year's economic forecast? It would be a very subtle and difficult recession, or when will end the tight monetary policy, and then what is the right speed and measure of the interest rate policy, in USA and especially Korea? And then what is your recommendation to overcome the difficult global trade environment, which is very against Korea's competitiveness? So first of all, I would like to ask you some question about the people's freedom. There has been a lot of discussions for a long time. What would be the adequate government role? We all know that the government should give kind of safety and national security and minimum welfare, and then the keeping rule by rule of law, and then giving personal freedom. But for some country, because people want to depend upon government too much, and like in USA, in UK, 1940s, after World War II, they said, Labour Party, from the cradle to the grave, everything should be covered by the government. So free health service, national health service, and free college education, and all kind of companies became nationalized. And then there is no unemployment because government can hire. That kind of the very much the government involvement, and at the end, extreme communist society. Government can give you everything, not only education, health care, and even housing, clothing, even bread, everything. But we have seen the communism failed because government cannot give you everything. And my point of view, because I have been in the government for almost 40 years, government itself is very inefficient. When you do the same thing, you need with about 50% of cost spent by government can be done by private sector. And also government procedure itself is very much inefficient. It takes time to recognize problems. It takes time to decide the policy measures. And during the process, there are kind of inefficiency, like possible corruption or possible colonialism. But there are things which government should do, like to cope with the pandemic and to prevent accidents like Itaewon, and then to defend Korea against the North Korean nuclear and missile. But we don't know what is the happy medium of the government role. So in that sense, I would like to ask you, during the process of overcoming or protecting people's health against the pandemic, COVID-19, we have seen a lot of loss of personal freedom. For example, the last year, May, when we had a big spread of contagion in some club in Itaewon, and government did survey, trace everybody, 5,000 people, which was connected to the communication tower near Itaewon for about a week. So, and then whenever we go to some restaurant, every place, we need to report whom I meet and whom I meet, and then in what place. So there is no personal freedom and privacy. So what is your view? How can we have some kind of compromise between these two different targets? Professor Barrow?
You know, in a general sense, I think we know that long-term economic growth and prosperity depend on having an effective but limited government. I think the basic functions of government, which you've already mentioned, including furthering rule of law, property rights, national security, these are very important for economic growth. So I don't at all want to be seen as some kind of anarchist who thinks we can get along without government. That's certainly not my viewpoint. I think a basic social safety net also makes sense. The problem is when government goes beyond those basic functions and tries to do everything with respect to making sure that everybody is prosperous, that's when you run into trouble, and that's what hinders long-term economic growth and prosperity. I think it's true that the basic philosophies about what the role should government be tends to move around to some extent in an unexplained fashion. And in the US, when you had Ronald Reagan being very successful in the 1980s, there was pretty much of a general acceptance of the view that the kind of limited government that he espoused was the right way to go. But we've moved a long distance away from that. So aside from the random fluctuations in terms of the basic philosophies, I think it's true that the crises have important persisting influences on what people think about the proper role and scope is for government. So as I mentioned before, in history, you had certain events that propelled government to a higher level. And in the US, the Great Depression of the 1930s was one case, and then World War II was another. We had basically a permanent expansion about what government should be doing. You had the crisis 2008, 2009, which led to further expansion, particularly on the regulatory side about government. And then currently you have the COVID situation. So there was a tremendous expansion of government outlays, particularly transfer payments, but also regulations. Now, some of the mandates related to COVID were sensible. And actually, I think the best thing that was done under President Trump in the US was the encouragement of the development of vaccines. And in particular, the policy of guaranteeing that the government would pay for vaccines up front, even without knowing which ones were going to be successful or not. I think that was a brilliant intervention. And I think it really encouraged, particularly these mRNA-based vaccines, which have been very important. And as I mentioned before, if there's any public good at all, it certainly applies to vaccines in the context of contagious disease. So there was some case for mandates, particularly at an earlier phase of the COVID pandemic. So I think that was reasonable, having some of that with respect to mandates on individuals and some of it working through employers. I wouldn't favor that policy today in the US or elsewhere, but I think in the past it was reasonable. Other aspects of the loss of freedom regarding things like mask wearing and such were clearly mistaken. And school and business closures were even more of a problem. So it's a mixed bag with respect to the loss of freedom and mandates related specifically to COVID and the ongoing crisis of that pandemic.
Thank you, thank you. Your comment certainly reminds me my discussion with the Israeli ambassador to Korea. Last year, he told me Israel government at the beginning of pandemic period, they were ready to spend a lot of money and then make a contract with Pfizer and some other companies. Whilst Korea, because the former government were lacking international census, so they rely on some false report that vaccine can be invented in Korea. So we were slow to have vaccines. So that was our mistake. But I think that is a good point of what government can do. But during the process of pandemic, not only spending spree, in some sense, buying votes for next elections, and also that makes fiscal situation worse. And in addition to that, a lot of populism happened everywhere, including Korea. And now we have seen the Lula da Silva, leftist politician, came back to president after 12 years. But not only Brazil, but also we've seen the Middle and South America's pink tide. Mexico, Argentina, Peru, Chile, everywhere leftists getting the power. But the people know that this is may not be good for the future's economy, but everybody wants free money. And then like Peron, like many, Argentine President Néstor Kirchner, even though he made a lot of mistakes, but at the last moment of his presidency, his popularity was about 50%. So there is a tendency of the politicians to be very much popularistic, using this kind of the crisis, pandemic crisis. So what is your recommendation, and then what do you think this kind of impact of populism to our economies?
Well, you certainly see that pattern of late in the United States. There's a very radical left thinking in terms of the administration currently in power in the US. And it's quite remarkable what's become acceptable in terms of what policies are advocated in terms of the scope of government. Part of the problem in the US is that the previous President Trump, although he did some good things, particularly with respect to taxes, regulation, judicial appointments, Trump was very bad with respect to being protectionist with regard to trade. And also, he really completely lacked fiscal and monetary discipline. So then toward the end of his term, you had the COVID crisis, and he had a very sharp reaction with respect to transfer programs, some of which was reasonable and some of which was too much. But when the Democrats came in 2021, it was on top of a previous administration that was already reckless from a fiscal standpoint. And in fact was also favoring very dramatically expansionary monetary policy. So the Democratic administration then kind of piled on to that and became so radical that basically nothing was too big with respect to expenditure programs. There was really no limit as to what the Democrats wanted to do. And there was a very strong view for some time that this was basically free money, that somehow if you borrowed to finance these fiscal outlays, you were never going to have to pay for it. It was basically supposed to be free. Now that particular sentiment, I think, has disappeared because of the onset of sharp inflation, which I think did reflect the dramatic fiscal expansion. So I think the view that you can just borrow to finance unlimited spending and never have to pay for it, I think that view has now gone away because of the inflation, which I think many people view as a result of that kind of unrestrained fiscal policy. I think the U.S. may now be at a peak with respect to the extent of leftist government, and particularly with the midterm elections today, I think things will be going in the opposite direction and moving probably in the next presidential administration 2 years from now into a direction that's more conservative. That would be my guess. It's dangerous making those kinds of political forecasts. As pointed out in the rest of the world, you also had these kind of waves and movements. Latin America has gone through several episodes moving one direction or the other, and a lot of it is unpredictable, but some of it is a crisis response, as I've already been describing.
네, 우선 전경련에서 이런 자리를 마련해 준 데 대해서 정말 기쁘게 생각합니다. 지금 정치 쪽에서도 아까 반기문 총장님께서도 얘기했는데 정치 면에서도 어떤 자유민주주의가 위협을 받고 있고 경제에서도 또 마찬가지로 자유시장이 굉장히 위협을 받고 있습니다. 그런 것이 이번 코로나 팬데믹을 통해 가지고 더욱 강화되는 그런 모습을 보였습니다. 그러는 과정에서 어떤 정부의 역할과 시장의 역할이 다소 그 혼란스러운 점이 있어서 이렇게 어떤 자유경제 또는 자본주의 이런 것들이 위협을 당하고 있는데 이런 것들의 어떤 그 계기를 이런 해결의 계기를 마련하기 위해서 전경련에서 이런 좋은 자리를 마련해줘서 감사를 드립니다. 정부는 급하다 보면 이제 팬데믹에서도 피해를 입은 기업 또는 자영업자들에 있어서 여러 가지 지원을 했습니다. 신속하고 또 대량으로 또 우리뿐만 아니라 전 세계적으로 그렇게 했는데 그런 과정에서 보면 사실은 우리 귀한 그 세금을 사용하는 것인데 평상시에 절차와 기준과 어떤 비례 형량 이런 것들을 감안을 해서 엄격하게 제한적으로 사용해야 되는데 사실 그렇지 못한 점들이 있습니다. 그런 것들은 정부 기능이 강해져 가지고 신속하게 그렇게 집행하는 것을 우리 국민들이 이제 원하고 분위기도 그렇게 되고 때문이라고 할 수가 있죠. 그렇지만 그런 속에서 우리 개인들의 자유, 시장의 어떤 자율성이 제한된다는 것을 느낄 수 있습니다. 아까 이제 권태신 부회장님께서도 말씀하셨습니다만은 저도 또 농업 부분에도 관여를 했는데 농업 부분이 굉장히 그 뭐라 그럴까 그 산업적인 면에서 여러 가지 어려움이 많습니다. 그러다 보니까 정부에서 여러 가지 지원을 하게 되는데 그런 지원들이 당연시되고 그런 지원을 하게 되면은 농민들도 좋고 또 우리 농업 발전에도 좋겠다 이렇게 생각하기 쉬운데 사실은 그렇지 않습니다. 그런 것들을 우리가 알아야 되겠다는 생각이 듭니다. 예를 들자면 우리나라의 가장 대표적으로 자동차 산업이라든가 영화 산업이 개방과 경쟁을 통해 가지고 우리가 세계적인 그런 산업으로 지금 우뚝 섰죠. 또 그 뉴질랜드 농업도 보면은 보조 제도를 폐지하면서부터 농업이 발전하기 시작을 했습니다. 그러니까 이런 자유와 경쟁을 통해서 산업이 강화되고 거기 시장에서 싸우는 그 참여자들이 강해질 수 있는 겁니다. 정부 역할을 보면은 저는 우리 부동산 정책도 굉장히 그 좋은 모델이라고 봅니다. 지난 문재인 정부에서 25번 이상의 부동산 정책을 세웠습니다. 그러니까 주택 가격이나 토지 가격이 막 급등하기 시작하니까 정부가 25번에 걸쳐서 여러 가지 규제 정책을 세웠습니다. 그 규제 정책의 결과가 무엇이었습니까? 결국은 더 큰 주택 가격 앙등 또 토지 가격 이런 거를 어떻게 보면 시대에서 가장 아주 급등하는 그런 결과를 초래를 했습니다. 그런 것들이 뭐냐면 시장에 정부가 개입을 하면은 결과가 좋을 것이라는 그런 어떤 환상이다 저는 그런 생각을 합니다. 그런 점에서도 보면은 이 자유의 가치, 시장의 역할, 정부의 역할 이런 것들에 대해서 우리가 더 정확하게 알아야 되고 그걸 대응하기 위해서 전략이 필요하다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 저는 은퇴 후에 차세대미래전략연구원에 참여를 하면서 우리 여기에 지금 오늘 고등학생, 대학생들도 많이 와주셨다고 그러는데 우리들이 지금 성장하는 차세대가 자유가 무엇인지, 시장이 무엇인지, 또 자본주의가 무엇인지 이런 것들을 명확하게 이해를 하고 그래서 우리의 자유와 시장과 정부의 역할 이런 것들을 좀 명백히 아는 그런 계기가 필요하다고 생각되는데 오늘 이 자리가 지난 5년간의 아주 위기에 처해 있던 그런 어떤 가치의 혼란에 좋은 전환의 계기가 된다고 생각을 합니다. 이 좋은 출발점이 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
예, 장관님 감사합니다. 저희들이 학교에서 경제학 배울 때 제일 기본적으로 배우는 게 중에 하나가 이 가격 정책은 다 실패한다고 되어 있습니다. 그래서 우리 한민고등학교 학생들도 와 계시고 하는데 프랑스 대혁명 때 우유값이 너무 비싸다고 서민들이 먹기 어렵다고 우유 가격 상한제를 실시를 해버리니까 우유 생산하는 젖소업자들이 우유 만들어 봐야 돈이 안 남으니까 젖소를 오히려 전부 다 소고기로 팔고 우유는 생산 안 해서 결국은 우유값이 더 올라가는 그런 사태가 있었습니다. 그런 거 마찬가지로 이 의도가 좋다고 경제 정책을 함부로 하면은 그 결과는 오히려 역효과를 나타납니다. 문재인 정부에서 불쌍한 이 근로자들을 보호하기 위해서 최저임금을 2년 안에 30몇 %를 올렸더니 그 최저임금을 줄 수 있는 사람들이 누구냐 하면은 편의점이나 자그마한 식당이나 뭐 자그마한 공장 이런 사람들인데 그 돈을 주면은 내가 망하게 돼 있으니까 차라리 회사를 그 사업을 접는다든지 아니면 전부 자동화를 해서 맥도날드나 이런 데 가도 주문을 전부 기계와 자동화로 해버린다든지 아니면 정한되면 이제 공장을 해외로 옮긴다든지 이러는 바람에 최저임금을 받아야 되는 그 사람들의 일자리가 훨씬 줄어버렸고 결과적으로 소득도 줄었습니다. 방금 또 장 장관님 얘기했습니다마는 4년간 부동산 임대료를 못 올리도록 하고 매년 연간 5% 이내로 이렇게 하니까 그 집이나 아파트나 가지고 있는 사람이 손해를 볼 수는 없으니까 지금은 못 올리지만은 새로 세입자를 바꿀 때 확 다 올려버린다든지 또 공급이 줄어들어서 가격이 더 올란다든지 전혀 정부가 의도한 방향하고 반대로 가는 그런 경향이 참 많습니다. 그래서 우리나라에서 보면 계속 실패하고 있는 정책이 농산물 보호 정책, 중소기업 보호 정책, 수도권 억제 정책, 국토 균형 발전, 중소기업 보호한다고 돈을 얼마나 쓰고 세계에서 가장 많은 이 조세 제도라든지 보조금이라든지 대기업 규제 많은데 중소기업 문제는 하나도 해결되지 않고 또 저출산 해결하겠다고 돈을 몇백조를 썼는데 저출산이 지금 세계에서 가장 낮은 이런 문제가 나타나고 그래서 이런 측면에서 보면 농업 정책도 마찬가지입니다. 경제학 교과서 101 제일 기본 교과서에 보면은 이 가격을 통제하는 정책 중에 하나가 농산물 가격 지지 정책인데 쌀값을 현재 있는 사람들이 원하는 것보다 훨씬 더 높게 하니까 그러지 않아도 사람들은 쌀을 소비하지 않게 돼서 초과 공급이 일어나는데 가격이 지지가 되니까 농민들은 쌀을 더 많이 공급하게 되고 결국은 그 많은 쌀을 계속 정부가 사줄 수밖에 없고 그 돈은 결국 국민의 세금이고 그거를 이제 보존하는데 또 비용이 들고 결국은 모든 국민이 다 같이 피해를 입는데 농민은 전체 그 GDP 기여율은 3%밖에 안 되지만은 또 농촌 인구는 뭐 한 30-40% 됩니다만은 농촌 지역의 이 정치 영향력 국회의원은 60-70%가 되니까 전부 이 나이 60-70된 할아버지 할머니가 하는 농업보호라는 그런 모든 사람의 가슴에 닿는 그런 이유를 얘기를 해가지고 가격을 지지하는 이런 정책들도 있고 한데 그러다가 보니까 제가 OECD 대사를 했습니다마는 Producer Support Estimate라고 PSE 그 농업 부분에 대해서 얼마나 보조금을 지불하고 또 지원을 하고 있느냐 하는 것이 우리가 OECD국 중에서 네 번째로 높은 나라입니다. 이렇게 되니까 농업은 점점 더 낙후하게 되는데 과거에 1984년에 뉴질랜드에서는 농업이 힘들어가지고 하는데 정부에서는 오히려 농업에 대한 보조 정책이나 각종 특혜를 없애버렸더니 농민들이 살려고 해가지고 이제는 키위라든지 각종 제품이 세계적인 제품이 된 적이 있습니다. 그래서 이 농산부 장관을 하셨는데 이런 농업개혁, 교육개혁, 규제개혁에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하시는지요?
전적으로 옳으신 말씀입니다. 그 쌀값 예를 들으셨는데 예를 들자면 제가 농민 입장에서 보면 쌀을 생산하는 것이 가장 수익이 높습니다. 왜냐하면 쌀을 지원을 많이 해주기 때문이죠. 그러면은 나는 쌀을 생산해야 되죠. 콩이다, 보리다, 밀이다 이런 걸 생산하면은 손해입니다. 쌀을 생산하는 것보다. 그러니까 농민이 쌀에 대한 지원을 많이 하면 쌀을 다 생산하죠. 그런데 지금 쌀은 지금 공급이 넘칩니다. 수요보다 더 많이 생산되고 있습니다. 그런 쌀값을 이번에도 국회에서 말하자면 의무적으로 쌀을 수매를 해주자. 그러니까 남는 쌀을 모두 생산만 하면 사주자. 이렇게 하는 법안을 지금 상임위원회에서 통과가 됐죠. 그랬는데 그렇게 한다고 그러면은 농민들은 쌀만 생산합니다. 쌀이 남건 뭐하건 시장에서 개의치 않고 그러면 우리나라 농업이 어떻게 되겠습니까? 지금 계속 부족한 옥수수, 밀, 보리 이런 거는 생산이 안 되는 거죠. 그리고 쌀로만 들어가는데 그 쌀을 유지하기 위해서 들어가는 비용이 지금 뭐 1조 원이 넘습니다. 그러니까 쌀이 남으니까 쌀을 사서 창고에 넣어가지고 또 그걸 시장에 나오면 안 됩니다. 그걸 시장 격리라고 하죠. 시장에 나오면 쌀값이 떨어지니까 그러면 창고에 넣어서 2년, 3년 그렇게 멈춘 다음에 그 변질된 나쁜 고미를 먹게 또는 그 시장에 내놓든지 아니면 사료로 쓰는 이런 일을 하고 있어요. 외국에 뭐를 원조를 하거나 이렇게 하기도 힘듭니다. 왜냐하면 외국 쌀값보다 5배, 6배 비싸기 때문에 차라리 외국 원조를 하려고는 북한 지원을 해주더라도 외국 쌀을 사가지고 지원해주면 5배, 6배 더 지원을 많이 해줄 수 있거든요. 그러니까 이게 정책에 문제가 있는 겁니다. 그러니까 사실은 시장에 맡기는 것이 원칙이고 만일에 시장에 맡기는 것이 여러 가지 현실적으로 어렵다. 그러면 그걸 제한적으로 보완해주는 그런 선에서 정책들이 이루어져야 될 거라고 봅니다. 옛날 하나 또 사례를 들면 옛날 러시아의 이제 공산주의 국가 아닙니까? 그러니까 감자를 생산도 집단 농장에서 하지만은 공급도 정부가 합니다. 그렇게 되다 보니까 풍년이 든 해에도 감자를 사려고 그러면 감자 배급하는 데 가서 줄을 서 가지고 있어야 되고 그 다음에 썩어 나가는 감자들이 있는데 배고픈 감자를 갖지 못해서 배고파서 굶어 죽는 그런 사람이 생긴다. 그게 바로 정부의 시스템이라고 볼 수가 있습니다. 그걸 시장에 맡기면 시장에서 다 해결해 줄 수 있는 일입니다. 그러니까 우리가 어려워도 정말 아까 뉴질랜드 예를 드셨습니다만은 좀 어렵더라도 시장의 기능에 원칙적으로 맡기고 정부는 그런 여러 가지 문제점을 보완하는 선에서 보조적으로 하는 것이 맞다고 생각을 합니다.
감사합니다. Now I would like to ask Anthony about the economic freedom. As far as we know, the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century started from UK. But those days, Ming, about a quarter of the whole world GDP, the strongest country, was not initiating Industrial Revolution. It started in UK. It's because of economic freedom. It's because they protect private property. Therefore, if you invent something like a steam engine, the benefit and the profit goes to you, and that is the reason why you are working so hard. So economic freedom has been the foundation of fast economic development for the whole world. So now, because we have students here, as far as I know, you are professional and then expert of making and then assessing economic freedom about more than 100, maybe 20 countries, if my memory is correct. So, and then it gives a lot of impact to many countries when they make economic policies. So please explain to us what is economic freedom index, and then what is the reason why you started it, and then what is the impact it gives to many governments.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Guan. It's great to be with you once again. Not too long ago, you and I, along with some others, we were in Europe talking about the similar issues. But in my view, if I may, I think economic freedom matters more than ever. And I think this is why we are doing this Seoul Freedom Forum in November 2022, hosted by Federation of Korean Industries. The Heritage Foundation, back in 1995, obviously, when Dr. Funo was the president of the foundation, he thought we got to measure free market policies' effectiveness. Why, for example, country A is doing better than country C. I mean, I'm not going to get into all the nitty-bitty details, but let me give you this example. North Korea, South Korea, or Taiwan and China. I mean, back then it was a bit different, but same people, same geography, same historic kind of background. But one country, because of the system, freedom-based system versus the others, they don't have openness, they don't have a transparency, they don't have accountability. So he was like thinking loud, why this kind of discrepancy? Why this kind of difference, big difference in terms of real economic progress? Not only economic progress, but social progress. So we came up with a number of variables. Obviously, I wasn't with the Heritage Foundation back then, but my colleagues back then, they came up with the basic variables and factors. What makes an economy grow and continue to progress toward greater prosperity? So we looked at the data points here and there, and we came up with a set of parameters that can really inject economic dynamism. That's how we started our annual Index of Economic Freedom back in 1995. And also, back then, the key foreign policy debate was how to help United States allies around the world through foreign assistance and foreign aid. But that policy approach wasn't that effective because we end up giving money to foreign countries without having actual outcome, desired outcome we wanted to have through policy intervention. So as Vice Chairman Guan and Professor Barrow talked about, it ended up being just giving more money, injecting more money into foreign countries without any reasonable accountability. So we really thought that something like the Heritage Foundation, the Index of Economic Freedom, it can change policy debates, and we thought we could really help countries in terms of changing their systems and changing their sort of development trajectory based on empowering individuals rather than empowering bureaucrats and politicians. And that's why we've been annually producing our Index of Economic Freedom. And nowadays, we measure 177 countries around the world in terms of their economic policy environments. So it's been used by many audience, obviously professors, including Professor Barrow. I'm delighted to note that the Professor Barrow actually contributed 2 special chapters in multiple years in terms of the critical relationship between democracy and economic freedom, political freedom and economic freedom, and why the rule of law really matters in terms of really preserving and advancing the good economic environment. I mean, nowadays we're talking about climate change and climate environment. I think perhaps best environment we should be caring about is probably business and entrepreneurial environment so that we can grow the pie, we can have more things to share and then to be innovative. And this is not a rocket science, obviously, but if you look at really our index data and other independent variables, there's a clear relationship, positive relationship between economic freedom and economic growth, prosperity, and then how people can do things in a normal economic situation. So this is a young century still. 21st century is not that old, but we went through 3 different crises already. 2001 was a security crisis. 2008 and 2009 was a global financial economic crisis. And not too long ago, 2022, 2021, we had a global public health crisis. But all these crises, in a way, have given us a big question. Are we really doing okay in terms of our global economic system, free market principles? So once again, I think we are at a critical juncture in terms of how we can, let's say, recommit ourselves to policies of economic freedom, the principles of limited government, regulatory efficiency, the power of open markets based on rule of law. So that's why I was saying that perhaps more than ever, economic freedom matters to the Republic of Korea, to the United States, to many countries. My last point will be, if you look at our index data points, there are many lessons actually you can draw. My sort of the ongoing thinking is that, South Korea, Chile used to be the star performer in our index, and Chile used to be really the rock star of the South American economy. But as Vice Chairman Kwon mentioned, look at what's happening in Chile. Wrong ideas. They took the left turn. So a lot more taxation, a lot more government intervention. They've been tap dancing with the socialism and many other proven to be wrong ideas from last century. They adopted it. And I think that's why Chile has been losing its economic dynamism and economic power. South Korea, it's a very well-functioning democracy, a lot of ideas back and forth, left and right. But I think that we need to be very careful about what kind of ideas we want to really pass on to the next generation. Being complacent is one level of being bad, but if you just give up those policies that have been working well for the Republic of Korea, that would be actually quite disastrous. So in terms of maintaining resilience, in terms of maintaining competitiveness, I think it's time for us to really, it's not about what ism or what ideologies. I think it's really about ideas that can work for all of us, which happens to be freedom-based ideas.
Thank you. Because we have many young students here, I would like to tell them Korea was not a rich country from the beginning. In 1961, when we first started the economic development program, Korea's per capita income was $81, the lowest in the world. We were poorer than that of Philippines, Indonesia, even Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos. So now Korea is 10th largest economy and 7th largest trading country. It's all coming from freedom, free democracy and market economy. And at the bottom, because Victor Cha, whom I respect and admire a lot, and then thank you very much for you joining here, because he arrived this morning and then he will leave this country this afternoon. So in his very hectic schedule, please give him big applause. So to achieve this miracle, one of the basic foundation is that after we have 3 years war in Korea, 1952-53, we had nothing. But we have received a lot of aid from the United States, but more than that, because President Lee Seung-man made a mutual defense agreement with USA. Therefore, North Korea, China, any other country not dare to invade Korea. So therefore, strong alliance with Korea and USA has been and will be the foundation of prosperity and peace of Korea and in this region. So once again, thank you very much, Victor Cha, for you coming here. And my question goes to Anthony. The reason why we have some lower economic freedom is because government intervention, I think usually. And government intervention usually aimed to protect the small and medium companies or to protect the rural area, to control the congestion in the metropolitan area, and then to help poor people. But there is a saying by Milton Friedman for our students, a society that puts equality before freedom will get neither. A society that puts freedom before equality will get a high degree of both. 이 평등을 자유보다 앞세우는 나라, 공산주의 사회라든지 독재국가라든지 뭐 이런 나라들은 두 개 다 못 갖습니다. 평등도 없어지고 북한이나 중국이나 러시아나 평등은 더 없어졌어요. 빈부격차 더 심해졌고. A society that puts freedom, 평등보다는 자유를 존중하는 나라는 평등과 자유가 다른 나라보다 훨씬 높다. 그래서 우리가 오늘 이렇게 이코노믹 프리덤 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 my question goes to Anthony. How do you assess Korea's economic freedom, and do you see any relationship between the what kind of government do you have? The correlation with the government, whether it is left or right.
Thank you, Mr. Kwon. I think South Korea, as we all know, it's a very dynamic country. I mean, you talked about how Korean economy has been developing over the past decades. But more than ever, perhaps it's time for us to realign and really reconfigure sort of our principles. What has made the South Korean economy so prosperous? Again, we can talk about many factors and geopolitical, strategic factors, U.S.-Korea alliance. They are very important, but fundamentally, I think South Korea decided to adopt free market policies. Not all of them at the same time, but step by step, phase by phase. I mean, this year happens to be 25th anniversary. I wouldn't say anniversary, but the 1997 financial crisis, IMF. And the South Korean economy took big lessons in terms of why South Korea really needs to pursue structural reform and other necessary institutional reforms. But after 25 years, perhaps South Korean economy has been losing its own steam in a way in terms of pursuing greater openness and competitiveness and transparency. But in the name of, once again, helping others and being equal, I think the whole ideas battle, we talked about earlier, ideas do have consequences. And somehow the direction of the debate has been, in a way, derailed. And we are losing, in a way, the direction of the South Korean economy in terms of policy orientation. And this is why I think elections do matter. And Professor Barrow talked about, for example, the US economy. After the midterm election, he was cautiously predicting perhaps those policies with a big government, spending, more taxation, more regulation will be reversed under the different parties' leadership. So we'll see, but the bottom line is these policy battles, we got to win. And if we really care about prosperity and freedom, this is really time to fight rather than being complacent. And many times this morning, Secretary Ban, Fulner, they talked about the vision of the Heritage Foundation. Coming from the Heritage Foundation, I want to repeat that too. At the Heritage Foundation, we want to build an America where freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society. We should build a Korea where freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society flourish. But just think about these four words: freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society. Without freedom, you cannot generate opportunities. Without opportunity, you cannot achieve prosperity. And without freedom, opportunity, prosperity, you cannot expect functioning civil society. So all these four values and principles are interwoven and interconnected. And if I may, I think our policy agenda, United States and South Korea all together, we should have a freedom agenda, how we can really reinforce and amplify freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society flourish in our two cherished countries. So, my humble suggestion would be we are not going to find the solution at the end of today's conference. But let's remember what has made the South Korean economy resilient and prosperous, and really the global miracle in a way. And I think this is really time to pursue and recommit ourselves to the freedom agenda. And I do hope, as an observer, that's what President Yoon meant when he was emphasizing freedom in his inaugural as well as independence speeches.
Thank you. Because of time limit, we have about 15 minutes left. So I would like to, before asking Professor Barrow about world economy and then the advice to Korean economy, I would like to inform you, I would like to finish this session because lunch is most important thing than any other issues. So I would like to finish this meeting before 12, and then if I have some time, I will open the floor to the audience, and then the lunch will be served to every one of you from the FKI. So don't worry about your food. And Professor Barrow, Korea, which owed a lot from free trade architecture, which was initiated by United States after World War II, the Bretton Woods scheme, like World Bank, IMF, and later WTO. So Korea could make a miracle because of a free trade environment. But now it seems free trade is gone because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and China is going back to kind of emperor period, and then the WTO is not functioning. So the outside environment for Korean economy is not good. And in addition to that, because to cope with inflation, Fed is raising interest rate very high. It may reach somewhere around 4 to 5% in very near months. And then to reduce capital flight and also to have a stable foreign exchange rate, we should raise interest rate in Korea. So Korean economy is facing difficulty of high interest rate, high exchange rate, especially high oil price. Because of high oil price, we have 6 months or 8 months consecutive months of the trade deficit, so which is very rare for many decades. So Korea is now facing a lot of difficult time now. So we are very curious to hear from you, and we have many reporters which they want to quote your name about your forecast, and then you are thinking about the world economy next year, whether we will have a shock recession next year, or when the Fed interest rate hike will stop. And finally, what is your recommendation to Korean government and Korean Central Bank and Korean businesses?
Well, I first wanted to go back to things that Anthony Kim said, and I wanted to congratulate him on the work that he's been doing for some time related to this Economic Freedom Index. I think that has really brought out a set of factors that matter for economic progress, essentially for all countries in the world. And as he suggested, those elements particularly come out in the long-term economic growth miracle of South Korea. So the factors that were important going back to 1960 or so for South Korea include, as he suggested, relatively free markets, international openness, limited government that was focused on the core functions that are appropriate for government. There was encouragement of R&D related to productivity expansion, particularly strong growth of education and high saving overall. Those are all factors that have contributed to the remarkable miracle in South Korea that has produced the current day prosperity where South Korea is now one of the developed countries in the world. And that, of course, has been something that extends not just to the rich people in South Korea, but really throughout the population and has dramatically reduced poverty. So that's been a great accomplishment. I might also say that the same factors that underlay the growth miracle of Korea were also in place to some extent in China going back to roughly 1960 or thereabouts. I really meant to say in terms of the mid-1970s is the period where China started on its path of economic growth. The same kinds of factors that were successful for South Korea also produced dramatic growth in China from the late 1970s until relatively recently. But China got up to a per capita GDP that was something like about a third of what South Korea has currently. But the policies in China have changed dramatically in the last few years and have moved away from the kinds of elements that are in the Economic Freedom Index that would indicate a favorable environment for economic growth. So I would certainly not be sanguine about the prospects for future growth in China. I think they've made a dramatic mistake in terms of the shifts that have occurred. Whereas China was in some sense the most capitalistic country in the world for some period, it's now gone back to really being a communist country. So this is really problematic going, I would say, going forward. In terms of global economic prospects, I mentioned at the outset that I think the situation is not very favorable. I think there are problems with respect to global trade because there really has become a trade-off where free trade encourages economic growth and prosperity. But there's also this well-known national defense argument, which really says you don't want to sometimes rely on foreigners for critical factors, particularly in times of emergencies. That applies, for example, to Western Europe depending on Russia for energy. So it may not have been such a good idea to have complete free trade there with respect to energy. I think it arises currently with respect to relying on China for a lot of products, and it may not be such a good idea for China to be dominant in terms of high-tech industries. So going forward, while the argument for free trade is still in place as it has been forever, it's now all become more of a trade-off with respect to these other considerations that suggest that sometimes autonomy is better with respect to where are you in a crisis situation. So the free trade prospects, I think, are a bit problematic. I mentioned earlier in terms of macroeconomic policies, I think monetary policy has become overly restrictive, whereas there was an earlier period where it was not as restrictive as it should have been. So I think the United States should be stopping its sequence of interest rate hikes, and I think South Korea should also be following that path. I think at this point there's reason to think that the high inflation that has occurred, something around 8% annual rate in the US in the recent period, I think it's quite likely that that's going to be coming down in the next 1 to 2 years. And it isn't really worth having this extreme interest rate hiking period, likely causing a recession, to bring down inflation, which is probably going to be coming down anyway. So I think the monetary authorities have been going too far in terms of restraint, kind of an overreaction to an earlier period where there was not enough restraint. This is not a prediction that the monetary authorities will follow this path in terms of stopping this sequence of rate hikes. It's more a suggestion of what I think would be a desirable form of policy from the monetary authorities.
Thank you. Now my final questions, and then I wish panelists to answer within 1 minute. Our president, in his inaugural speech, he talked about freedom 35 times, and then the Independence Day, the speech 33 times. But it seems he is not in good position because the popularity is still around 30-some%, and then in the parliament, which has majestic power, more than 170 or even 180 held by opposition party. And now we have incidents of the Itaewon. So, but his dream is to achieve freedom. So it is very difficult for him to progress, implement it. So what are all of you, recommendation to him to achieve freedom? From Professor Barrow, and then Minister Zhang, and then Anthony. Within 1 minute, please.
I think it's a difficult period for espousing the kinds of economic freedom policies that worked, for example, under Reagan in the 1980s in the U.S. You saw that recently in the United Kingdom, where actually the policies that were suggested mostly would have been favorable with regard to promoting UK economic growth, but politically it was completely impossible in the current environment, politically and in the context of very high inflation, to be carrying them out. My suspicion is that similar considerations will arise in South Korea with respect to promoting the kind of economic freedom that many of us believe in terms of what it is that fosters long-term prosperity.
Minister Chang, please.
네, 지금 우리 경제가 굉장히 어렵습니다. 그런데 이걸 해결하기 위해서는 저는 기업가 정신이 가장 중요하다고 봅니다. 그래서 기업가 정신을 정부에서 지금 반기업적 또 부에 대한 반감 이런 게 사회적으로 굉장히 팽배해 있는데 이런 것들을 해결해 주는 게 필요하다고 생각하고요. 이 기업가 정신을 정말 촉진시켜 줄 수 있도록 정부에서 또 정치인들이 법, 제도 이런 것들을 보완을 시켜주고 그 다음에 중요한 것이 사회적 분위기 이런 것도 만들어줄 필요가 있고 그 다음에 지금 우리나라의 큰 문제점 하나가 집중화된 소수 집단의 이익이 완전히 지배를 하는 이런 문제가 있습니다. 그래서 이런 것들을 어떤 저감시켜 줄 수 있는 정부 노력 이게 필요하고요. 또 한 가지는 이해충돌 방지되는 일에 굉장히 중요합니다. 그러니까 정치 지도자를 포함해서 지도자들이 이해충돌 방지되는 그런 좀 청렴하게 된다고 그럴까요? 그런 것들을 좀 해줄 필요가 있고 사실 마지막으로 부탁드리고 싶은 것은 윤석열 정부에서 정말 공무원들의 의식을 한번 바꿔줄 수 있도록 그러니까 자유가 얼마나 중요하고 또 시장의 가치 이런 것들에 대해서 공무원들이 인식을 할 수 있도록 그렇게 분위기를 바꿔주는 게 필요하다고 봅니다.
감사합니다. Anthony, please.
If I may, just 40 seconds. So this is my personal, private observer comments, obviously, but the Article 1 of the South Korean Constitution, it says, the Republic of Korea shall be democratic republic of. But we should make it really going back to the Republic of Korea should be democratic free market republic or free market democracy, basically. So I'm glad that President Yoon, he understands the rule of law, the importance of rule of law as a prosecutor. But in order to achieve his policy agenda, this is only his 6 months presidency. I think we can give him a bit more time, but at the same time, for our younger audience, I think it's time for you to demand limited government, regulatory efficiency, and greater market openness, and the greater rule of law that can be applied to everyone, business people, politicians, me, or everyone, so that we can really achieve greater level of economic freedom by pursuing policies that can be really important to Korea.
Thank you very much. Because this is a very important topic, even though it is already 12 o'clock, I would like to open the floor. Anybody who wants to raise question or comments, they are very shortly, very short. Oh, there is one. So, and then this gentleman, next gentleman will finish.
Thank you. My quick question goes to Professor Barrow. Your brief insight over what is happening in the economy of Japan. Thank you.
And next gentleman, please.
저는 퓰러 박사님께 질문드리겠습니다. 박사님은 서로 다른 아이디어 간의 영원한 배틀에 대해서 얘기하셨습니다. 근데 최근에 한국과 미국에서 서로 다른 아이디어를 가진 사람이나 정당 간에 간격이 더 커지고 배틀도 더 치열해지고 과격해지는 것으로 보입니다. 그래서 이러한 간격을 좁히고 타협점을 찾는 게 매우 어렵거나 거의 불가능해 보이기도 합니다. 이에 대한 플러 박사님의 생각은 어떠신지요? 그리고 그 원인은 무엇이고 그 해법은 무엇이라고 생각하는지요? 감사합니다.
예, 감사합니다. Now, first answer will be given by Professor Barrow and then the Dr. Fuller.
Well, I don't consider myself to be an expert on the economy of Japan, although it's been quite surprising how low the rate of economic growth has been in Japan for roughly 30 years. And certainly it looked at a much earlier time when that Japan would become the dominant world economy, and that did not occur. The kinds of recommendations for promoting long-term economic growth in Japan, I don't think would be so different from what we've already described, for example, for what has worked for South Korea. I think one thing that Japan has to do is to take a more serious role from a national security standpoint than it has going back to the history related to World War II. And I think this is particularly becoming important with respect to problems with its neighbors, North Korea being obvious, but China would be the most important longer-term rival from a political national security standpoint. So I think Japan has to play a much more substantial role in conjunction with the U.S. as its ally in terms of national security investments.
Dr. Fuller, please.
Thank you, Taishin, and thank you very much for that question. The message that I would give to every politician, left, center, right, is, again, look for areas where we can come together, where we can be civil in discussion and where we can agree on specific policies going forward, instead of always finding ways to divide and subtract. Let's add and multiply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Even though we didn't see our president himself, because he gladly accepted our invitation and prepared his speech very thoroughly, but because of recent issues, he couldn't come. But even though he didn't show up, but we had a very vibrant and important and active discussion today. In that sense, I would like to ask you to give big hands to the panelists, Professor Barrow, and then Minister Chang, and then Anthony, please.
So what do I mean when I say that the alliance has transformed itself? If we look at the history of alliances, they've generally taken three forms. The first type of alliance, which is the red circle that you see there, is what you might call a realist alliance. This is when two states come together to deal with an immediate threat to both of them. What defines this alliance is the narrow overlap of common interests in defending against a common enemy. And that is all that keeps this alliance together. Once the threat is gone, once the common enemy, the common adversary is gone, the alliance is gone. And most alliances in the history of international relations fit this definition. They come together to deal with a common threat. Once that common threat is gone, the alliance dissipates. The alliance no longer exists. These are what some scholars have called mutual pacts of convenience. But not all alliances are like this. Some of them continue after the threat. And these alliances survive because they go beyond standing against a threat. And they start to stand for something beyond the common adversary. In other words, realist alliances are valued as simply a blunt tool of aggregating or amassing power. But sometimes allies invest enough in the alliance as an institution such that it provides not just military benefits, but it also provides non-security benefits. And when an alliance does this, it doesn't just stand against a threat, it stands for something. And that something could be economic benefits, it could be political benefits, it could be freedom and democracy, a stable external environment. So that's the second circle that I have there, the values-based alliance. And then the third, the next phase of alliance evolution is when alliances become normative goods. An alliance as an institution takes on a quality as an intrinsic good. In other words, it transcends threats, it even transcends values, economic benefits, and political benefits. The alliance becomes a normative good in and of itself, such that allies will do things for the alliance, not because it's in their self-interest, but because it's good for the alliance, right? The alliance becomes a normative good in and of itself. And that is the third circle. If we move to the next slide, the U.S.-South Korea alliance has evolved along these lines. It started out in 1953 as the quintessential realist alliance. After Japan's surrender at the end of the Pacific War, the United States really had no interest in being in Korea in 1945. The focus was clearly on Western Europe, and to the extent there was a focus on Asia, it was with regard to Japan. In fact, by 1949, the National Security Council of the White House had produced a document that said the United States would pull out of Korea and Taiwan and focus instead on a maritime presence in Japan, Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, and maybe Indonesia. Even when the United States joined with South Korea to defend it against the North Korean invasion in June of 1950, the Americans didn't do it out of a love for Korea. It was largely because they faced a common enemy in China and in Russia and in North Korea. Americans were fighting in a place far away for a people that they knew nothing about. So the character of the U.S.-South Korea alliance in its first 3 decades was very much in this realist vein. It was all about the communist threat and the Cold War. It was predominantly a military alliance focused only on the Korean Peninsula. However, with South Korea's economic growth in the 1970s and 80s, with democratization in the 1980s and 90s, with the U.S.-Korea Free Trade Agreement in the 2000s, the U.S.-South Korea alliance started to stand for things and not just against threats. This is not to say that the North Korean threat dissipated. The North Korean threat, of course, was still there. But the alliance deepened as an institution to include a common agenda on freedom and democracy, on the promotion of values, on the promotion of free trade, on the promotion of foreign direct investment. It became a much deeper and broader institution than simply a military alliance focused on the threat from North Korea. If we fast forward to today, the alliance has expanded beyond the scope of anybody's expectation. The alliance today now stands not just for security, not just for freedom and democracy and values and economic prosperity. It now stands for supply chains, global health, overseas development assistance, artificial intelligence, EV batteries, climate preservation, economic security, quantum computing, semiconductors, the list goes on and on. These are all areas where the US and South Korea can work together as trusted and like-minded partners. I think Edwin Fulner mentioned it this morning. A symbolic moment of this transformation of the US-South Korea alliance into this broad global institution was President Biden's trip here in May of 2022. His visit to Korea here in May of 2022, where the first place that he visited was not a US military base or the DMZ. It was a chip foundry plant, right? It was a Samsung chip foundry plant that was the prototype of the plant that was going to be built in Houston, Texas. Indeed, the joint communique of the Biden-Yun summit focused mostly on these new frontiers in the alliance and only secondarily about North Korea. This is really the future of the alliance. It is a frontiers alliance, opening up new avenues of cooperation between the United States and South Korea across all different areas, not only related to defense and security. This is important because the US-South Korea alliance as an institution is not just good for the United States and South Korea, it's good for the world, because the two countries are providing not just private security benefits to each other, they are providing public goods for the rest of the world, whether you're talking about supply chains, global health, mRNA vaccines, a whole PPE, personal protective equipment, a whole host of things. Next slide, please. This is something we recognize at CSIS, and we're actually starting a new project at CSIS called the Next Generation of the US-Korea Alliance, where we are inviting Korean graduate students who are studying in the United States, not in defense and security, who are studying engineering or computer science or medicine or climate change. We want those people to understand how important they are a part of the new frontiers of the alliance. And so we've created a new project. We really believe that this is important, and so we've created a new project for that purpose. I know this conference is hosted by Heritage Foundation, but I have to say something about CSIS, so please indulge me. Next slide, please. In terms of security issues, I would also say the alliance is increasingly playing a more regional role. This is very important. The external environment or the state of international relations today is very uncertain. There is a war raging in Europe. Vladimir Putin is threatening to use tactical nuclear weapons. China is becoming more assertive in the Taiwan Straits and will have 1,000 nuclear warheads by the end of this decade. China's economic coercion has been going on for more than a decade now. And they've used it against at least 12 countries, including, of course, South Korea in 2016, 2017, over THAAD. In addition, North Korea's nuclear and ballistic missile programs right now look like they are unstoppable. And as Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said, freedom and democracy are under attack. This is a very uncertain and unstable international environment, one that we have not seen this unstable in a long time. The environment of freedom and democracy and free markets from which South Korea has benefited so much is now under threat from Russia, China, North Korea, and others. And the United States needs help from allies like South Korea to bolster and support the liberal international order. So first on Taiwan, it means the alliance has the potential to play a more regional role in supporting the liberal international order. Next slide, please. This will be hard to see from where you're sitting, but I thought it was very significant that the Yun-Biden joint communique language on Taiwan was very similar to the Yun-Kishida, the Japan-US summit meeting 2 days later, and the language on Taiwan. This is a major step forward in terms of recognition that what happens in the Taiwan Straits is important for South Korea and important for the liberal international order. Second, on economic security, South Korea must consider seriously the choices it makes on supply chains. I know Korea has already made some of these choices or some of these decisions on things like electric volt batteries and memory chips. But as recent US actions on export controls show, there may be more decisions down the road for South Korea on biopharmaceuticals, on quantum computing, on artificial intelligence. I know that these are very hard decisions for South Korea to make because they don't want to alienate China or don't want to alienate Russia. But let me just say that the temptation to hedge on these hard decisions with the hope that the current phase of difficult relations with Russia and China are temporary and that things will go back to normal, this is a badly misplaced expectation. There is no going back to normal. This is the new normal. Xi Jinping is now taking on his third term as president of China. Is there any expectation that he will be more accommodating or will be less coercive in his behavior? I don't think so. As Putin continues to prosecute the war in Europe, is there any expectation that Putin will somehow concede or compromise or pull back from the war in Europe? I don't think so. This is the new normal, and we have to accept it, and that we have to work together to fight against it. Some might criticize export controls and friendshoring or reshoring as hypocritical because it is illiberal. In some cases, it may even be contrary to WTO norms. And yes, it may look that way, but we have to remember what the purpose of supply chain security, friendshoring, and reshoring is. It's about doing these things is about trying to maintain and protect the liberal international order, while others are trying to destroy the liberal international order. The United States is not trying to destroy the liberal international order. It is trying to protect it, and it needs support from friends and allies like South Korea. Next slide. The third and last point I wanted to make is on trilateral relations. I give the Yoon administration a lot of credit for trying to improve relations with Japan. During the previous government, the 5 years of the previous government, the relationship between Japan and Korea became very, very bad. And the trilateral relationship among the US, Japan, and South Korea also was very, very bad. About the worst that I think many of us can remember in quite a long time. The efforts that the Yoon administration is making to try to improve relations with Japan is important for helping to stabilize the regional security environment. Good relations between Japan and Korea, good trilateral relations between Japan, the US, and South Korea is really critical to maintaining order and protecting the liberal international order. When the three allies are together, they can manage almost anything. The three allies being together is important for deterring North Korea. The three allies being together is important for deterring Russia. The three allies together is important for deterring China. So these efforts at trying to improve trilateral relations, I know they've been very difficult and perhaps frustrating for the Yoon administration because of a lack of response from Japan. But I can tell you that in Washington, D.C., it's greatly appreciated, and that the end goal of trying to improve bilateral and trilateral relations, again, provides not just private goods for Washington, Seoul, and Tokyo, but public goods for the region and for the world. So to sum up, the transformation of the US-South Korea alliance I believe is one of the most successful cases of alliances in the history of alliances. I think the future is bright for the US-South Korean alliance. Of course, allies will disagree. It's natural for allies to disagree. The latest example of this, of course, is all of the issues and the difficulties surrounding a piece of US domestic legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, and we can certainly talk about that in our panel discussion afterwards. So allies will disagree, that's to be expected. But as long as the alliance is based in common values, as long as it's based in a common agenda of promoting freedom and democracy, and as long as the two allies continue to invest in the alliance as an institution that provides both security and non-security benefits to each other and the world, this is an alliance that will stay for a very, very long time. And I sincerely hope that it does. Thank you very much.
제 패널은 다 이게 미국인들로만 구성이 되어 있어서 제가 영어로 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 서투른 영어로 하더라도 이해를 해주시고, thank you, Professor Victor Cha, for painting a big picture of where we are on alliance, how it has evolved, and where it's heading. So I think you explained, you gave a background of types of alliances throughout history, and how ROK-US alliance has evolved from military alliance to value-based alliance, and now New Frontiers alliance. So I think our audience will have a pretty good picture of what we are talking about, what the alliance is all about. So with that, I must say that I'm very glad to be the moderator of such a distinguished panel. And I know that Dr. Fuller spent almost 1 hour this morning speaking, and he was kind enough to speak again in my panel. And Victor Cha, I heard that he's traveling 30 hours to attend this meeting, and he has to go back this afternoon. He arrived this morning. He's staying only 10 hours in Korea, and I think this is maybe the only important business that you are doing in Korea. What's this? So in terms of stock taking, just as Dr. Victor Cha said, the ROK-US alliance has performed perfectly over the past 69 years. It has successfully deterred North Korean aggression and provided security and stability, which enabled the ROK to grow up as a vibrant democracy and a flourishing market economy. We are now 10th largest economy in the world, so I think we are deeply indebted to this alliance, which made all this possible. Well, today, the Korean Peninsula and our neighborhood, Northeast Asia, are fraught with mounting tensions and uncertainties, and the dangers of escalation into an armed conflict. So going forward, what in your view is the most daunting challenge? North Korea, China? So just a short answer. What would be the most serious challenge that the alliance could face in the future?
Thank you for the question, Ambassador Chun. I'm also honored to be on this panel with you and with Dr. Follner and with Ambassador Stevens, who is online. I have great respect for all the panelists. I served in government with two of them, Ambassador Chun and Ambassador Stevens, when I was at the White House. So it's really an honor to be here. And I've never told Ed this, but every time a new administration comes into office in Washington, D.C., the Democrat or Republican, eventually somebody from that transition team always calls me and asks me who I think should be the ambassador to Korea. And I always say Ed Follner. Every time, Democrat or Republican administration, I always say Ed Follner. Because he truly is a dear, dear friend of Korea. It's a difficult question to answer, not for lack of an answer, but because I think there are so many answers right now. The immediate threat, of course, for this country is North Korea, and in particular the very high tempo of exercising that they have been doing over the past year. That is the immediate threat. But the longer term and more fundamental, I think, strategic challenge for Korea going forward is China. Because that poses a different type of challenge and concern for Korea, but one that's becoming increasingly more well-defined than it has been in the past because of the actions of the Chinese leadership.
So for the time being, in the immediate future, North Korea will remain the black hole of the alliance. So what's your view, Dr. Fuller?
Fundamentally, as a long time, but rather an amateur viewer of Korea challenges, but fundamentally I agree with Victor, but I want to throw a question to him and to you, Ambassador Chand. With the outrageous conduct of the DPRK in terms of violating so many UN resolutions and just misbehaving generally, isn't it time for the Republic of Korea to start re-examining the whole question of nuclear weapons? Well, a mutual friend of ours, Chung Mung-jun, as you know, has written about this. He's advocated it. At the very least, shouldn't we be moving toward something like what happens in NATO, where there's more integration in terms of direct contact, that maybe things happen that I'm not aware of because it's classified information, but it just seems to me that things have to be kind of in parallel between South and North Korea, and right now they're really not. And I throw that out particularly to you, Victor, as someone who's been inside government and who has had to deal with these questions. And basically, from my perspective, Korea's been fighting kind of with one arm tied behind their back for the last 35 years while they obey the rules and North Korea doesn't. And I'm not saying disobey rules now, but I'm saying, hey, you guys in Pyongyang, if you're going to be misbehaving like this, there might be certain other things that'll come back on the table here too.
Well, we'll come back to this question of nuclear thing later on, and before we proceed further, let me give the floor to Ambassador Kathy Stevens. Ambassador Stevens, are you there? I cannot see you.
I am. Can you see me here? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see you. So actually, Ambassador Stevens and Victor Cha, we were all colleagues in our futile effort to denuclearize North Korea. When I was head of a ROK delegation to the Sixth Party talks, we had to work very closely together. When Kathy Stevens was Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Asia Pacific, and Victor Cha was in the White House in the NSC. So we are all collectively responsible for failure to denuclearize North Korea. But what comforts me is that there is no one who succeeded. So, yeah, I give you the floor.
Well, thank you, Ambassador John, and it is an honor for me to join all of you today. It's almost midnight here, so forgive me if I am less than coherent. It's way past my bedtime, but I could not refuse the opportunity to join such a distinguished group and with the FKI in this panel. I mean, I would like to get to the question that was posed about South Korea's defense and the issue of nuclear weapons. But before that, Ambassador Chun, you asked what the most daunting challenges are facing this alliance. And I have to say, I really commend Victor on his presentation of the extraordinary nature of this alliance, which I very much agree with. You know, and it is about values, it is about interests, it is about the future. And I agree also with Victor when he says, you know, the challenges are North Korea and China. So I would just add to that these challenges really come from, and you know, Ambassador John, you talked about our failures, and yes, we've had many diplomatic failures. These are just products of success, and we should remember this too. I first went to Korea in 1975, and you know, in Korea in the 1970s, there was still a battle for what represented the real Korea. There was a battle for legitimacy between South and North Korea. You know, it's ancient history now. South Korea won that battle for legitimacy, and you know what it means to be a Korean in the 21st century is to be a South Korean. I served in China in the 1980s, right after the U.S. and China normalized relations in Guangzhou for 2 years. And, you know, I saw China's economic rise, its move from totalitarianism to authoritarianism in the 1980s. It was good for China. It was good for millions of people being brought out of poverty. It was good for the U.S. and for the world. And now we are confronting with, I think, you know, some of the consequences of those successes and of changes and also failures of diplomacy, but failures of leadership in those countries, and we must confront those. But I do think those are the most daunting challenges. Is still the much greater challenge of North Korea's nuclear program, which I see as a product of North Korea's failure, not of its success, and of China's, to put it in the words of a friend of mine who's just published an article called Overreach, of China's overreach in its rise. Those are two huge challenges for the alliance. And I would add one more to this conversation as we begin it, and that is in both the Republic of Korea and the United States, and I say this on election day here in the United States, as we have an alliance of shared values and shared challenges, I think both of us are mindful of a need to renew and adapt our own democratic institutions, our own commitment to freedoms for all, and our own societies. And that is what is going to bring forward this extraordinary alliance, which Victor spoke about so eloquently, to address the challenges we face now.
I'm very glad that all of you put North Korea before China in terms of the most daunting challenge that the alliance faces. The alliance, ROK-US alliance, is basically bound by the commonality of threat perceptions and security interests. So basically, I think the military alliance is the basis of all other things. And this is supplemented by shared values such as democracy and market economy. However, ROK and US have different priorities. So I think in this panel we have a consensus. We have no difference that North Korea is the most dangerous threat to us. But when it comes to the respective governments of the ROK and US. For the US, China stands out as the most serious, quoting Secretary Blinken's speech last June, the most serious long-term challenge to the international order, or America's most consequential geopolitical challenge, to quote from the latest US national security strategy released last month. In the ROK, negative view of China has reached 80% in the 2022 Pew Research survey. It's just only 2% behind the US. Nevertheless, from the ROK standpoint, a nuclear-armed North Korea still presents by far the most serious and immediate existential threat, overriding all other regional and global concerns. So I think in our panel, we don't have any disagreement on that point. And to the extent that the US is consumed in an all-out competition, strategic competition with China, it's likely to be distracted from its concentration and determination on North Korea. And on its part, China is more interested in embracing North Korea as a strategic asset to play against the US-led what they perceive as anti-Chinese coalition, rather than cooperating with the US for denuclearization. As such, the US priority of countering and containing China's aggressive expansionism could inflict a collateral damage to the ROK's highest national security goal of denuclearization. And that's what concerns many Koreans. How will such conflict of respective priorities affect the future of the alliance? Is it unrealistic to expect the US to ease its preoccupation with China and refocus on North Korea as the most serious regional challenge?
So that's a well-stated question, and I will offer an answer. But before I do that, I want to just say a couple of things. The first is when Ambassador Chun is asking the questions, but he could answer them better than he could answer his own questions better than we can. When we were doing the six-party talks. I had been working on the six-party talks before Ambassador Chun joined as the head of delegation, but during the time he was there, he really was an extremely skillful diplomat. And in diplomacy with North Korea, there are two things that are important. One is persistence, and the other is creativity, because
concentration.
And concentration, persistence, concentration. But creativity also, because the Chinese, the Russians would never come up, or the North Koreans would never come up with ideas about overcoming diplomatic roadblocks. But Ambassador Chun did. He was a very creative diplomat. And Kathy, I just want to say that when I wrote this talk, this brief talk about the alliance reaching new frontiers, I was reminded of the speeches that Kathy gave when she was ambassador in Seoul, because she often would talk about the new areas in which the alliance is working, in addition to defense and security. So in that sense, the speech heavily footnotes Ambassador Stevens. On your question, I do think there, in many ways, the priorities are almost mirror images of each other right now. If you look at the United States, in the last month, the United States has released the National Security Strategy, the National Defense Strategy, the nuclear posture review, and the missile defense review. Those are the 4 national security documents of the Biden administration. And if you look at those documents, they define Russia and the war in Ukraine as the immediate threat. They define China as the long-term security challenge or the pacing threat for the United States. And they define North Korea as the persistent threat. So there are 2 things that I don't like about that. The first is the notion that it's the 3rd priority when it's clearly the most dangerous right now. And the second is the notion that it's a persistent threat. Persistent suggests that it's a threat that hasn't changed, it's at the same level. But as we all know, the threat from North Korea is not at the same level. It has grown. It has increased exponentially, not just to the ROK, but also to the US homeland with long-range ballistic missiles. So that ordering, I would argue, is the reverse of what it is in Korea today. The primary threat is North Korea. And then after that, it's China. And then maybe after that, it's Russia. So these are mirror images of each other right now. That's where the alliance, this is where alliance coordination becomes very important, right? Where we have to try to realign the priorities. Unfortunately, what may trigger this realigning of priorities will be a North Korean nuclear test, I'm sorry to say. But that may trigger certainly a realigning of US priorities. As I said, there's been these 4 documents, the National Security Strategy, the National Defense Strategy, the Nuclear Posture Review, and the Missile Defense Review. There's been a major policy review on China, of which the unclassified version is a speech that Anthony Blinken gave on China. But if you think about it, there has not been a speech or a policy document on North Korea. There's been a policy review at the beginning of the administration, but we have not seen a speech and we have not seen a policy document. All we see are talking points on North Korea. Meet them anytime, any place, anywhere. Pragmatic and incremental approach. So I think there needs to be some realigning of the priorities, and South Korea and Japan play a big role in that. If Tokyo and Seoul are saying to Washington, you need to focus on the North Korea threat more, that will have an impact. Unfortunately, now in Japan, even as the North Korean threat is ramping up, and it's an existential threat, not just to Korea, it's an existential threat to Japan as well. Japanese security specialists are not focused on North Korea either. They're focused on Taiwan, entirely focused on Taiwan right now, the Taiwan Straits crisis. So, as I said in my earlier remark, the regional security environment right now is very unsettled. I feel it's very, very unsettled, not just because of what's happening with Russia, China, and North Korea, but US, South Korea, and Japanese security priorities are not aligned right now. They're in very different places. And so this leaves a very uncertain environment.
It's so bad that we need the North Korea's 7th nuclear testing to force reordering of US priorities. That's sad. And sometimes it looks like that North Korea is forgotten by the Biden administration. While we emphasize the importance of alliance, we cannot see much more than just a mere lip service to the virtues of denuclearization. Whenever there is a joint statement by the defense ministers or the leaders, they are not reluctant. They are very effusive in giving lip service to denuclearization. But I don't see any real concentration, focus. So from your answer, I can assume that you have no real solution to this problem. And I would like to ask Ambassador Stevens if she has any solution to that.
No, I don't.
You don't?
But well, I have a question, and I don't disagree with your description, Ambassador Chan and Victor, Professor Cha, of the prioritization. But I guess I would just ask a question back of, what would it look like if for North Korea to be given greater priority by the U.S.? What would we be doing differently? What are we going to do about it? And sitting here in Washington, and I know, Victor, you live in Washington too, I think there is a bit of a sense, and it may be wrong, that, okay, we've kind of seen this before. And so, again, I've got more questions, which is, would another nuclear test actually make a difference at this point? And now I'm asking a lot of questions. And how do you really sort of separate this entirely from the issue of U.S.-China relations, or indeed, China's stance on these things? The six-party talks we were all a part of was a time when the strategy was, let's get China involved. It has to be a stakeholder in this. So I've got more questions than answers, but this is my chance to ask these questions to you.
Well, I'm here as a moderator. I have no time to answer all your questions, but as we go along, I hope we can find answers, or at least partial answers. I know that all these issues, North Korea is not separable from the broader regional geopolitical landscape, but we must also realize that China has only limited influence on North Korea. Koreans, I think most of North Korean experts, I think one mistake, I would describe it as mistake or misjudgment, is that they are inclined to overplay, to exaggerate China's influence with North Korea. But North Korea has never changed its behavior because of, in my memory, I don't remember any instance when North Korea changed policy or behavior because of China's pressure. Sometimes they just went ahead with launching long-range missile before the Chinese special delegation, which came to Pyongyang to dissuade North Korea, left Pyongyang. So, lately they are patching up with China, and I think they bought an ironclad insurance policy with Russia by being one of the, I think, 5 UN member states which supported, which voted against General Assembly resolution condemning Russian invasion and demanding Russia's withdrawal from Ukraine. North Korea went out of its way to be the most conspicuous state to vote with Russia. Other countries are, for instance, Belarus, which is virtually part of Russia, Syria, which is virtually occupied by Russian troops. The Bashar Assad regime is sustained by Russian troops there, military presence. Eritrea, nobody can find Eritrea on the map. So North Korea is the only country which is not directly governed or in alliance with Russia, which voted with Russia. So I think by this they bought an insurance policy which would guarantee that Russia would veto any Security Council resolution that would punish North Korea, whatever they do, whether they, launch an ICBM toward U.S. or 7th or 8th nuclear test. So they have now insurance policy. They don't have to worry about any additional sanctions in Security Council. In that regard, I think the international environment is not conducive to denuclearization. And as I said, China is also more interested in embracing North Korea rather than cooperating with other countries, other stakeholders in denuclearizing. This is a very disturbing situation. And my next question is about this nuclear issue that Dr. Fuller tried to mention. There is a growing skepticism about U.S. extended deterrence. And the nuclear narrative in this country is spinning out of control. And, North Korea promulgated on September 8th last a new law on the state policy on nuclear forces, which in effect provides for the preemptive use of nuclear weapons. Whenever Kim Jong-un deems necessary, they spell out 5 conditions, but what that means is that he can use nuclear weapons preemptively whenever he deems necessary. That's what it means. I think this makes any difference. They already had the nuclear doctrine, and something new is that they transform their existing nuclear doctrine into law, and I think that's one of the good things, rare good things that Kim Jong-un has done, because it just eliminated any controversy in this country about whether North Korean nuclear weapons are, aimed at the U.S. and we don't have anything to do with North Korean nuclear weapons. So I think he was kind enough. I think he did a great service in unifying the ROK on what North Korean nuclear threat actually represents, what it means for the ROK's national security. So I don't want to compliment him for that, but I think that's one honest thing that he rarely does, and he did. And actually acting on that law from September 25th to October 9th, Kim Jong-un himself guided a 15-day operational drill of tactical nuclear units. That's what they officially said, involving various types of nuclear-capable missiles. And as you know, North Korea also reacted wildly to the latest ROK-US joint military exercises, especially the Vigilant Storm, the Air Force joint military exercises. All these disturbing developments and North Korea's heightened belligerence add to the anxiety and skepticism about the credibility of the U.S. extended deterrence. Of course, in the 2022 nuclear posture review that Victor Cha just mentioned, U.S. warned to the effect that, I quote, any nuclear attack by North Korea against the U.S. or its allies and partners will result in the end of that regime. I don't think this is also anything new. This is just a formulation of existing U.S. policy, and I think a statement of fact rather than a policy. But and we know that this stern warning was reiterated by the joint statement of the defense ministers last week in Washington. Such U.S. Assurances, however, have not been enough to contain the loose talks in this country about need for redeployment of U.S. tactical nukes or the NATO-style nuclear co-sharing, and even there is a call for ROK's own nuclear armament. Some polls show that almost 2/3 of the South Koreans support the ROK's own nuclear armament. Of course, U.S. government seems feasibly uncomfortable with this new inclination in the ROK public opinion toward a nuclear option. My question is, what can be done? What can be done about this? How can we resolve the credibility deficit of the extended nuclear deterrence? I think all these loose talks originate from the credibility deficit. If we have a firm belief, if all Koreans have a firm belief in the extended U.S. deterrence, then they will all agree, like Japanese, we don't need any nuclear weapons. U.S. nuclear weapons are ours, the same as ours. So why do we have to, invest in assets that U.S. already has in abundance? We have to invest in military assets that U.S. doesn't produce and which are necessary to deny North Korea's use of nuclear weapons. That would be the sensible direction of the argument. But somehow, I don't know how we can fix this growing flirtation with the nuclear option in this country. I think Dr. Fuller had something to say earlier, so I give you the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador. You've just said it well. The challenge, it seems to me, at this stage is two fronts. Number one, we have to convince Pyongyang that we're very serious. And as you said, a statement of fact may not be enough. There ought to really be more than that. But the underwriting question is, to me, as a longtime strong supporter of the extraordinary bilateral relationship that Victor talked about, if the people of the Republic of Korea are not convinced that we're serious about defending them, that's a real problem. And so that's why I threw out this notion of, does that mean the kinds of things you were just talking about in terms of NATO code sharing, in terms of perhaps even redeployment again of U.S. nuclear capabilities here on the southern half of the peninsula, whatever else might be there in order to avoid the notion. And I remember when the three of you were all involved in the six-party talks, I would argue very strenuously that we had to keep Tokyo, Washington, and Seoul that close together, because if we didn't, and if we weren't successful in the six-party talks, all of a sudden you'd have somebody in Seoul or in Tokyo or in Taipei saying, man, if the six-party talks aren't working, we better start developing our own nuclear capabilities. And, that's, what is that, 20 years ago? So what right now, and what's wrong with upping where we are, not necessarily in response to the ROK, but in answer to the people of the ROK, not necessarily in response to what the DPRK is doing, but rather in terms of reaffirming to the people of the ROK that we're really serious.
I think, Chai, you have a...
So these are great, excellent questions, and both Ambassador Chun and Dr. Fulner have framed the dilemmas up very, very clearly. So there are a couple of things. The first, let me start with some observations, these observations are important because I think they also tell us about how a public perception of these issues can be inconsistent, right? So, for example, yes, there is a lot of concern and hand-wringing here about the credibility of U.S. extended nuclear deterrence with regard to North Korea. At the same time, though, I don't really sense a lot of public concern about the credibility of U.S. extended deterrence commitments to Taiwan, right? And if you think about it, it's the same issue. It's exactly the same issue, but for whatever reason, the public thinks the United States will be there for Taiwan, but it won't be there for South Korea, right? So that's a kind of an inconsistency. The second is that depending on who you ask, some people see the U.S. effort in Ukraine as showing that the United States security commitment, in this case to a country that's not a military ally, still showing a security commitment, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to support the defense of Ukraine as a sign of U.S. commitment, security commitment. But other people look at that same U.S. involvement in Ukraine and it makes them more concerned about the U.S. security commitment because the United States is sending munitions, it's sending defense assistance, but it's not sending troops, right? And they say, oh, the U.S. is deterred from sending troops because of Putin's nuclear threats. So my point here is that there's the public perception on this can be very inconsistent. Right? Having said that, as a policymaker, it's a reality. You have to deal with this. And so here I would say that I think that the public perception is one thing, the government perception is another. Now, I could be wrong, but my sense, in terms of South Korean government perspective, is that they believe in the U.S. security commitment. They think that the U.S. security commitment's there, and that the United States will defend South Korea should anything happen. The ground troops that the United States, the 27,500 troops here, is about the strongest signal of commitment that the United States can send. Because if there were ever something that happened on the peninsula, those soldiers would be involved, and that would automatically bring the U.S. into the fight. But I do understand that managing the public expectations is a big challenge. General Jung and I were talking at lunch about when we talk about extended deterrence, there are two elements of it. There's the capabilities and then there's the assurances. I don't think there's any doubt about the capabilities. The capabilities are there. We're exercising those capabilities now vigilantly in Vigilant Storm and these other exercises across the board, strategic exercises, missile defense exercises, all sorts of exercises that are taking place now. So the capabilities are there. It's really what can be done on the political reassurance side. And I think, to their credit, the Biden administration and the Yoon administration are very focused on this. They know that it's a top priority in terms of all of their bilateral meetings, from the defense meetings to the presidential level meetings. I think we're seeing some of it in terms of high-level South Korean officials now being invited to view more of U.S. nuclear deterrence capabilities. The vice defense minister, when he was last in Washington, did a visit to U.S. strategic bombers. So I think that that's one element of it, sort of allowing South Korean high-level officials to get a better sense of how of these capabilities, to see, touch, to feel these capabilities. But I think it needs to go beyond that. I mean, there has to be more. Dr. Fuller talked about more NATO-type nuclear planning. That both Japan and South Korea probably need to be read into more of the planning that goes behind the way the United States thinks about nuclear use in the region on the Korean Peninsula. I think there should probably be more work together on early warning capabilities. This is largely within the U.S. military domain, early warning capabilities, but allowing South Korea and Japan to be better read into early warning capabilities. On missile defense, There should be, I think, more cooperation. The Yoon administration, when they were in the transition period, talked about buying a Korean-owned THAAD battery to Korea to protect Seoul. That is something that I think should be considered as well. So I think, so to sum up, I think in answer to your question, the focus really is not on the capability side, it's on the assurances side. The two governments recognize this, so they're actively trying to think of ways to do this. There are some things that have been done, but there's more that could be done in terms of NATO-type joint nuclear planning, early warning, and with regard to, and the regular rotation of strategic assets to in and around the Korean Peninsula. I think somebody from the administration basically in the press said something to the effect of, well, there may not be tactical nuclear weapons coming back to the Korean Peninsula, but there will be such a regular rotation of assets, strategic assets to Korea, in and around Korea, that it's effectively the same thing. Right?
I see no problem with the U.S. capability to deter North Korea, but I think if you ask my views, the fundamental problem with North Korea's nuclear armament is that a moment could come sometime in the future when deterrence could fail, regardless of U.S. capability to deter. Not because of the lack of U.S. capability, but because of North Korea's domestic political reasons. When it's driven to the edge of, regime collapse, a moment could come that Kim Jong-un could determine that use of nuclear weapons would be better to reduce the probability of his losing power and even postponing, putting off 1 or 2 days, the day of, the moment of collapse. So when that moment comes, whatever capability U.S. may possess could fail. That's, I think, the most dangerous moment of truth that we have to be prepared for. So I think the whole nuclear narrative about deterrence, we are all focused on deterrence, but as a former national security advisor, if I'm asked, I would say that we have to focus on denial. We cannot afford any preemptive use of nuclear weapons by Kim Jong-un. So we should focus on denial capabilities. We shouldn't allow any single tactical nuclear weapon to drop on our territory. That should be our fundamental policy. And if we rely only on deterrence, what that means is when the deterrence fails, we could lose, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of human lives. So if you look at what could minimize the loss of human lives, any responsible government will have to focus on denial, on denying North Korea's use of any nuclear weapon. That should be, I think, our policy. But we are all preoccupied with the deterrence now.
Yeah.
And so that's, I think, what misleads our the narrative. But
it's kind of a dilemma, right? Because the focus right now, as you said, the focus right now is on bolstering deterrence, credibility of deterrence. If you're successful in terms of doing that, the dilemma is that then also when you're successful in terms of doing that, you feel like you've created a credible deterrent. It can easily then cause you to put the problem on the back shelf. In other words, we've got them deterred, let's just put it on the back shelf. And then this starts sliding into questions of, well, let's just accept them as a nuclear weapon state and just deter them. Right, but I agree with you. I don't think that that's the answer. I mean, up until recently, we thought that there would be no leader who would threaten the use of nuclear weapons against a non-nuclear state, and we're seeing it happen today. So the notion that we can credibly deter North Korea today doesn't mean we can credibly deter them tomorrow. And I think denial strategy and the denial capabilities, that's certainly been a part of the South Korean position with kill chain and decapitation strikes. And I think, embedded in the U.S. missile defense strategy also is this notion that it's not just about catching missiles, but it's also about using the full range of capabilities, both to stop them, whether it's preemptive strikes or whether it's stuff that you do in cyber, right, to try to stop their launch capability. So I entirely agree with that. I think that's right.
Well, another related question. I'll give you.
May I throw in one footnote, and I'd love to hear from Ambassador Stevens about this. Victor, the one point that I would take some exception to was when you said how the two governments have talked to the people about assurance. My days go back in these battles to when public diplomacy really mattered, when what private people were saying mattered. And that's why I was so happy to hear what you are doing now at CSIS in terms of bringing in Korean students who are not national defense or strategic students to hear about these kinds of things. And that's why I commend, frankly, our host here today for sponsoring this kind of a discussion so that the audience here, not all of whom I suspect are experts on these questions, at least know both the seriousness of our commitment and our assurance to the people of South Korea, and our hope that that message can get out more effectively, whether it's through governmental or non-governmental channels.
Well, one related question is, if the ROK decides to go nuclear, do you think it could destroy the alliance itself? Is it such a, well, okay, well, so one elaboration is that if nuclear-armed France and United Kingdom reinforce NATO's deterrence against Russia, don't you think that the same logic can be applied to nuclear armament of the US Asian allies, ROK and Japan, in enhancing the collective allied deterrence against China and North Korea and Russia? What do you think? So, Ambassador Stevens, I'll give you the floor first.
Okay. Well, maybe I will wind back to comment on what the very interesting discussion so far, and it does strike me that one of the big changes in the landscape in overall and particularly in South Korea over the last decade, and I served in Korea now a decade ago as ambassador, is a decade ago, sorry, when I was there, I mean, we had the sinking of the Cheonan, the attack on Yeongpyeong Island, so certainly North Korean aggression, but there was a South Korean public perception, I heard it very often, that the North Koreans would never use nuclear weapons against South Korea because that was meant to deter the United States, and then besides, South Koreans were Koreans, they would never use them. I take from not just the comments tonight, but from what I've kind of perceived understandably over the last some months, that attitude has rightly changed in South Korea. There's a sense that no, North Korea would do this. They said they would do it. And that makes a difference. And then we go to the second point, and we talk about deterrence and extended deterrence, and you can get to this kind of very kind of expert discussion. But I think, as I think you've already pointed out, in some ways, the discussion about how do you sort of strengthen deterrence and in the more technical way also goes to how do you demonstrate commitment. And we are in an environment where, for a variety of reasons, having to do with changes in American attitudes and administrations and so on, there is doubt in the South Korean body politic, public opinion, as well as elite opinion, about U.S. commitment This is not the first time there's been doubt. I mean, Ambassador Jun, you kindly said, I think that the alliance has perfectly performed. I mean, yes, it's performed well, but there have been recurring doubts about U.S. commitment, as well as entrapment, and concerns about entrapment on the part of the South Korean public and body politic over the years. And I think we're in a period where there's still doubt about what would really happen in the event of a threat to the Republic of Korea and aggression by North Korea. So what do we do about that? I think that it is completely understandable that there is a renewed discussion of what more might be done, including the redeployment of nuclear weapons or tactical nuclear weapons to the Korean Peninsula. And I think it is. I would just add, I think it's important to remember that it was quite a moment in the 1990s when the George H.W. Bush administration announced that it was going to withdraw all nuclear assets from the Korean Peninsula, which was not done at that time. Neither confirmed nor denied was general U.S. policy, but in an effort to catalyze some negotiations and diplomacy with North Korea. But it was an effort to show that we were serious about having a nuclear-free Korean Peninsula. But it's understandable that these many years later, with all this change and with the failures, as you've put it, of our diplomacy, of whether it makes sense to redeploy. And I mean, my sense is that is primarily a military decision, but it clearly has very important political and diplomatic implications. But it's something as an alliance we should discuss. And as we should discuss all efforts we can do to reinforce deterrence and defense against the changing threat. So that's what I think can be done about it. But I think it's going to take some steadiness and some continued engagement. And forgive me if I haven't answered your final question, but that was my comment on what I've heard so far.
Yeah, well, in your time in Korea, I think you already been hearing about these calls for our own nuclear armament, redeployment of U.S. tactical nuclear. This is not a new issue. This is nothing new. We have been, this kind of issue has come and gone periodically. So whenever North Korea tests a nuclear weapon, then we see a resurgence of this kind of debate, and it subsides afterwards. I think what is different this time is that we don't have, as I said, we don't have a controversy about what North Korean tactical nukes are for. And in the 8th Party Congress in January last year, Kim Jong-un himself said that he will develop tactical nuclear weapons. So tactical nuclear weapons are only useful in attacking ROK and Japan. So I think that ended much of the futile debate about North Korea's intentions, etc. Another thing is that in the aftermath of Cheonan, North Korea's attack on our Navy ship Cheonan and shelling of Yeonpyeong-do, there was heightened, tension and there was uneasiness, anxiety, like now. But at that time, if you take a public polls, the support for nuclear armament would exceed 50%, sometimes reach 70%. So as Dr. Cha described, this would be, in terms of number, that would be, 2/3 or more than 60%. But this is basically a mile-wide, inch-deep support for nuclear armament. So it was not taken very seriously. And the government, for the government, conservative, even the conservative government, was very clear that we do not support. We have no intention to go nuclear. But this time, I think a subtle difference that I could detect is that the presidential office, when this whole debate broke out, the presidential office itself, even the president himself in answering questions in the doorstep, Q&A session, he himself wasn't very clear about that. Left some ambiguous tone, about what to do. I think that fueled some kind of speculation on, or it just heated up the debate about nuclear armament. But
can I address your earlier, because in your earlier question, I think you said that the British got nuclear weapons, the French got nuclear weapons. It made the NATO nuclear deterrent against the Soviet Union stronger. Wouldn't that be the case for South Korea? So to take that question on, I would answer that question with another question, which is, that would not just be, if that were the template for nuclearizing of South Korea, then we would not be talking just about tactical nuclear weapons. We would be talking about South Korean medium-range ballistic missiles, that could target deep into China, right? And so that's a much bigger step, I think, when we talk about this idea of South Korea going nuclear, that's a much bigger step. I mean, frankly, I think, if South Korea and Japan were to make an argument that we need to go nuclear to help you, the United States, with the fact that China will have 1,000 nuclear warheads by 2030, and we want to help you deter that by having capabilities to strike deep into China, that's a different conversation. That's a completely different conversation than the idea of just bringing token tactical nuclear weapons back to the peninsula. So, but I don't think anybody's ready to have that conversation, even among those in South Korea who support the return of nuclear weapons to the Korean peninsula, or Korea going nuclear itself. I mean,
what about a wild idea? What about a conditional nuclear armament, whereby the ROK, US, and even Japan would collectively set a deadline for the completion of North Korea's denuclearization. And ROK and Japan would go nuclear in the event that North Korea fails to complete denuclearization by this predetermined deadline. So will it give impetus? Will it give impetus to China to twist North Korean arms, to an unbearable point, and can have a different situation on the, to bear on North Korea? What's your view? It's just wild imagination. I'm not. I'm not proposing this kind of.
See, I told you he's very creative. He's Ambassador Chun's very creative policy maker. I mean, I think if the idea is to try to twist China's arm, I think a much better way of doing that actually benefits South Korea is to talk more about enhancing missile defense on the Korean Peninsula. I mean, the UN government talked at one point about speeding up the deployment of the Iron Dome missile system, talked about not bringing a US THAAD battery, but purchasing a South Korean THAAD battery to cover Seoul. I think these things, especially given the fact that North Korea, as you said, is talking now about tactical nuclear weapons use and capabilities, nuclear ballistic missile strike capabilities on South Korea, enhancing missile defense, I think, becomes paramount. And that is something that would twist China's arm, as we know. They don't like that. I mean, I should also say that while I think there clearly are equities with regard to China if you think about that. The Yun government, I give them credit for being willing to say that they are going to take a different policy on China. That is not an easy thing for a South Korean president to say. Now, the policy and strategy clearly hasn't been formulated yet, but even saying that they are more cautious and skeptical of China, that's a pretty gutsy thing to say for South Korean leadership. So you have to give them credit for that. And some of the decisions that have been taken on economic security and supply chains sort of reflect that. And I think that's important. South Korean national security decisions should be something that belongs to South Korea and that shouldn't be determined by China. And I think the Yun government recognizes that, and they deserve credit for recognizing that.
Dr. Fuller, yeah.
One of the functions, as I understood it, of this conference was to make specific recommendations. And I think, Victor, maybe you've just made several of them in terms of a reaffirmation of missile defense systems by this administration. Let me throw another kind of wild idea out there that this administration might think about. Many of us know about the roles of the Korea Foundation over the years in terms of supporting private institutions around the world. My own organization does not take any money from Korea Foundation because, as a matter of principle, we won't take government money. But many others do. And one of the things that the United States did under the Reagan administration, and Ban Ki-moon was talking about Reagan administration, et cetera, was we established a National Endowment for Democracy to promote democracy, not within the United States, but in fact around the world. And Ned then had 4 subsidiaries, one with each of the major political parties, one with the AFL-CIO representing the trade unions, one with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce to represent the business community. And I was struck that just last month, our own NED had a conference of democracies in Asia, in North Asia. Was it in Seoul? No, it was in Taipei. Why wasn't that in Seoul? Why doesn't the Republic of Korea have such an institution that would encourage that sort of thing, that would also then be able to promote both to its own people the merits of the free society and the merits of democracy, et cetera, as well as promoting it around the world? Victor, you and I had a little discussion about this. What do you?
Yeah, so I think that, yes, Ed and I had a little discussion about this. I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, there are a number of things that are distinct about the Yun administration's foreign policy, but one of them has been this focus on freedom and democracy and the defending of that around the world. And there are various ways that can be done, but one of them is to do what the United States did, which was to create a foundation for the support of freedom and democracy. I think somebody had mentioned earlier that President Yun used the word freedom 35 times in his UN speech. I mean, both Ed and I think it would be a huge and important step for Korea to make about supporting freedom and democracy, and it would be an important legacy of the Yun administration to create such a foundation, similar to the National Endowment for Democracy in the United States. Ed was involved with that for many, many years, and at the origins of it during the Reagan administration. I currently sit on the board of the National Endowment for Democracy, and I too was surprised that the meeting in Asia didn't take place in Seoul, that it took place in Taipei. And so this is something that I think is a very important thing for the Yun administration to consider, given the president's commitment to this issue.
Yeah, we have still a lot of territory to cover. We're running out of time, so I'll be more dictatorial in the management of the time. Now, going back to the alliance, President Trump, he is known to have anti-alliance, or at least negative view about alliance. He, sounded as if allies are parasites sucking American taxpayers' blood. I don't think he said that, but if I paraphrase what he said, that's what I remember. And he often resorted to the threats to withdraw U.S. troops unless the host countries pay the full cost of U.S. troops. Is the ROK-U.S. alliance resilient enough to survive election or re-election of another Trump? Sorry to raise more questions than resolve, but I think these are questions that we have in mind. So I'll be.
I go back to the days when my dear late friend Don Rumsfeld was Secretary of Defense, and he was over here, and one of the, I've forgotten which Korean government was protesting against some of the actions of U.S. troops here in South Korea, and he said, Mr. President, if in fact you want us to leave, the door will always be open. So it isn't just Donald Trump who did this. I mean, this goes back a long way. And I said in my opening remarks today, there have been ups and downs in terms of the bilateral relationship. And some of those Trump charges were perhaps a little wild, but at the same time, right now, the United States of America has given more military aid by a factor of 5 to Ukraine than all of Western Europe has. Well, darn it, the war in Ukraine is much closer to all of Europe than it is to the United States. Hey, they ought to be ponying up more money. And I thank the Republic of Korea for all the assistance that you've given to the free people of Ukraine, not in terms of military, but in terms of civilian assistance of different forms. Thank you.
So maybe Ambassador Stevens, do you have anything to say about this?
Yeah, kind of. I'm going to jump back here. I know you're trying to
a nightmare, a possible nightmare in the future.
Well, okay, all right. These are kind of related. I have I think maybe 3 observations. I was going to say you have 3. The first goes back to, Dr. Fulner, mentioning the establishment of the National Endowment for Democracy during the Reagan administration. It allows me to mention, during 6 years of the 1980s, I was a political officer in Seoul during a very turbulent political period. And I always remember hosting a professor from Georgetown. It wasn't Victor Cha, it was a professor named Madeleine Albright, who came as part of something called the National Democratic Institute to look at the human rights and political situation in Korea. And there was a very bipartisan approach to looking at that. So anyway, I just wanted to say that because you reminded me of that, of going back to a kind of a bipartisan approach to support for human rights and democracy in Korea. And I hope that made a contribution to Korea's democratization. But with respect to, where we are, so this is another story from my diplomatic career. I was the UK desk officer for a while during the early days of the Clinton administration and at that time the special relationship between the US and the UK was under threat for reasons that we don't have to go into now, but the word special relationship was sort of banned, literally banned. But it was very institutionalized, and I want to say that why I mention that is because I think that the US-South Korea alliance now is not only very deeply rooted and institutionalized, if you like, but also it enjoys very broad public support in the United States as well as in the Republic of Korea, broader than ever. So I think that gives it a resilience that it has not had before in previous times of challenge when political changes in one country or the other to kind of weather through it. But that said, this is somewhat contradictory, I acknowledge. I do worry. And this gets into our own domestic politics in the United States and where we're headed. And I do think that leadership matters. And I think the results of elections matter. Democracy matters. And I think that I understand why people in Korea are worried about it. I'm worried about it. But I do think that we have some resilience in this relationship, and that it will survive this. You know, if I can say, if sitting here, if America can kind of get its act together, I think we'll get through this.
That's very encouraging to hear. So even if another Trump or Trump himself, return, we don't have to worry about the possibility that he could destroy the institutions that sustain the alliance in 4 years.
I didn't say that.
No. I'm sorry if I misinterpreted your. But the institutions are resilient enough to weather, some erratic president or anti-alliance president staying in office for 4 years. So I hope. So
the only thing.
Am I wrong?
I mean, so the way I would respond to that is I'd say that whoever the next president is in 2024, whether it's Donald Trump or somebody else, the main security challenge for the United States long-term challenge will be the same, and that is China. And that is a broad spectrum challenge. It's not just military, it's across all sectors, all issue areas. The United States cannot do that by itself, right? It needs allies. And so in that sense, I think whether it's Trump or anybody else, that president is going to understand and recognize the value of alliances.
So as long as China remains the number one priority for U.S. presidents, alliance is safe. So U.S. will need alliance with ROK to counter China's expansionism. Okay, that's good news to hear. And we are running out. I have one last question. I think President Biden should be credited for bringing the alliance back to its rightful place. For that, I think he deserves a lot of credit. But if you look at his domestic economic policy, as Victor Cha mentioned in his presentation, such as IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, it looks like a retreat from free trade and a sign of protectionism, and that discriminates against allies like Korea, Japan. So I see great inconsistency between the Biden administration's national security policy, alliance policy, and domestic economic policy. Is it such a difficult thing to reconcile the two different goals? So I think we always have a trade dispute even between friends and allies. But what is special is that when the Biden administration is attaching great value to the alliance, what he does in domestic economic policy looks like America First policy in different name. So why is it so, and why is it so difficult to reconcile these conflicting policy goals? That's very difficult to understand for us. I think, Dr.
Mr. Ambassador, in your most diplomatic form, you've now managed to make both sides the devil, Trump and now Biden. But I'm with you. I think the Inflation Reduction Act was a dumb piece of legislation. It discriminated, as you said, against our allies. And hopefully there are still going to be ways that it can be amended at this stage of the game. But unfortunately, I'm not a U.S. senator. I didn't have a vote.
You know a lot of senators as a friends. Or you have an answer to that?
So On the export controls and some of the supply chain, industrial policy, these sorts of things, yes, of course, they look very illiberal. But I mean, at the same time, though, I think we have to step back and understand what the purpose of this is. I mean, it's not the United States that is a threat to the liberal international order, and that is carried out, essentially weaponized economic interdependence, right? The United States is doing some of these things to fight against the weaponization of interdependence that has been foisted upon dozens of countries by China, right? And so peer competition, as you know well, sometimes, as it was during the Cold War, sometimes has to be illiberal. Sometimes it looks illiberal. But the purpose of it is to protect the liberal international order, not to destroy it. That's the first point. On the IRA, yeah, I mean, certainly, this was a piece of U.S. domestic legislation that ended up discriminating against U.S. allies and free trade partners at that, right? And so I completely understand some Korean anger at that. At the same time, though, we know that there are many parts of this legislation that will benefit Korean industries for decades going forward. And so that, I think, is a positive element of the IRA. The negative element has been well publicized, and that is the effect on South Korean car manufacturers, electric vehicle car manufacturers. But in the long term, the provisions of the IRA will actually benefit Korea. And I think on balance, those positives are there. But there's no denying there was no consultation in advance. It was a shock and a surprise to many free trade allies, both in Europe and in Asia.
Well, actually, I wanted to touch upon this trilateral security cooperation among ROK, Japan, and U.S. Your favorite topic for more than 20 years now. So I know that you have been how passionately you have been marketing this idea over the years, but I think we don't have time for that. This time, we'll look for another opportunity in other fora. But I would like to give just, it's already 2:50, I used up my time, but I want to give a chance for one or two questions. Yes, please, to the floor. Yeah. Yeah, Minister Kwon. Yeah. Oh, so, yeah. Oh, okay, please. Yeah.
이 포럼 후원 단체 중에 하나의 오래포럼 회장 함승입니다. 지금 좋은 말씀 많이 들었는데요. 우리 천영욱 대사님께서 지금 모더레이터를 하시면서 북한의 핵에 대한 미국의 억제 정책에 대해서 두 가지를 얘기하신 것 같아요. 하나는 그 핵 억제에 대한 능력은 의심의 여지가 없다. 근데 그 의지에 대해서 이제 여러 가지 말씀을 많이 하고 거기에 이어서 이제 핵 개발 문제까지 하신 것 같은데, 근본적으로 북한이 핵 개발 프로그램을 가진 게 약 한 25년 김대중 정권 때부터 시작된 걸로 알고 있는데,
질문부터 좀 해주시죠.
예, 25년 동안에
네.
중에 15년을 지금 한국에서 흔히 말하는 좌파 정권이 이 정권을 잡았잖아요. 적어도 한국 정부에서조차도 북한의 핵 개발, 또 한미동맹에 대해 보는 시각이 일치되지 않았다 이 말이죠. 일관성이 없이 그 북한의 핵 개발에 대해서 오히려 시간과 돈을 오히려 대준 거 아니냐라는 시각도 있는 마당에 미국 정부에 대해서만 계속 북한 핵 억제력에 대해서 확고한 신념이 있는가, 어떤 대책이 있는가, 이거를 묻는 거는 좀 선우가 잘못된 거 아닌가. 한국 정부는 과연 25년 동안 북한 핵 정책에 대해서 어떻게 일관성 있게 대처해 왔는가, 그걸 먼저 좀 설명을 해 주어야 미국의 얘기가 나올 수 있는 거 아닌가 그런 생각이 듭니다.
네.
거기에 대한 우리 천 대사님의 의견이 어떠신지.
제가 지금 아마 그것까지 답변 드릴 시간이 없을 것 같고요. 권태신 장관님.
Thank you. Because we have young students from Hanmin High School, and then college students, Young Leaders Club, and elite integrated course. So for them, this topic very new. So I would like to inform them a little bit, and then give Victor Cha leave before 3 p.m. He need to catch airplane. Thank you. And to make it short, in 1993, we had made the Geneva Agreement to prevent North Korea develop nuclear. They deceived it. And then when James Kelly visited North Korea, Pyongyang, Kim Kye-gwan said, they not only developing nuclear, but also have some nuclear weapons already. And second, when the new president came in 1998, he said sunshine policy and giving more than $7 billion to North Korea. And then according to Bruce Klingner, Heritage Foundation, he's thinking those monies used to develop nuclear and missile. And 2002 and 2003, when Nomuon government came in, they said no evidence of North Korean nuclear development. And in case they develop, it's not against South Korea. In 2005, when Minister Chung Dong-young visited North Korea, he heard from Kim Jong-un that it is Kim Il-sung's will to denuclearize Korean Peninsula. And 2018, when the Minister Chung Yong visited North Korea, Kim Jong-un said, if you give guarantee of our systems, then he's ready to denuclearization. And Mr. Trump came in and met Kim Jong-un without any guarantee. And then they made a big show in Singapore and Saigon, the Hanoi. So my final question that recently Mr. James Clapper, who is Director of National Intelligence, said, as you mentioned, all six-party talks and other approaches have failed. So we need to have a new approach, accepting North Korea as a nuclear power and not discuss it anymore, but just discuss how to prevent proliferation or selling it to the Iran or some other countries. So in that case, how about this idea? We declare, not real intention, but we declare we will develop our nuclear. Then China, North Korea, and US will be more serious.
So, Victor Cha, you have to leave in 5 minutes, so I'll give you, 1 minute to answer. Actually, our time is over, but I'll give you 1 minute.
I think it's very good the way Chairman Kwon described this for the young students who may not know the history of this. I think that's very important. I would add two things to that history. The first is, many people say North Korea developed nuclear weapons after the collapse of the Soviet Union and after China normalized relations with South Korea in 1992. They say that's why North Korea developed nuclear weapons. That is not true. At CSIS, we have declassified US satellite imagery that shows that North Korea started building the Yongbyon nuclear complex in 1963. A year before China detonated a nuclear device, the North Koreans were already thinking about nuclear weapons. The second thing I will say for the students going forward is, you read a lot in the newspaper about North Korean cyber activity lately and cyber theft, stealing money, stealing Bitcoin, stealing all these things. Last April, the US government officially said publicly that the cryptocurrency that North Korea is stealing from South Korea and other places is being used to finance the nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program. And this is all public knowledge now, they are taking that cryptocurrency and they're converting it to Chinese renminbi, RMB, and then using that to finance the missile program. So I think it's important for the young people to understand the history of this, and I want to thank Chairman Kwon for doing that.
첫 번째 질문은 말이죠. 제가 지금 시간이 이제 더 이상 없어서 질문을 못 받게 된 걸 제가 아주 죄송하게 생각합니다. 첫 번째 질문은 제가 답변을 드릴 시간이 없습니다만은 제가 지난 4월에 발간한 대통령의 외교안보 어젠다라는 책 속에 북한 핵의 쭉 역사하고 왜 어떻게 실패했고 우리는 뭐 했고 하는 게 자세하게 기록이 되어 있으니까 제가 그 책을 제가 궁금하시면 제가 한 권 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 오늘 제가 질문이 많으실 텐데 시간 제약 때문에 다 질문을 받지 못하게 된 것 다시 한번 사과를 드립니다. I was such a bad moderator and that we created more problems than we resolved. So we'll give ourselves and all the audience the homework to do until the next forum. So with that note, let me adjourn this panel. So this panel is concluded. Thank you very much for your.
오늘 이런 뜻깊은 자리에서 제가 발표하게 돼서 대단히 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 오늘 여러분들하고 같이 얘기를 나눠볼 주제가 위기의 자유주의입니다. 앞에서 오전부터 해서 지금까지 많은 분들이 자유주의가 전 세계적으로 위기에 처했다라는 것을 말씀을 드렸습니다. 저는 오늘 좀 스페시픽하게 지금 한국 사회에서 어떻게 자유주의가 훼손되고 있는지 그걸 집중적으로 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 이건 목차고요. 그래서 먼저 이제 자유주의에 대해서 간략하게 설명을 하고 자유주의를 구성하고 있는 핵심 요소가 몇 가지가 있습니다. 그걸 말씀을 드리고 그걸 바탕으로 해서 우리 한국 사회에서 이것들이 얼마만큼 훼손되고 있는지 그걸 보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 결론으로 앞으로 우리 자유주의 미래를 어떻게 될 거고 우리가 해야 될 일이 무엇인지 그걸 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 잘 아시다시피 오전에도 계속 말씀하셨죠. 그래서 우리 인류가 잘 살게 된 것은 사실 산업혁명 이후입니다. 그 전에는 정말 못 살았어요. 그런데 그 이유가 자유주의를 기반으로 하는 경제 시스템, 자유시장경제 시스템을 도입한 이유죠. 그리고 그것이 다른 이름으로 자본주의라고 이렇게 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 자본주의가 도입된 이후로 인류가 잘 살게 됐습니다. 자, 그럼에도 불구하고 지금 최근 여러 가지 국제적인 상황이나 또 국내도 마찬가지고 보면 계속해서 자본주의 시장 경제에서 멀어지는 쪽으로 계속 방향을 좀 가고 있습니다. 자, 그래서 앞에서 나머지 전 세계적인 추세에 대해서는 오전에도 말씀들이 많이 나왔고, 그래서 저는 이제 한국에 대해서만 주로 말씀을 드릴까 합니다. 먼저 그러면 자유주의에 대해서 잠깐 말씀을 드리면, 이 자유주의는 기본적으로 개인의 자유, 이것을 옹호하는 철학입니다. 그런데 그러니까 쉽게 얘기하면 내 삶을 내 마음대로 꾸려나갈 수 있다는 그런 생각이죠. 그런데 단 조건이 하나 있습니다. 무조건 내 마음대로 해서 하라는 게 아니고 남한테 피해가 가지 않는 범위 내에서 그렇습니다. 이것을 이제 철학에서 이제 소극적 자유 이렇게 얘기를 하는데, 기본적으로 자유주의는 소극적 자유를 바탕으로 한다는 것이죠. 그래서 이런 자유주의가 나온 결과, 아까 잠깐 말씀을 드렸는데, 여러분들이 그래프를 보시게 되면 이게 이제 아주 많이 이제 인용되는 그래프거든요. 그래서 보면 1780년 이후에 보면 그 후로 인류가 잘 살게 되는 게 보입니다. 그게 바로 아까 말씀드린 대로 자유주의 철학을 기반으로 한 자본주의 경제 시스템, 자유시장 경제가 도입된 이유가 되겠습니다. 그래서 실제로 보게 되면 이때 그 이전에는 사실 정말 못 살았어요. 특히 이제 멜더스 주기라고 이렇게 얘기를 하는데 그것이 주기적으로 나타납니다. 근데 멜더스 주기가 사라지게 된 것이 바로 요 자본주의 시장 경제가 도입된 이유죠. 그래서 그 후로 뭐 잘 사라지는 것뿐만 아니라 우리의 인류의 그 평균 수명 이것도 굉장히 많이 줄었고, 그리고 특히 유아 사망률이 굉장히 많이 줄었습니다. 그 다음에 더 중요한 것은 전 세계 교육이 굉장히 보편화되어 있다는 것. 그 이전에는 대부분의 교육이라는 것은 귀족이라든가 왕족의 전유물이었습니다. 지금은 그렇지 않지 않습니까? 모든 사람이 자기가 어떤 소망을 갖고 있다든가 뜻이 있다고 그러면 다 교육을 받고 있는 거죠. 그래서 이런 자유주의가 그냥 되는 게 아니고 이 자유주의를 구성하는 그 핵심 요소가 있습니다. 세 가지가 있는데 첫 번째가 사유재산권, 그리고 두 번째가 법치입니다. 그리고 자기 책임의 원칙, 그리고 이것이 이제 한꺼번에 이제 수렴되어 있는 것인데 바로 제한된 정부, 이것이 자유주의 핵심이 되겠습니다. 그 사유재산권이라는 것은 내 자산, 내가 벌어들인 소득, 이것을 내 마음대로 쓸 수 있는 권리예요. 그런데 이게 왜 사유재산이 중요하냐면 이 사유재산권이 있어야 개인의 자유가 보장이 됩니다. 쉽게 해서 내가 내 마음대로 쓸 수 있는 재산이 없으면 결국 다른 사람들에게 귀속될 수밖에 없어요. 그래서 그만큼의 이제 자유가 사라지게 되죠. 그리고 그것은 또 중요한 것이 뭐냐면 사유재산권을 보장을 해줘야 이게 내가 열심히 일해야 내 것이 된다는 생각이기 때문에 열심히 일하게 되는 겁니다. 그래서 그것이 이제 경제적으로 넘어오면 경제 성장이 되는 거죠. 그래서 사유재산권은 경제 성장에 있어서 가장 중요한 요인일 뿐만 아니라 우리의 자유를 보장하는 가장 중요한 요소다. 이렇게 이해를 하시면 될 것 같습니다. 그 다음에 이제 법치죠. 법치, 룰 오브 로인데 이거에 대한 많은 오해가 있습니다. 어떤 거냐면 국가에서 또는 국회에서 그냥 법을 만들면 다 법이 아니에요, 사실은. 쉽게 얘기하면 법치라는 두 가지 조건을 갖춰줘야 됩니다. 우선 법의 내용이 아까 그 자유주의의 이념에 맞는 그런 법의 내용이어야 돼요. 그래서 다른 사람들의 피해가 가지 않는 범위 내에서 내가 내 마음대로 생활할 수 있고 활동할 수 있다는 그런 내용. 조금 더 구체적으로 들어가면 국가는 개인의 생명과 재산을 보호하는 일, 여기에 그 내용이 가장 기본적인 내용입니다. 그리고 그 다음에 또 다른 또 하나 조건은 뭐냐면 그것이 모든 국민들에게 동일하게 평등하게 적용되어야 된다. 왜 그러냐면 그렇지 않고 어떤 특정인에게만 유리하게 작용한다고 그러면 그것이 결국 자유를 훼손하게 됩니다. 내가 어떤 활동을 하는 데 있어서 굉장히 생활이 불확실해지는 거예요. 그렇기 때문에 이 룰 오브 로라는 것은 이 두 가지 조건을 갖춰줘야 된다. 이런 얘기입니다. 그 다음에 이제 자기 책임의 원칙이죠. 우리가 이제 자유라고 한다고 하면 내 마음대로 행동했다. 그런데 거기에는 반드시 자기가 하는 행동에 대해서 책임을 져야 된다는 거죠. 그래서 이게 왜 중요하냐면 내가 한 행동에 대해서 내가 책임진다고 그럴 때 사람의 행동은 굉장히 신중해집니다. 그런데 만약에 그렇지를 않고 내가 한 행동에 대해서 내가 책임지지 않고 남의 책임이다 또는 사회 전체의 책임이다, 그렇게 된다면 사람들의 행위가 이게 신중해지지가 않아요. 그래서 그와 관련된 것이 바로 굉장히 그 도덕적 해이라든가 이런 일이 굉장히 만연해진다는 거죠. 그 다음에 이제 제한된 정부라는 건 결국 뭐냐면 결국 국가부터 우리가 시작을 해야 되는데 국가라는 것이 왜 생겼는가 그것부터 좀 생각해 볼 필요가 있습니다. 인간은 두 종류가 아니라 모든 사람들이 다 선한 마음, 악한 마음을 다 갖고 있습니다. 자, 그런데 우리가 이제 이렇게 쭉 생활을 하다 보니까 이 자연스럽게 나만 내 이기심만 취하고 내 이익을 취한다고 하면 서로 그렇게 하다 보면은 이게 문제가 많이 생기는 거예요. 맨날 싸움만 하고 전쟁하고 이런 게 생활이 굉장히 불확실해지게 됩니다. 그래서 암묵적으로 만들어진 것이 바로 남한테 피해가 가지 않는 이런 행동을 해야 되겠다고 하는 것이 일종의 그 정의의 규칙이죠. 정의의 행동 규칙인데 사실 이것만 갖고도 부족하다 이거죠. 그게 이제 기본적으로 사람들이 우리가 같은 사회에서 생활을 하는데 일종의 그 갖는 도덕심인데 그런데 그 중에 아웃라이어들이 있을 수가 있어요. 왜냐하면 그래도 남의 생명이라든가 재산을 뺏으려고 하는 경우가 있다 이거죠. 그러면 이것을 그냥 구성원들 간의 어떤 도덕에 의해서 이 사회가 운영되도록 하기보다는 제3자가 나서서 이것을 이 통제를 하고 컨트롤을 해주는 게 필요하다 해서 만들어진 것이 국가죠. 그런데 그 국가를 운영하고 책임지고 있는 것이 정부입니다. 그런데 만약 정부가 이런 권한을 많이 갖게 되면 우리가 사실은 개인의 자유와 재산을, 개인의 자유, 생명, 이런 재산을 잘 보호하기 위해서 국가를 만들었는데 그것을 운영하는 정부의 그 힘이 커지면 그 힘에 의해서 개인의 자유 또는 재산이 훼손될 수가 있어요. 그래서 우리가 중요하게 자유주의에서 굉장히 중요하게 생각하는 것이 바로 이 제한된 정부입니다. 정부 권력을 제한해야 된다 이런 얘기죠. 그래서 지금 이제 이런 측면에서 제가 한국에서 얼마만큼의 이 사유재산권이 침해되고 그리고 이 법치가 얼마만큼 훼손되고 있고 그리고 자기 책임의 원칙이 얼마만큼 쇠퇴하고 있는지 그리고 정부가 얼마나 커졌는지 이걸 좀 구체적인 데이터를 통해서 여러분들에게 좀 보여드리려고 합니다. 사실 뭐 다 아시는 얘기예요. 우리 나라가 잘 살게 된 것은 해방 이후죠. 그 전이 이제 조선 사회인데 뭐 잘 알다시피 조선 시대는 사유재산권이 잘 보장되어 있지 않은 사회였습니다. 근데 이 사유재산권을 바탕으로 해서 자유시장경제 시스템을 심어놓은 분이 누구냐? 이승만 대통령이에요. 그래서 우리는 사실 이승만 대통령에게 감사해야 됩니다. 자, 그걸 바탕으로 해서 그 다음에 더 그것을 확고하게 만드신 분이 이제 그 박정희 대통령이시죠. 그리고 그 다음에 이제 전두환 대통령 뭐 이렇게 쭉 오는데 우리가 이걸 쭉 보다 보면 1987년까지는 자꾸 자유시장 경제 쪽에 가까워지는 쪽으로 제도가 가요. 근데 87년 이후부터 이게 자꾸 멀어지는 제도가 들어오기 시작합니다. 그래서 사유재산권도 침해되는 이런 제도들이 만들어지고 계속 그러거든요. 그러다 보니까는 이제 그것이 이 경제 성장하고도 밀접하게 관계가 있습니다. 그 경제 성장 데이터를 보게 되면 그게 그대로 돼요. 그래서 우리가 자유시장 경제, 그러니까 조선 시대보다는 우리가 막 해방되고 나서 이승만 정부 때 훨씬 더 시장 경제에 가깝게 됐죠. 사유재산권을 바탕으로 해서. 그 다음에 박정희 정부 시대 때 더 가까이 갔습니다. 그 다음에 전두환 정부 때 더 가까이 갔어요. 그러다가 1987년부터 이제 조금씩 멀어지기 시작합니다. 그러다 보니까 경제 성장이 계속 떨어지는 거예요. 그 극단적으로 가장 멀어지게 된 것이 바로 우리가 경험했던 지난 5년 동안 경험했던 문재인 정부 때입니다. 그래서 보면 그 지난 5년 때 경제 성장이 가장 낮아요. 그래서 아담 스미스의 국부론에 이런 얘기가 있습니다. 그래서 요 얘기는 무슨 얘기면 결국 사유재산권이 잘 보장되지 않는 나라에서는 경제가 발전할 수 없다 이런 얘기거든요. 그래서 이것은 결국 250년 전에 벌써 이 얘기가 있었다는 얘기죠. 그 다음에 이제 법치가 자꾸 퇴락하는데 그건 왜냐하면 입법 만능주의, 그냥 법을 만들면 법이라고 생각을 하는 경향이 너무 많아요. 그래서 특히 포퓰리즘 입법 이런 것들이 하여간 계속 보다가 지난 정부 때 가장 심해졌습니다. 그래서 여기서 보게 되면 여러분들 보시게 되면 굉장히 많죠. 여기 보면 뭐 무상급식 및 무상 보유 반값 등록금, 그리고 비정규직이 정규직 전환, 비정규직 제로 정책, 그리고 뭐 슈퍼마켓, 기업형 슈퍼마켓 규제 뭐 굉장히 많습니다. 그리고 뭐 잘 아시다시피 지난 정부 때 급속한 최저임금을 인상해서 생긴 문제들, 기업 규제 3법, 그리고 중대재해처벌법 뭐 대단히 많습니다. 그래서 이런 법을 만들다 보니까, 그래서 이렇게 보면 데이터도 보여줘요. 데이터도 보게 되면 우리가 지금 저도 글씨가 워낙 작아서 안 보이는데, 여기 보면 16대 국회 때 보면 얼마인가 2,500개밖에 안 되는데 20대에서 24,000개 정도로 이렇게 법이 증가를 한 게 보입니다. 그 다음에 이제 또 한 가지는 이게 너무 지나친 형벌 조항들이 많아요. 그러다 보니까 그냥 행정 규제로 해야 될 것조차도 이것을 형벌 조항을 만들어 가지고 보게 되면 대부분의 국민들이 소위 말해 정과자가 되는 이런 문제가 생기게 되고 있죠. 그러다 보니까 바로 이제 이런 지나친 무분별한 규제하고 지나치게 많은 규제를 하다 보니까 이것은 결국에 국민들을 가난하게 만듭니다. 그것은. 그래서 그 대표적인 것이 바로 너무나 급속하게 최저임금을 올렸고, 그다음에 근로시간 단축하다 보니까 결국 우리가 그 의도는 굉장히 좋아요. 왜냐하면 우리 사회의 가장 사회의 약자를 보호하겠다고 만든 법인데, 실제로 드러난 결과는 뭐냐? 정반대예요. 우리가 생각하는 가장 사회적 약자가 가장 많은 피해를 봅니다. 그래서 왜 그러냐면 최저임금 급격하게 오르니까 그 임금을 가지고는 그런 생산성이 없다고 생각하면 기업에서는 그 사람을 고용을 안 하거든요. 그러면 결국에 그냥 예전에 가만 놔뒀으면 고용이 돼서 소득이 있었는데 이제 소득이 제로가 되는 거예요. 그러니까 더 가난해지는 겁니다. 그래서 그런 문제가 발생하는 거죠. 그래서 이 얘기는 너무 법령이 많고 정부의 규제가 많아지면 국민들이 잘 살지 못한다. 이제 그런 것이 바로 2000년 전에 벌써 노자가 얘기했습니다. 노자의 도덕경에 보면 바로 이런 얘기가 있습니다. 천하의 금령이 많을수록 백성들이 더욱 가난해진다. 법이나 명령이 요란할수록 도둑이 많아진다. 이런 얘기를 벌써 2000년 전에 했습니다. 그 다음에 이제 쇠퇴하는 자기 책임의 원칙. 이것은 바로 이제 아까 포퓰리즘 정책과도 관련이 됐는데, 이런 것들이 이제 너무 남발하다 보니까 자기 책임의 원칙, 자기 책임의 의식이 자꾸 쇠퇴가 돼요. 그리고 도덕적 해이가 이제 만연하게 되는데, 그 데이터를 보게 되면 여기 보면 2013년엔 10월에서 2020년 3월까지 정부 보조금 부정수급 신고 사건 환수 결정액이 1250억 원이나 됩니다. 그리고 이것이 가장 빈발한 분야가 다른 게 아니라 보건복지 분야예요. 그래서 여기에서 1,400건이 접수돼 가지고 837건이 이제 환수가 됐는데, 뭐 구체적으로 기초생활보장급여 부정수급이라든가 어린이집 보조금 부정수급이라든가 사회복지시설 보정수급 이런 것들, 그 다음에 산업자원 분야에서는 511건이 접수돼서 143억 원이 환수가 결정이 됐고, 고용 분야에서도 역시 마찬가지입니다. 그래서 실업급여를 부정수급하는 것, 사회적 기업 보조금 부정수급하는 것, 이런 일들이 많이 벌어진다는 얘기죠. 이게 바로 조금 전에 말씀드린 것에 대한 데이터입니다. 이걸 좀 참고하시면 될 것 같습니다. 그 다음에 이제 우리 이것과 관련해서 이 교육이 상당히 문제가 되는데, 이것은 왜 우리가 교육이 문제가 되냐? 국가가 교육을 독점하고 있기 때문에 그렇습니다. 그러다 보니까 모든 걸 지금 다 국가가 이 교육에 대해서 관여를 하잖아요. 유치원 교육부터 시작을 해서 고등교육, 대학 교육까지 지금 간섭을 하고 있습니다. 그 획일적인 그 교육 프로그램 때문에 사실 교육 분야에서 엄청난 문제가 생기죠. 그래서 가장 그 큰 문제가 뭐냐면 이 초, 중, 고등학교에서 생기는 문제. 요게 바로 이 학생이나 이런 그 학부모보다는 누가 더 중요하냐면 정치가나 교육관리가 더 중요합니다. 이게 바로 이제 국가가 교육을 독점하면서 생기는 문제죠. 그래서 이 어떤 교육 문제를 결정하는 데 있어서 이게 전부 다 정치적인 성격을 띠게 되는 그런 문제가 생기게 되는 겁니다. 그 다음에 또 뭐 아마 여기 학생들이 많은데 그 많은 실제로 경험한 것도 있을 거예요. 그래서 학교 붕괴 현상이라는 건데 거기에는 뭐 교사와 학생 간의 소통, 신뢰관계 이런 것들이 많이 단절되고, 그리고 포퓰리즘 그 교육정책의 남발로 인해서 교육정책과 교육과정이 파행을 이루게 되고, 교육정책에 따른 교원들의 갈등이 있고, 그 다음에 학력자와 학교폭력 증가, 그 다음에 학부모가 그러다 보니까 교권에 대해서 불신이 이렇게 신뢰를 갖지를 않는 그런 문제가 발생하게 됐죠. 그래서 이게 보면 이러다 보니까 교육이 정말로 해야 될 일을 못하고 있는 거예요. 우리가 세상이 계속 변하면 거기에 맞춰서 거기에 맞는 교육 프로그램이 돼야 되는데 그걸 못 따라가는 겁니다. 그래서 그 다음에 이제 이건 뭐 교육비가 굉장히 많이 들어갔음에도 불구하고 우리나라 이제 교육 경쟁력이 계속 떨어지고 있다는 것들이 이제 여러 데이터에서 보여주고 있고, 그 다음에 이제 그러다 보니까 사실 교육도 많이 들어가요. 교육 예산도 많고, 그러다 보니까 거기에 따른 이 도덕적 해이도 굉장히 많습니다. 그래서 뭐 잘 아시다시피 앞으로 그 초중고등학생들이 15만 명으로 줄어들 거라고 예상이 되는데 오히려 지방교육 재정 교부금이 더 늘어나요. 그래서 그거에 따라서 이 부패 현상도 많이 발생한다. 그 다음에 이제 그러면 이 쇠퇴하는 자기 책임의 원칙을 어떻게 해야 되겠느냐. 결국 우리가 이 사회 안전망, 정말 가난한 사람을 위한 사회 안전망은 필요합니다. 가장 기본적으로. 그러니까 우리가 그 사회에서 가장 가난하다고 하는 분들이 있죠. 소위 말해서 장애를 갖고 계시는 분, 그 다음에 이 독거노인들, 그리고 그 다음에 소년 소녀 가장들, 이런 분들을 위한 어떤 사회 안전망, 이건 필요한데, 정말 자기 능력을 위해서 열심히 일해서 얼마든지 소득을 벌어서 생활할 수 있는 사람들까지 이 복지제도를 만들어준다. 이것은 결국 이 국가 뭐 재정이 늘어나는 것은 물론뿐만 아니라 거기에 따른 도덕적 해이가 굉장히 많아진다는 얘기입니다. 그 다음에 이제 교육 문제에 가서는 결국에 그래요. 이거는 국가가 이 교육 문제에 대해서는 좀 손을 띄는 게 좋다. 그래서 자율성을 많이 부과를 해야 그래서 교육 문제가 해결된다고 생각이 듭니다. 그 다음에 이 정보가 이제 커져가는 것은 이것은 세계적인 추세예요. 우리나라뿐만 아니라 이것은 뭐 전쟁이라든가 어떤 지금 특히 이번에는 이제 코로나 이후에 이제 그거에 대한 대책을 세우다 보니까 정보가 커지게 되는데, 그래서 뭐 우리나라도 마찬가지입니다. 그래서 전 세계가 이제 정부 지출이라든가 이런 것들이 계속 커져 있죠. 특히 코로나 이후에 더 많이 커졌습니다. 이게 그것을 보여주는 이제 데이터고요. 또 우리도 마찬가지입니다. 그래서 한국 정부도 계속 커져 왔는데 1970년에 정부 지출 규모가 GDP 대비 18.4%였던 것이 2021년 작년이죠. 이게 바로 27.6%로 증가를 했고, 이 테이블을 밑에 보시면 코로나 이후에 훨씬 증가한 게 보입니다. 바로 이제 이게 바로 이제 국가가 이제 정부가 이제 커지는 이유에 대해서 이제 부캐넌이 이제 리바이던 가설이라고 해서 이제 한 건데, 이제 이렇게 되는 것은 일단 이걸 기본적으로 대중들이 이걸 좀 인식을 해야 되는데 잘 못한다는 거예요. 그래서 그러다 보니까 이제 정치하는 사람들이 자꾸 정부 지출을 늘려가면서 정부 규모를 이제 크게 만들어간다는 얘기죠. 그래서 뭐 정부 지출을 확대하게 되면 결국에 그것이 아까 얘기한 데는 그게 알게 모르게 우리의 사유재산권을 침해하게 되고, 그 다음에 그러다 보면 자연스럽게 경제 성장이, 경제 발전이 이제 저조하게 되는 그런 문제가 발생하게 됩니다. 그래서 그 다음에 이제 요 문제에 대해서는 많은 사람들이 잘 언급을 안 해요. 그런데 제가 생각할 때는 정부가 커지고 국민들의 자유가 은밀하게 침해되는 요인이 있는데, 그게 바로 국가가 갖고 있는 화폐 발행 독점권입니다. 왜냐하면 정부가 어떤 지출을 늘리려고 할 때는 세 가지 방법이 있죠. 이제 증세를 한다든가 아니면 채권을 발행해서 자금 조달을 하는 거죠. 그런데 사실 증세를 하게 되면 이것은 왜냐하면 조세 저항이 있습니다. 그리고 채권도 역시 발행을 하면 결국 그게 국민 부담이 되거든요. 그래서 그런 거에 대한 약간 저항이 있죠. 그런데 그러다 보니까 다른 국민들이 잘 알지 못하는 방법을 해요. 그게 뭐냐? 돈 찍어내는 거예요. 화폐 발행해서 하는 거죠. 그래서 이 통합 팽창을 하게 되면 뭐 인플레이션하고 지금 일어나고 있는 이 스태그플레이션, 이것도 사실 2008년도 이후에, 그리고 코로나 이후에 돈을 많이 풀어서 생긴 문제거든요. 그 다음에 또 한 가지는 바로 요겁니다. 소득과 부의 불평등 문제예요. 이 문제에 대해서 별로 많은 사람들이 인식을 못하고 관심을 갖고 있지 않은데, 사실은 제가 볼 때는 이게 굉장히 중요한 문제예요. 소득 불평등 문제에 있어서. 왜냐하면 주류 경제학에서는 돈을 풀면 그냥 물가만 쫙 올라간다고 생각을 하는 겁니다. 그 얘기는 뭐냐면 상대 가격의 변화가 없어서 그냥 아무런 효과를 안 미친다, 이렇게 부에 대한 효과를 안 미친다, 이렇게 얘기를 하는데, 현실에서는 돈이 절대로 그렇게 풀리지가 않습니다. 그러니까 주류 경제학에서 얘기하는 식으로 모든 사람들에게 동일한 비율로 늘어난 통화를 나눠 갖게 되면 그렇게 돼요. 그런데 현실에서는 그렇게 안 됩니다. 어떻게 되느냐? 중앙은행에서 돈이 풀면 제일 먼저 그걸 입수한 사람이 있습니다. 그러면 제일 먼저 입수한 사람은 아직 물가가 오르지 않은 상태에서 보다 많은 재화 서비스를 살 수가 있어요. 그러면 이미 다른 사람보다도 그 사람의 실질소득이 올라가요. 그러면 그 사람이 쓰고 하다 보면 물가가 쫙 올라가고 제일 마지막에 그 화폐를 보유하게 된 사람, 그 사람은 이미 물가가 다 오른 뒤에요. 그 사람에 대한 실질소득이 올라가지 않습니다. 그렇기 때문에 그 과정에서 소득 불평등이 생겨요. 그리고 거기에서 부의 불평등이 생기게 되는 겁니다. 이 문제를 별로 다루고 있지는 않습니다. 그런데 이게 굉장히 중요한 문제입니다. 그래서 지금 보면 실제로 데이터도 보게 되면 우리가 2008년 글로벌 금융위기 이후에, 그리고 그 다음에 코로나 이후에 소득 불평등도가 엄청나게 높아진 걸 알 수가 있습니다. 그것이. 그리고 그 이전에도 보게 되면 1930년대 대공황 때도 그 전에 보면 통화량이 엄청나게 늘어나거든요. 그럼 그때도 보면 소득 불평등이 높아집니다. 1970년대도 마찬가지고. 그래서 우리가 이 돈 찍어내는 거에 대해서 상당히 주의를 많이 기울여야 된다 이 얘기입니다. 그래서 지금 이거 제가 말씀드린 겁니다. 2008년 금융위기 이후에 통합 팽창이 됐다는 것을 여러분들에게 보여주는 거고요. 이거 바로 이제 데이터입니다. 그래서 결론을 제가 좀 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 그래서 이렇게 보면 지금 자유주의의 핵심 요소들이 계속 훼손되고 있습니다. 그리고 거기에 따라서 정부가 계속 커져가고 있어요. 다시 말하면 이제 국가주의로 자꾸 가는 추세입니다. 그래서 앞으로도 이건 계속 될 거라고 생각이 드는데 제가 생각할 때는 요것을 멈춰야 된다 이거죠. 근데 그것을 멈추려면 어떻게 되냐? 제가 생각할 때는 결국에 제일 중요한 것은 여기 지금 모이신 이 자유주의자들이 정말 이 이념 전쟁에 뛰어들어야 된다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 정말 그 의지를 갖고 많은 사람들에게 교육하고 홍보하고 설득하고 이렇게 해야 된다고 생각해요. 왜냐하면 이런 추세를 막을 수 있는 방법은 강력한 반대가 있어야만 막아지는 거지 그냥 해서는 너무 막아지지가 않는다. 그래서 강력한 그 의지를 갖고 우리가 이 자유주의자들이 요 추세를 막아야 된다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 보면 이 미제스의 소셜리즘, 사회주의의 거의 마지막에 보면 이런 규절이 있어요. 그래서 이걸 우리 자유주의자들이 좀 명심을 해야 되지 않을까 그런 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 이건 뭐 시간 관계상 한번 좀 읽어보시고, 자, 그 다음에 제가 중요하게 생각하는 건 뭐냐면 정치 지도자의 역할입니다. 왜냐하면 이것이 실제로 실행되게끔 제도를 만드는 것은 정치 지도자의 역할이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 정치 지도자가 이 자유시장 경제, 자유주의 원칙 이런 것들에 대한 확고한 신념을 가져야 된다 이렇게 생각이 듭니다. 근데 다행히도 우리 새로 들어온 윤석열 대통령께서는 요건 갖고 있는 것 같아요. 근데 중요한 건 뭐냐면 실행입니다. 이걸 실행을 시켜야 됩니다. 어떻게 해서든지. 그래야 우리가 지금 자꾸 국가주의 쪽으로 정부가 팽창도 이런 쪽의 방향을 틀을 수가 있지. 그렇지 않고 그냥 이것이 또 그냥 생각에 머물러 버리게 되면 우리 한국의 미래는 좀 어둡지 않을까, 저는 그런 우려를 갖고 있습니다. 그 다음에 국민들의 역할도 중요해요. 왜 국가가 이렇게 자꾸 정부가 커지는 이유는 뭐냐면 국가한테 무슨 일만 터지면 자꾸 이거 해달라 저거 해달라 부탁하는 거예요. 그러면 정부가 커질 수밖에 없어요. 그런데 그렇게 되면 결국에 그 부메랑처럼 돌아옵니다. 그 피해가. 그래서 국민들도 무슨 일 터지면 정부한테 무슨 자꾸 뭐 해달라고 보다는 기본적으로는 내가 한 행동에 대해서는 내가 책임진다는 의식을 갖고 그런 행동을 해야만 이런 추세를 막을 수가 있다고 생각이 듭니다. 그 다음에 아까 그 통화 문제와 관련되는 이 통화 정책을 개선을 해야 됩니다. 왜냐하면 기본적으로 지금 통화 정책은 인플레이션이 일어나게끔 만들어져 있어요. 왜냐하면 2% 인플레이션 타겟을 하는데 그것을 뭘 갖고 왔냐면 소비자 물가 지수를 가지고 합니다. 근데 소비자 물가 지수에 산정되는 물품은 460개 또는 미국 같은 경우는 520개 정도밖에 안 돼요. 돈을 풀었을 때 그것이 소비자 물가 지수 산정하는 그 재화 서비스에 지출이 되지 않으면 물가가 안 오르는 것처럼 보여요. 근데 실제로 우리가 경험했잖아요. 지난 몇 년 동안 소비자 물가 지수 안 올랐는데 뭐가 올랐습니까? 주가 오르고 부동산 가격이 오르잖아요. 그 과정에서 많은 사람들이 피해를 보고 소득 불평등 문제가 생긴다는 거죠. 그래서 이것을 구조적으로 지금 보면 통화가 팽창되는 구조로 되어 있습니다. 그래서 이것을 어떻게 해서든지 인플레이션적인 통화 정책이 이루어지지 않도록 이런 통화정책을 개선해야 된다. 그래야 정부가 더 커지는 것을 우리가 막을 수 있다는 얘기입니다. 자, 여기까지 해서 오늘 제가 우리 한국에서의 지금 자유시장 경제 그리고 자유주의가 얼마만큼 훼손되고 있는지에 대해서 말씀드렸습니다. 고맙습니다.
Hi, it is a real pleasure for me to be addressing you in Seoul, Korea. I am saddened by the fact that I cannot be there in person. I miss my many friends in Korea already and look forward, hopefully, in the future to be with you in person rather than by video, which is never quite as impactful or as personal. So today we're here to discuss liberalism in peril, and indeed, those of us who believe in some version of liberalism, those of us who are concerned about liberty and freedom, individual liberty, individual freedom, we must be particularly vigilant and particularly concerned with the political movements of the day. Liberalism, to the extent that we mean freedom and liberty, the extent that we mean governments that are elected freely, the extent that we mean markets that are left free of intervention, free of control, free of central planning, to the extent that we mean individual liberties in the social space where individuals are free to live their lives based on their own values without having their values dictated by a central authority. All of these are threatened today. All of these are threatened today from multiple directions. The threat comes from the left. I think everybody's familiar with the threat from the left, whether it's from socialism, the popularity today, particularly among young people, of greater and greater state intervention, more and more redistribution of wealth, greater levels of central planning and control. Many countries in the world today are moving in the direction of greater state planning, or from the left's attack on our social liberties through the rise of woke culture, of an anti-free speech, cancel environment where there's only certain things that are acceptable for us to say, to speak, to advocate for, and anything outside of what is acceptable is rejected, silenced, canceled. All of this is anti-liberal. All of this is anti-liberty. But unfortunately, the attacks on liberalism are not only from the left. They never are. But we're seeing a rising trend on the right to attack the principles of liberalism. The right in much of the world today seeks to use government to coerce private behavior, to, like the woke left, try to dictate our personal values, use government to bring about a more conservative, if you will, more traditionalist way of life, and deny individuals the liberty of making choices for themselves. We're also seeing, and to some this might be surprising, a right that is much more interested today in using government to centrally plan, using government to determine industrial policy, using government to dictate the economic future of the nation. So on both left and right, we're seeing real threats to the idea of free markets and the idea of personal, individual liberty and freedom. And part of this is a consequence of how we think about liberalism. Part of this is a consequence of the fact that liberalism has come to mean a kind of a mixed economy. It's come to mean not free markets, not capitalism, not freedom and liberty, certainly not consistently. Liberalism has come to mean the mixed economy, some freedom, some capitalism, some lack of control and entrepreneurship and ability to trade somewhat freely. But at the same time, much government intervention, heavy regulation, cronyism is particularly true of Korea, some central planning, some controls, and even when it comes to individual liberty and the way we live our lives and what happens, if you will, in our bedrooms, some government intervention. Liberalism has tried to maintain some kind of balance between the desire to redistribute, the desire to regulate, and the understanding that we need freedom and liberty in order to be successful economically. I fear that this balance, this attempt to balance, is an unstable equilibrium. This mixed economy, which has come to be known as liberalism, is not stable. It has to ultimately go in one direction or the other. It either ultimately moves in the direction of greater and greater liberty, greater and greater freedom, ultimately resulting in a free society, in real capitalism, in real freedom, or it moves towards statism, ultimately resulting in authoritarian government dictating our values and every aspect of those values. The equilibrium of liberalism that has been maintained since World War II is and never was stable, is not and never was stable. And it certainly is not today, and we're experiencing it. But the sad thing is that instead of a movement towards more liberty, more freedom, more free markets, the things that have brought us wealth, success, prosperity, that have brought Korea wealth, success, prosperity, instead, we are learning the opposite lesson. The argument today is no, in order to achieve wealth and prosperity, we need more central planning, we need more controls, we need less liberty, we need less liberalism. And the trend now is not moving towards greater freedom. The trend now is moving towards more statism, more authoritarianism, more government involvement. And that is truly shocking and scary, but in some sense, inevitable. In some sense, one could argue it is all our fault. You know, when the wall came down and the Soviet Union was dismantled, a famous book by Fukuyama, The End of History, came out that declared liberalism had won. But not liberalism in the sense of freedom, not liberalism in the sense of capitalism, not liberalism in a sense of leaving the individual free to pursue his own life, his own values, his own happiness, free of government coercion, government intervention, government controls. No, not that kind of idealistic version of capitalism. No, liberalism as this mixture, as this gray form, as this non-idealistic ideal of majority rule, but not too much, redistribution, but not too much, government controls, but not too much, government regulations, but not too much. Uninspiring and inconsistent. If we redistribute wealth, why not more? If government is good at regulating business, why not regulate even more? If government is good at economic planning, why not give government more power to plan? If central planning works, as most of our mixed economies would suggest, then why not give central planners even more power? If central bankers, for example, are the gods of finance, why not put the bankers under their control? So in every dimension today, we're seeing exactly that logic play out. We're seeing the United States, we're seeing Europe move towards a world in which there are going to be more controls, more regulations, more limitation. Fukuyama's End of History is anything but. History is still alive and well. The struggle between statism and freedom is alive and well. The struggle between individualism and collectivism, individualism and tribalism is alive and well. We have not won, not those of us who stand on the side of individualism or stand on the side of freedom, stand on the side of capitalism. We have not won, and partially we have not won because at some point maybe with the defeat of the Soviet Union, we settled for the mixture. Comfortable economic growth was tepid, but it was there. And we lost the fire, and we lost the passion, the idealism of true liberty, true freedom, true capitalism, where the government's role is limited, where the government's role is minimized to protecting individual rights, to protecting us from coercion and fraud, but otherwise leaving us free to use our minds, free to use our reason in deciding, choosing what our values as individuals should be, and in choosing the path to take to achieve those values. As long as we're not violating the rights of others, government has no business in our lives. That kind of idealism is gone. It had a little bit of a heyday with maybe to some extent a little bit Thatcher and Reagan, but that is now gone. The mixed economy is alive and well, and the mixed economy, what we call liberalism, is shifting to an illiberal place where they're driven by the left and right. I've been heartened to hear that the president of Korea has spoken much about freedom, much about liberty in his recent speeches. But it is really important that we define what we mean. What does freedom mean? How do we apply the ideas of freedom politically and economically? How do we bring them into the public sphere? And how do we do it consistently without compromising, without selling out to our illiberal enemies? How do we do it in a way that inspires? And here I think we need some idealism. We need to resurrect an idealistic vision. I think one of the reasons the statists and the socialists of left and right are successful, particularly among the young, it's because they project an exciting ideal, an exciting tribal, an exciting collectivistic ideal, an ideal of, national greatness, an ideal of equality, an ideal that is something young people can aspire to. Those of us who believe in freedom and those of us who believe in liberty have abandoned idealism, but we should not. We have the greatest ideal of all to inspire young people with, and that is the ideal of individuals, free of all coercion, free of all force. Individuals free to pursue their own happiness using their own judgment. A world in which there are abundant opportunities, where capitalism produces many more jobs than there are people, a world in which economic growth can return to its high growth rates of well over 5, 6, 7%, even in the developed world. A world in which entrepreneurs create, build, make, where entrepreneurs are the heroes of economic growth, the heroes of economic wealth creation. That's a world, that's a vision we need to use to inspire. What we need is to encourage our politicians today not just to talk about freedom, but to implement it. We need to eliminate the seduction of cronyism. Well, how do we do that? How do you get rid of government and business working together to enhance the power of government and to make certain businesses rich at the expense of others, to protect them, to provide them with political favors? How do we get rid of the cronyism that's so prevalent and the corruption that is inevitable, that is so prevalent today in Korea, but it also in the United States and much of Europe? Well, the only way to do that is by liberating markets. The only way to do that is by liberating competition, and the only way to do that is by getting government out of the way. It's by stopping all subsidies, All subsidies, not some, not the ones that politicians favor at the moment, all subsidies to business. It's by eliminating favoritism. It's by simplifying a tax code so that there are no loopholes and favors and goodies to particular companies or particular industries. And at the same time, stopping the subsidies and the tax benefits, let's get rid of the regulations, rid of the controls, rid of the limitations that prevent entrepreneurs from coming up with a new idea, for setting up the new business, for creating the new exciting products and the new exciting world of the future. What we need is to apply liberty consistently. Not let government pick winners and losers. Separate government from the economy as much as we can. Get government out of the business of business. Government has no business in business. What is government? Remember that the essence of government is force. The essence of government is coercion. The essence of government is a gun. And coercion and force and the gun have no role in business. The only place the government has a role when it comes to the world of business is to protect us from fraudsters, to catch them, to stop the corruption. But the more we separate business from the economy, before we separate government from the economy, the freer we become, and economic growth will return to its high levels. Entrepreneurs will be remotivated, re-inspired to use that, the ingenuism, to use that innovative spirit to change the world, and to make our lives, all of our lives, make our world a better world. So we must be consistent in our advocacy for freedom and apply it consistently. We should advocate for freedom in all realms. We should be shrinking the welfare state so as to encourage those who are being welfare recipients to get jobs as the entrepreneurs create greater and greater and greater opportunities. And we should be getting the government out of every aspect of our lives. We should be encouraging the individual to take personal responsibility, deep down, a real personal responsibility for their own happiness, for their own life, for their own success, for their own individual flourishing. Unfortunately, so many liberals abandon the intellectual, the moral, the philosophic, even the economic high ground. We must recapture it. We must recapture it by being consistently pro-liberty and pro-freedom, and by proposing, advocating, and then executing pro-liberty and pro-strategy policies once we have access to government. What we need is a new liberal movement, a new liberal movement that rejects both left and right and offers an idealistic alternative to both. A new liberal movement that wants to get politics out of our economy, out of education, out of science. A new liberal movement that really believes that the goal is individual liberty, which means the freedom of the individual to live his life as he sees fit based on his own rational judgment in pursuit of his own values. The government has no business dictating those to us. The government has no business shaping our lives. And what we need is to inspire the young for this new, idealistic, liberal vision. For that, we need to embrace liberty and freedom consistently, without compromise. Only then can we hope for any kind of end of history. We need to defeat collectivism, tribalism, and statism, and provide an alternative to all. Remember, at the end of the day, the individual is the unit that matters, both morally and politically, and the role of government should be limited to protecting the individual rights, the freedoms of those individuals, and otherwise leave them alone. We need a new idealistic liberal movement. And only by educating the public on the value of these ideas to them as individuals will we ultimately win. Thank you, and I look forward to see you all in Korea, hopefully in the near future. Bye.
지금 저희들이 시간이 예정보다 한 13, 14분 늦어져서 좀 약식으로 진행을 해야 될 것 같고요. 토론을 해주시는 분들은 정제된 표현으로 간략하게 말씀해 주시면 더욱 감사하겠습니다. 기본적으로 두 분 발제에 대해서 토론자들께서 생각하시는 뭐 의견이나 또는 질문 등이 있으시면 자유롭게 말씀을 해 주시는데요. 제가 각 토론자님들께 한 가지씩 추가로 질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 그 두 가지를 합쳐서 약 5분 정도 안에 답변을 해 주시고 세컨드 라운드에서 또 한 3, 4분 정도 추가로 말씀하실 기회를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 정리해 보면 첫 번째 라운드에서 자유롭게 두 분 발제에 관해 말씀해 주시고 제가 제기하는 질문에 대한 답변을 포함해서 5분을 넘지 않도록 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 먼저 김인철 교수님께 마이크를 넘기겠는데요. 시카고 대학에서 학위를 하셨지 않습니까?
네, 81년에 받았습니다.
네, 그래서 밀턴 프리드만 교수께서 자유보다 형평, 프리덤보다 이퀄리티를 앞세우면 둘 다 잃는다 라고 지적을 하신 바가 있고, 오늘 발제해 주신 야론 브룩 이사장은 평등은 불공정하다, unfair하다, 평등을 앞세우면 더 불평등해진다라는 지적을 하신 바가 있습니다. 근데 우리 윤석열 대통령께서는 자유와 공정을 핵심 가치로 내세우신 것 같고, 우리 한국인들도 가장 중요한 시대 정신으로 공정을 손꼽고 있는데요. 개념이 공정, 형평, 약간 다른데 또 비슷하다고 오해를 받기도 합니다만, 시카고에서 배우신 것, 그 뒤에 또 쌓으신 내공으로 판단해 보실 때 이 자유와 공정 또는 형평은 양립할 수 있는 가치인지, 양자의 조화는 도모할 수 있는 것인지를 제가 김인철 교수님께 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다.
몇 분 동안 하면 됩니까?
말씀드린 대로 5분 내에 해주시면 되겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 그 질문을 주신 거 보니까 우리 윤 대통령의 그 핵심 가치와 프리드만 선생의 이 얘기가 둘 중에 한 사람은 틀린 것 같다. 무슨 생각이냐? 이런 질문을 하시는데 그렇게 보실 수도 있지만은 그건 아닙니다. 우선 우리나라의 그 대한민국의 정체성을 영자신문에서 어떻게 표현을 하는가? liberal economy, 그러니까 liberal democracy and free market system이라고 하든가 free market capitalism이라고 얘기를 하는 거예요. 그래서 사실은 우리 윤 대통령님께서 얘기하시는 이 형평이라고 공정, 형평, 평등, 또 정의, 균등이랑 비슷한 말인데 그 중에 하나 단어를 넣어서 하면 이게 서로 안 맞는 것처럼 들리는데 그게 아니고 그 윤석열 정부가 내세운 핵심 가치, 그러니까 자유와 공정하면은 사실은 자유 앞에 인디비주얼 프리덤이 붙는 거예요. 그리고 공정하면은 어떻게 보면은 이게 저스티스입니다, 사실은. 그러니까 법 측면에서는 공정해야 되고요. 그 다음에 그 자유시장이나 이런 데서는 역시 자유가 강조돼야 되겠죠. 그래서 그거는 서로 상반되는 가치가 아니다, 이렇게 말씀드릴 수가 있겠습니다. 그런데 사실은 우리가 특히 이제 여기 학생들도 많은데요. 제가 이제 선생님이 되다 보니까 학생들 입장에서 이걸 어떻게 받아들일까? 그래서 사실은 거시적으로 볼 수도 있어야 되고 또 미시적으로도 볼 수 있어야 된다라고 생각이 듭니다. 그래야지만이 야론 브룩스 이사장께서 얘기하시는 것도 사실은 어떻게 보면 이게 좀 불일치하다, 이게 말이 안 맞다라고 생각이 들지만 사실은 그 앞에 형용사가 빠져 있는 것을 알 수가 있습니다. 그리고 일단은 제가 이제 제가 거기에 관련된 것들은 되게 다 가지고 있는데요. 지금 이제 야론 선생과 지금 안재욱 교수님이 이제 발표를 하셨는데, 지금 현재 리버럴리즘은 인 페릴이다, 아주 위기에 있다. 왜 위기에 있는가? 우리 야론 선생님께서 얘기하신 거는 이제 잘 설명하셨겠지만은 이게 중간적이다, 이거 믹스드 이코노미다, 이게 정부의 개입도 괜찮고 또 자유시장도 괜찮고 이거는 불안하기 때문에 안 된다. 가려면 아예 그냥 확실하게 프리덤, 리버럴리즘 그런 식으로 가야지. 그렇지 않으면 거꾸로 가게 된다는 거죠. 그렇게 되면 이게 안 된다는 얘기가 되는 거고요. 그 다음에 이제 야론 브룩 선생이 얘기하는 공정이 언페어하다고 이렇게 이제 크게 타이틀을 달았는데요. 사실 그 앞에는요, 이퀄이 무슨 얘기냐면 인컴 이퀄리티라는 얘기입니다, 사실은. 그래서 여기 미국에 오신 분들 계시겠지만은 미국은 기회의 나라이지 않습니까? 그래서 land of opportunity다 이거예요. 그리고 그 기회는 이퀄하다는 거죠. equal opportunities for everybody in the U.S. 그런 상태에서 사실은 이제 이민국에 이제 이민을 온 사람들, 지금도 이제 이민을 많이 가지만 이민을 온 사람들은 다 이거 정말 이런 나라가 다 있네, 정말 자유스럽네, 열심히 일하면은 내가 부자가 될 수 있겠구나. 물론 초기 단계에는 소득이 그렇게 올라가지 않죠. 그래서 이 인컴 이퀄리티가 좀 높겠죠. 거기에 대해서 비판적인 입장을 취하는 사람들도 많겠지만, 그게 아니라 내 다음 세대에 가면 정말 잘 살 수 있을 거야 라는 희망을 가지고 있기 때문에 미국은 정말 괜찮은 나라다, 좋은 나라다. 그래서 학자들이 인컴 이퀄리티가 좀 이게 이 디스트리뷰션이 좀 너무 좀 불리하다, 많다. 예를 들어서 지금 이 유명한 게 2001년에 노벨상을 탄 스티글리츠라는 사람이 있습니다. 이 사람이 이 책을 아주 크게 썼는데요. 굉장히 아주 호소력이 있습니다. 근데 이분이 월뱅크의 부총재도 했고 또 시니어 이코노미스트도 됐는데, 이니퀄리티가 커지면은 그러면은 이게 상당히 위험해진다라는 얘기인데요. 이 사람이 얘기해요. 그러니까 for the 1%, 그다음에 by the 1% and of the 1% 이렇게 주장하는 거예요. 예전에 우리 권위 시대는요, of the power, by the power, for the power 이제 이런 식으로 이제 얘기를 할 수 있지만은 이제 미국의 경우에는 사실은 이 스티브 잡스라든지 머리가 좋은 사람들, 인류에 이익을 끼친 사람들은 부자가 될 수 있는 거죠. 또 되어야 되죠. 근데 그러니까 미국에서의 경우에는 사실은 인컴 이니퀄리티에서는 별로 그렇게 신경을 안 쓰는 겁니다. 차라리 어떻게 다 이 자기의 가치관과 그리고 또 지식과 그리고 또 교육도 다른데 소득을 어떻게 그렇게 비슷하게 받아야 되느냐, 그건 아니다. 그래서 이게 equal is unfair라는 얘기예요. 그러나 여기 책을 읽어보면은 그렇지만은 political equality는 정말 very fair하다는 얘기예요. 미국에서도 사실은 폴리티컬이 이렇게 이니퀄리티가 있어가지고 이게 정치적으로 이렇게 커넥션을 만들어가지고 이게 부자가 되고 또 파워를 얻는 그런 부류가 있는 것처럼 거기도 있죠. 근데 우리는 좀 더 하죠. 그래서 지금 야론 브룩가 마지막에 끝날 때 보면은 선진국이도 그렇고 우리도 그렇고 이게 좀 문제 있는 얘기를 했죠. 그래서 크로닉 캐피탈리즘이 문제니까 그거를 잘 좀 다스려야 된다는 얘기가 되고요. 우리가 지금 70년이 됐습니다. 1분 내에 끝내겠습니다. 75년 전에 1947년에 지금 얘기한 미제스나 또 하이에크가 리버럴리즘, 자유의 중요성을 참 강조를 많이 했는데 75년이 흘렀습니다. 근데 왜 계속해서 우리가 앞으로 그쪽으로 가야 되는가? 가야죠. 근데 속도가 너무 늦어요. 그 이유는 이게 결국은 이제 방금도 지적이 됐지만은 크로닉 캐피탈리즘, 그 렌트 시킹이라고 얘기를 합니다. 이게 지금 이 사람은 렌트 시킹은 자기 실력이 아니고 자기 실력보다 더 많이 가져가는 거, 작당해서. 그래서 우리가 이런 부분을 좀 고쳐 나가면서 하면 리버럴리즘 쪽으로 더 많이 빨리 갈 수도 있다라는 그런 생각이 듭니다.
감사합니다. 민경국 교수님께서는 오랫동안 자유주의를 천착해 오셨고 많은 저서와 역서도 출판하셨는데요. 오늘 토론문에서 우리나라에서 자유가 위축되는 3가지 이유를 기술해 주셨습니다. 그 함께 설명을 해 주시고 제가 질문을 특별히 드릴 거는 우리나라에는 다른 나라와 달리 과속 방지턱, 과속 단속 카메라, 그리고 교통 신호등이 많은 것 같습니다. 이게 교통사고를 막기 위해 불가피하는 것인지 다른 대안은 없는지 제 추가 질문을 민경국 교수님께 함께 드려봅니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 마지막 질문을 하셨던 문제, 교통 문제, 그 문제가 저는 정말 전문가가 아니기 때문에 간단히만 말씀을 드리고, 우선 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 자유주의를 위축시킨 원인이 뭐냐 하는 겁니다. 이 원인. 특히 이제 우리 한국적인 실정에서 말했을 때의 그 원인입니다. 우리나라가 보면 여러분들 첫 번째 원인입니다. 첫 번째, 여러분들 내 삶을 책임지는 국가 굉장히 좋아하죠. 그렇죠? 여러분 굉장히 좋아할 겁니다. 내 삶 책임져 준다는데 뭐 얼마나 좋습니까? 내가 뭐 의사결정 나를 대신해서 모든 걸 다 해주겠다는 얘기인데, 그래서 지금 그게 인기여서 그게 바로 문재인 정권이 탄생한 이유입니다. 자, 그런데요, 이게 바로 자유로의 도피입니다. 자유로의 도피. 뭐냐면, 이게 불안하니까 사람들이. 혼자 있으면 굉장히 국가가 없이 혼자 의사결정을 하고 거기에 대한 책임을 지려니까 굉장히 불안하죠. 그러니까 불안성. 그러니까 뭐 노후도 불안하지, 교육도 불안하지, 일자리 불안하지, 소득 불안하지, 불안합니다. 불안하니까 이게 이 불안감을 회피하기 위한 방법으로서 이제 국가의 의지 나옵니다. 이게 뭐냐면 어버이주의라는 게 페어렌탈리즘입니다. 페어렌탈리즘. 여러분들 패터널리즘은 전혀 다르죠. 페어렌탈리즘은 밑에서부터 위로 이제 요구를 하는 겁니다. 그래서 국가가 우리나라에 지금 자유가 위축된 것이 바로 그 원인이 하나 있다. 패터널리즘이라고 하는 것은 이건 엘리트주의죠. 국가가 엘리트. 너는 참 못해. 그러니까 아까 교통 문제, 도로에 뭐 벽이 많다든지 뭐 이런 것들, 이런 거는 이건 파터널리즘이죠. 파터널리즘이고, 이제 이거는 페어렌탈리즘인데, 우리나라가 페어렌탈리즘이 굉장히 강하다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 이 엘리트주의는 뭐 여러분 먹방 있죠. 먹방 금지하는 것. 이건 파터널리즘이죠. 이게 너희들 말이지 너희들 건강 돌볼 줄 모르니까 우리가, 그러니까 국가의 선호에 의해서 정부가 원하는 선호를 개인들한테 부과시키는 겁니다. 이런 게 역시 우리나라는 이게 굉장히 강하다. 그래서 그런데 그거를 여러분들 읽어보시면 지금 76쪽에 있습니다. 그거를 극복할 수 있는 방법이 뭐냐면 이제 책임 회피인데 이게 지금 자유주의라는 게 도대체가 뭐냐 하는 거죠. 자유주의라는 게. 자유주의. 그러면 이 자유주의에서 이런 사람들을 도와줘야 되는데 국가가 도와줘야 되느냐? 결코 그럴 필요가 없습니다. 그러니까 불안해하는 사람을 어떻게 도와줘야 되느냐 하면, 우리 사회에는 아마 이게 전혀 알려지지 않습니다. 제3섹터라는 게 있습니다. 교회단체, 그다음에 뭐 자선단체들, 또는 여러분들 국경 없는 의사회, 아니면 의사들끼리 뭐 무의촌에 가서 일요일 봉사한다든지, 이런 봉사단체가 굉장히 많습니다. 이런 단체를 아마 여러분들 교회 단체에서 주는 장학금들, 이걸 가지고 생활하는 사람들, 그걸 가지고 학교를 다니거나 아니면 그걸 가지고 생존을 유지하는 사람들 굉장히 많습니다. 이런 것으로 하면, 이렇게 하면 역시 자유주의에서도 국가가 직접 개입하지 않는다고 하더라도 이게 또꼬리를 굉장히 중시한 거죠. 미국의 데모크라시 인 아메리카스는 거기에 보면 굉장히 많은 얘기를 합니다. 미국 사람들 두세 사람 모이면 자기들끼리 앉아가지고 공공재화를 산출하더라 이거죠. 도서관을 짓는다든지 아니면 병원을 짓는다든지 하는 그런 겁니다. 이게 우리나라에도 굉장히 많습니다. 그런데 이게 이게 발전할 수 있는 건 자유주의 사회에서만이 발전할 수 있는 제3섹터로서. 그러니까 우리는 개인, 시장과 국가라고 하는 사이에 이 제3섹터가 있다는 얘기입니다. 개인과 국가 사이에 제3섹터. 이게 있는데 이걸 굉장히 중시해요. 이걸 굉장히 우리는 무시하거든요. 정부, 우리가 못하면 정부인데 정부를 하지 말고 우리가 개인들이 하지 못하는 걸 단체, 집단, 시민사회죠. 일종의 시민사회. 정부와는 전혀 독립적으로 움직이는 시민사회가 할 수 있는 그 길이 있다. 이게 자유주의 하나의 장점이라고 생각을 합니다. 두 번째, 시간이 다 됐죠, 벌써? 예. 그 다음에 두 번째는 이게 자유주의에서 두 번째, 자유주의 가치라고 하는 게 있습니다. 자유주의 가치가 자유, 번영, 평화라고 하는 목록에 있습니다. 자유, 평화, 그 다음에 번영이라고 하는 건데, 이거 이외에도 또 하나가 있습니다. 정의라고 하는 걸, 이걸 고전적인 자유주의의 정의 문제를 별로 다루질 않았거든요. 그 다음에 하이에크도 정의 문제, 분배 정의 문제 다루질 않았습니다. 그러니까 이게 이 자유주의, 고전적인 자유주의자들이 이 정의 문제를 다루지 않았기 때문에 사회주의자들이 덥석 들어가지고 분배적 정의로 들어간 겁니다. 그래서 우리 사회도, 우리 자유주의도 이 정의 문제를 다시 들고 나왔는데, 이때의 정의라고 하는 것은 게임 규칙의 정의입니다. 아까 공정이라는 얘기죠. 공정이라는 건 이건 자유와 양립하는 거죠. 공정의 자유와의 평등, 자유와 양립하는 유일한 평등이라고 하는 것은 법 앞의 평등입니다. 이 법 앞의 평등인데, 이 법 앞의 평등이 바로 이 정의하고 똑같습니다. 룰 오브 로우 똑같습니다. 룰 오브 로우는 그보다 여러 가지 종류가 들어있는데, 룰 오브 로우가 이 의회에서 정한 법에 따라서 통치한다, 그런 뜻이 아닙니다. 룰 오브 로우라고 하는 것은 어떤 법이 법다운 법이냐를 말해주는 원칙입니다. 이게 그렇죠. 이게 고전적인 자유주의를 그렇게 했는데, 이제 우리나라 법 실증주의자들이 완전히 이게 뒤바꿔 버렸습니다. 의회에서 정하는 것은 모든 것이 법이다라는 식으로 만들어놨는데, 이것이 이런 정의 문제를 새로이 우리가 부각시켜야만이 이길 수 있다. 그 다음에 또 하나 마지막으로 있습니다.
마지막 다음 기회에 말씀해 주시면 좋겠습니다. 네. 자유에 관해서 말씀하시면서 자유를 드리지 못해 죄송합니다. 김종석 교수님 규제개혁위원장을 맡으셨는데 정말 축하를 드려야 할지 위로를 드려야 할지 모르겠습니다. 최근 카카오 먹통 사태가 불거지고 나서 정치권에서는 온라인 플랫폼 공정화법, 속칭 온폴법 제정을 추진하고 있습니다. 근데 사실 이 먹통 사태는 사각지대였던 플랫폼 기업의 서버 관리가 미흡해서 불거졌기 때문에 그 서버 관리를 보강해야지 온폴법을 제정해서 기업 활동을 옥죄게 되면 국내 플랫폼 기업을 역차별하고 ICT 산업 생태계도 위협할 우려가 있다. 그런 반론이 있습니다. 국회에서도 계셨고 지금 규제개혁이라는 막중한 과업을 맡고 계신데 정치권에서 추진하는 온폴법에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 제 추가 질문 한번 드려봅니다.
저는 원래 오늘 이 자유주의의 장점에 대해서 얘기하려고 그랬는데 그건 나중에 기회를 주시기로 하고요. 지금 질문하셨으니까 또 그게 지금 안재욱 교수님 발제하고도 연결이 되니까 특히 규제 온풀법 특히 예를 드셨는데요. 우리나라의 이 불량 규제의 양산의 배경에는 이 주로 졸속 규제의 배경에는 정치 논리와 국민 정서, 그래서 바로 그러니까 데이터나 과학적 분석에 근거하지 않은 그런 규제들이 많이 나오고, 그런 것들이 대개 보면 착하게 살자, 나쁜 놈 벌 주자, 그냥 이런 정도로. 국회에 계셔보니까 아시잖아요. 국회에서 법 만들 때는 단순히 딱 그겁니다. 착하게 살자, 나쁜 놈 벌 주자, 이걸로 법을 만들기 때문에 굉장히 그 졸속 입법이 반복이 되고 있는데요. 지금 온라인 플랫폼 법도요, 카카오 사태로 계기가 됐지만 사실 이거는 상식적으로 생각해 보면 어느 네트워크 인터넷 사업자나 자기가 관리하는 서버를 안전하게 관리해야 할 책임이 깨져서 생긴 거거든요. 소위 말하는 백업을 안 해서 생긴 거거든요. 그런데 갑자기 이게 국민정서에 올라타가지고 카카오가 독과점 행위를 한다 해가지고 독점 규제로 가는 거는 진단과 처방이 맞지 않는 거죠. 이런 예는 사실 온풀법만이 아니죠. 대표적인 게 얼마 전에 서울에 홍수가 났을 때 반지하에 살던 산모녀가 불행한 일을 당했을 때 그 다음날 서울시가 반지하를 불법화해버렸잖아요. 하겠다고 했잖아요. 이게 해법이 될 수는 없는 거 아닙니까? 그게 간단한 문제가 아니고 최소한 3개월 내지 6개월 이상 분석하고 데이터를 수집하고 대안을 마련하고 이해관계자 의견을 수렴해도 완벽한 규제를 만들 수가 없는 이슈를 불과 이틀 만에 그냥 반지하에서 못 살게 하겠다, 이런 식의 정책이 나오는 것이 바로 우리나라의 불량 규제의 양산의 한 배경이라고 생각을 합니다. 특히 규제 말씀이 나왔으니까 말인데요. 우리나라의 규제 문제에 있어서 가장 안타까운 현실은 그 관전 님비 사상에서 연결이 돼서 우리나라의 관청이나 입법 과정에서의 이 문화는 일단 국민을 잠재적 범법자로 의심하고 있는 문화가 굉장히 많습니다. 그래서 풀어놓으면 엉망이 된다. 이 마치 유치원 보모 선생님과 같은 그러한 그 멘탈리티를 갖고 있는 경우가 많아서 대표적으로 우리나라의 대기업에 대한 규제, 출자 총액 제한이라든지 대주주에 대한 행태 규제는 전형적으로 이 사람들은 그냥 놔두면 나쁜 짓을 할 거라는 전제하에 만들어진 사전 규제거든요. 수도권 입지 규제도 마찬가지고요. 그래서 이 근로기준법에 그런 조항 굉장히 많습니다. 그러니까 풀어놓으면 다 고용주들은 나쁜 짓 할 거다, 착취할 거다라는 전제하에 만들어진 규제가 있어서 역설적으로 그것 때문에 오히려 우리나라의 민간 섹터가 자율성을 확보할 수 있는 기회를 놓칩니다. 이건 마치 어렸을 때 우리 자전거 타기 배울 때 두발 자전거 타면 꼭 넘어지고 다치지만 두발 자전거를 타다 보면 익숙해지고 이제 자율 능력이 습득이 되잖아요. 그거 무섭다고 안 타면 영원히 자전거 못 타는 거예요. 마찬가지로 이 민간 섹터가, 기업계가 자율적으로 질서를 지키고 그 시장 경제를 운영해 나갈 수 있는 자율 능력을 배양해 주려면 전제가 규제를 푸는 것부터 시작돼야 된다. 규제를 못 푸는 이유가 민간 섹터를 못 믿어서가 아니라 풀어야만 민간의 자율 능력과 신뢰가 형성이 된다라고 저는 생각을 하기 때문에, 그래서 우리나라의 규제를 혁신해야 된다고 말씀드리고, 제가 준비한 말씀은 더 기회를 주시면 더 하기로 하고요. 딱 5분 내에 맞췄습니다.
감사합니다. 너무 쉽게 설명해 주셔서 머리에 쏙쏙 들어오는 것 같습니다. 마지막으로 박기성 교수님, 노동 문제 쪽에 굉장히 전문성을 갖고 계신데요. 오늘 별도 발제 자료를 준비해 주셨어요. 이제 여쭤보니까 발제하는데 한 10분 정도는 걸릴 것 같다고 말씀하셨는데, 수업도 단축 수업이 좋기 때문에 우선
빨리 할게요.
네, 좀 줄여서 해주시기로 하고요. 대신에 발제 자료를 준비해 주신 그 수고를 해 오셨기 때문에 제 추가 질문 한 가지를 포함해서 다른 분보다 2분 정도 더 드리도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
추가 질문은 김종석 교수님이 답변해 주신 것과 비슷하게, 특히 우리나라에는 노사관계가 경쟁력이 좀 다른 선진국에 비해 약하고 상당히 그 엇박자가 많이 나서 파열음이 좀 일고 있어요. 근데 이 원인이 뭐 여러 가지가 있겠지만, 어떤 학자는 우리 그 노사관계 법률이나 관행이 그 풀크루스의 침대처럼 딱 그 정부가 촘촘하고 획일적인 규제를 하기 때문에 자율적으로 노사가 합의를 해도 그 규제에 어긋나면은 안 되니까 노사관계가, 자율적인 노사관계가 확립이 되지 못하고 계속해서 악순환이 되고 있다, 이런 지적이 있습니다. 그래서 이걸 문제를 어떻게 풀어야 될지 그거 하나 여쭤보겠습니다.
그 한마디로 자유주의의 부재입니다. 그거에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 저거는 지금부터 말씀드릴 거는 제가 그 최근에 발간한 책이 있는데 여기에 근거하고 있는데, 제가 사실 좀 일어나서 해도 되겠죠. 요번에 그 윤석열 대통령 취임사를 듣고서 제 개인적으로는 저는 크리스찬이라서 이건 기도 응답이다. 네?
그러니까 민족이라는 말이 한 번도 안 나온 최초의 취임사예요. 자유보다도 민족이라는 말이 한 번도 안 나왔다는 게 제가 정말 가치를 뒀고 그래서 헌금까지 했어요. 그런데 3개월 동안에 8.15 경축사를 듣지도 않았습니다. 속았다. 무슨 얘기냐? 학계를 비롯해서 정치계나 이런 모든 자유에 대한 개념 자체가 아직 없는 것 같다는 생각이 들어요. 자유를 잘 이해를 못하고 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 이런 도표부터 제가 먼저 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 의람될 수도 있지만 굉장히 중요할 수 있기 때문입니다. 왜냐하면 사람들이 우리가 그 태극기 집회라는 거 있었잖아요. 저도 거기 참여했었는데 거기 나온 대부분의 사람은 뭐 민주우파나 안보우파지 그러니까 시장우파가 아니에요. 시장우익이 아니에요. 대부분의 사람들이 다 정부에 기대고 있는 사람입니다. 왜냐하면 민도가 그거이기 때문에 일반 국민들이 지금 우리가 생각하기에 아까 야론부룩도 얘기하지만 1차원이 아니라 반드시 2차원 이상으로 봐야 됩니다. 경제적인 측면과 정치적인 측면에서 이걸 나누어서 개인의 자유와 권리를 국가나 사회나 집단보다 얼마큼 우선시하느냐 그 스펙트럼이 있을 거 아니에요. 그래서 그 한쪽은 시장경제, 프리 마켓 이코노미고 경제적인 측면에서 횡축이 그렇습니다. 그 다음에 더 반대편은 플랜드 이코노미고 계획경제고 이렇게 볼 수 있고 물론 스펙트럼이 다 있는 겁니다. 그리고 종축은 정치인데 하나는 사실 디마크러시라는 리버럴 디마크러시는 크라시로 끝나니까 민주주의라고 하면 안 되겠죠. 그러니까 자유민주제입니다. 제도고 또 극단은 오토크라시예요. 크라시로 끝나는 거죠 다. 그러니까 제도예요. 그래서 정치적인 면에서는 양극단이 독재와 자유민주제로 보게 되면 제가 60년대 국민학교를 다녔는데 60년대에 다닐 때만 하더라도요 박정희 정권이었죠. 저희 상권분리 답이었고 반장선거 확실하게 보통평등 비밀 직접선거로 했습니다. 네? 이런 면에서 봤을 때 우리 그 당시에 박정희 정부는 상당한 정도 지금 저기에서는 일사분명 정치적으로도 상당히 자유가 있었고 경제적으로도 물론 자유가 있었던 그런 거죠. 물론 미국만큼은 아니죠. 그런 것이 유신 거치면서 이 4사분면으로 떨어진 거죠. 피노체트나 이런 식으로 것으로 됐다. 또 볼 수 있고 그러면 많은 사람들이 사실 우리나라 국민들이 2사분면에 있는 겁니다. 그러니까 안보적으로는 우익, 뭐 민주 우익일진 몰라도 북한에 반대하는 그렇지만 경제적으로는 기업에 대해서 반감이 있고 특히 재벌에 대해서 반감이 뭔지 모르게 그래서 대부분의 경우에 시장경제에 대해서는 반대하는 그러니까 반시장 좌익이다 이렇게까지 얘기할 수 있고 그래서 박근혜 정부도 그렇고 이명박 정부도 해가지고 아까 87년 이후에 우리 안 교수님이 말씀하셨듯이 계속 정말 그 자유에서 반대되는 쪽으로 갔던 이유도 저런 거 아닐까 하는 생각이 들고요. 그래서 끝판왕으로 문재인 정부가 탄생을 한 거고 문재인 정부 거치면서 사실 2사분면에서 상당한 정도 3사분면으로 지금 넘어갔다고 생각이 됩니다. 정치적으로나 경제적으로. 그래서 우리가 지금 자유주의 위기라고까지 말씀을 하고 계신 거죠. 그리고 여기서 주목해야 될 거는 우리가 미국이 저 1사분면의 극단이라면 그 대칭점에 있는 것이 스탈린이나 북한이라고 생각이 되지만 또 우리가 주목해야 될 거는 여기에 유사하게 나치즘이 들어가는 거예요. 이거는 하이에크부터 지금 지적이 되고 있는 건데 스탈리니즘을 하이에크는 슈퍼 파시즘이라고 얘기했어요. 동질적으로 같은 거로 본 거예요. 근데 나치즘이나 파시즘을 우리나라 사람들은 다 극우라고 얘기를 하고 있죠. 이거는 코민테른이나 특히 프렌츠 뉴만 같은 그 마르크스 주의자들이 명칭을 그렇게 붙인 겁니다. 이게 프레임에서 사실은 용어 전쟁에서 깨진 거예요. 이게 사실 극좌죠. 나치즘이나 파시즘은 스탈리니즘과 같은 극좌이고 이거는 누누이 노예의 길이나 이런 데서 하이크가 강조했던 것이고요. 그리고 나치즘은 뭐라고 얘기하냐면 비노조 사회주의라고 얘기를 하고 있습니다. 사회주의와 똑같은 성격이다. 근데 우리나라는 예를 들어 모든 이쪽에 있는 진영의 사람들도 나치즘, 파시즘, 군국주의는 다 극우라고 얘기를 하고 있는 거예요. 여기서부터 우리는 깨지고 있다고 생각이 됩니다. 용어를 저건 극좌다. 스탈리니즘이나 북한과 성격이 같은 거다라는 것을 우리가 굉장히 강조하면서 나가야 된다고 생각이 됩니다. 자, 여러 가지 얘기가 있지만 시간 관계상 여기 다 저거 있고요. 그 다음에 이쪽을 보는 게 더 낫겠네요. 여기 그런 얘기들이 쭉 나오고 있는데 이게 아까 노동 관련해서 우리나라의 노동 기본권 단결권, 단체 교섭권, 단체 행동권이라는 이 세 개의 헌법적 권리가 있습니다. 우리나라는 헌법적 권리예요. 근데 미국만 하래도 이거 헌법적 권리가 아닙니다. 그래서 제가 18개 나라의 주요 나라들을 조사를 했는데 여기 있네. 보시게 되면 근데 이것도 잘 안 보이네요. 근데 서서 하는 게 나을 것 같아요. 뭐 쓰나 앉으나 뭐 비슷하니까요. 자, 여기 보시게 되면 주요 나라들을 보세요. 이 단결권, 단체 교섭, 단체 행동권이 헌법에 있는 나라도 있지만 일본은 그래요. 우리나라가 일본 거를 뺏겼으니까. 그렇지만 영국은 뭐 성문헌법이 없고 독일만 하더라도 단결권, 그 단결권도 근로자와 사용자 등이에요. 다른 단체들도 같이 가지게 되는 것이고, 그 다음에 뭐 네덜란드 같은 경우는 세 개가 다 빠져 있고요. 그런 나라가 노르웨이도 그렇습니다. 덴마크만 하더라도 그 플렉시큐리티 해가지고 유연 안전성으로 노동 운동하는 분들이 굉장히 이상적으로 생각하는 덴마크 역시 단결권, 단체 교섭권이 단체 행동권 세 개가 다 헌법적인 권리가 아니에요. 그러니까 이게 무슨 그러니까 사유재산권, 재산권과 충돌이 일어났을 때 법률적으로 해결이 될 수 있는데 우리는 사실 양쪽이 다 헌법적인 권리니까 여기서부터 굉장히 어렵게 될 수밖에 없습니다. 이것도 자유주의 부재의 한 측면이라고 생각하고, 자, 우리가 사실 근본적으로 노동개혁을 하려면 지금 여기서 여기서 지금 제가 화면에서 여러분들이 보시듯이 사실 free to choose 할 수 있어야 되는 거죠. 소위 말하는 employment at will, 미국식으로 하게 되면 임의고용 원칙이라고 그래서 그것이 극단적으로 표현된 게 이게 실질적으로 쓰이고 있는 미국의 그러니까 employment contract에 나와 있는 문구예요. 보시게 되면 여기 이 지금 계약이 at will이라는 표현이 나오고 있습니다. 이거는 뭐냐 하면 여러분들이 좋은 직장을 구하게 되면 그 직장에 다니다가 더 좋은 직장이 있으면 그날 즉시 사표 쓰고 그 직장을 나갑니다. 그럴 자유가 있잖아요. 그 반대 이퀄 푸팅은 뭡니까? 사용자 입장에서는 이유가 있든 없든 간에 해고할 수 있는 자유가 있다는 것이 기본적인 임의고용 원칙입니다. 그게 사실 맞잖아요. 이퀄 푸팅에 되면. 근데 우리는 그거 자체를 거론하는 것 자체가 이건 완전히 배관시되는 그런 지금 분위기입니다. 물론 이렇게까지 할 수는 없지만 이것이 사실은 이쪽 방향으로 가야 되는 겁니다. 우리가 지금은 못 저거 하지만, 그리고 그 다음 문장은 이게 같은 Employment Contract에 나와 있는 문구를 제가 그냥 가지고 온 겁니다. Your annual salary, 그리고 가로 열고 exempt라는 표현이 나오고 있어요. 이게 뭐냐 하면 너는 초과 근로수당을 못 받는 면제 근로자다. 그러니까 화이트 칼라, 전문직, 뭐 이런 사람들은 exempt예요. 그래서 연장 근무를 하든 안 하든, 그러니까 칼퇴근이 가능한 거죠. 하든 안 하든 초과 근로수당을 너는 못 받는다라고 딱 명시가 되어 있습니다. 사실 이런 것들이 자유주의적인 노동을 규율하는 제도들인데 우리는 여기에 엄청나게 못 미치고 있는 거고, 앞으로 우리가 이런 쪽으로 나가야 된다고 생각이 됩니다. 여기 뭐 노용시장 이거는 나중에 기회가 되면 말씀드리고, 거기서 이제 중요한 것들이 사실은 우리가 제일 먼저 해야 될 거는 파업 관련해서 대체 근로를 허용해야 돼요. 이건 사실은 이퀄 푸팅으로 만드는 거죠. 사용자와 근로자, 노동조합을. 그게 안 되고 있으니까 지금 사실 기울어진 운동장이 되고 있는 거죠. 근데 이거는 박근혜 정부 때 그 노동개혁의 테이블에도 못 올라온 거예요. 가장 중요한 건데. 소위 포컬 포인트라고 생각되는 이 세 개가 거의 다 하나도 안 올라왔습니다. 이 이제 테이블에. 그리고 이상한 뭐 일반 해고 뭐 이런 거 해가지고 2,700만을 자 적으로 모는 일반 해고에 집착해가지고 사실 성과가 없는 거거든요. 그러니까 우리가 노동개혁을 하더라도 이게 포컬 포인트가 있거든요. 몇 가지만 이렇게 하고서 이게 물꼬를 터야 되는데 그런 전략의 부재였고, 사실은 그거 노동개혁을 담당했던 그 사람 자체가 솔직히 말해서 잘 모르는 사람들이에요. 이 자유주의적인 것도 모르고 이 상황을 모르고서 그냥 과거에 노동부 장관 했다고 해서 노동개혁을 한다. 이건 말도 안 되는 겁니다. 이거 정말 전문가들이 아주 예리하게 들어가야 되는 부분인데, 실제로 나중에 말씀드리면 하루스 개혁이 바로 그런 거였거든요. 근데 그런 거 없이 그냥 들어가서 결국은 뭐 그것 때문에 사실 탄핵을 당했다고도 할 수 있는 그런 상황이 된 겁니다. 그리고 또 파견근로 자유화, 아까 말씀드린 이그잼트, 넌 이그잼트 하는 초과근로 면제, 이런 것들이 사실 포컬 포인트고 이런 거에 집중을 해서 노동개혁을 했어야 되는데 이런 것들이 하나도 테이블에 올라오지 못하고 이상한 것들만이 올라오다가 결국은 뭐 그냥 유야무야 됐다, 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있습니다. 이건 뭐 제가 대비적으로 그러니까 대체 근로가 안 되는 이유 중에 하나가 직장 점거 파업 하고 있으니까 제가 노동연구원장 하면서 파업을 한 80여일, 90여일 당했었는데요. 화장실 가는 게 문제가 돼요. 화장실, 직장 점거 파업을 하고 있기 때문에. 이건 말도 안 되는 일이 벌어지고 우리나라에 그러고 있습니다, 지금. 예? 자, 미국은 하게 되면 피켓팅 하잖아요. 바깥으로 나옵니다. 재산권 침해니까. 노무 제공을 안 하면 나가야죠, 당연히. 그래서 저기 워크아웃이라고 썼어요. 걸어서 나간다는 겁니다. 파업의, 그러니까 워크아웃을 찾아보시면 걸어서 나간다는 것이 파업을 의미합니다. 그러니까 걸어서 나가야 돼요, 파업하는 사람은. 여기 있을 권리가 없는 겁니다, 공장에. 이런 기본적인 원칙이 지켜지지 않기 때문에 기울어진 운동장이다. 그리고 제가 이거 마지막으로 강조하고 싶은 게 있습니다. 이거 좀 많은 사람들이, 정치하는 사람들, 지금 여기 계신 많은 분들도 사회적 합의주의, 노사정위원회 이런 거에 대해서 굉장히 집착을 해요. 대화 타협. 얼마나 좋은 말입니까? 근데 원칙이 지켜진 다음에 대화 타협이지, 원칙 없는 대화 타협은 나락으로 떨어지는 겁니다. 그게 기울어진 운동장이에요. 자, 우리 코퍼라티즘으로 대표되는 사회적 합의주의라는 거, 이 코퍼라티즘의 어원이 뭐냐면 코퍼스예요. 이게 신체입니다. 사회 유기체론이에요. 세포가 모여서 조직이 되고 조직이 유기체가 되듯이 개인이 어떤 협동체, 정경련이 될 수도 있고 경총이 될 수도 있고 노총이 될 수도 있는 그런 협동체, 그리고 사회를 구성한다고 보는 겁니다. 그래서 위에서 결정하면은 마치 머리가 결정하면 팔다리는 그거에 따르듯이 수족과 같이 개인을 수족과 같이 취급하는 거예요. 이거에 대한 경고를 하이에크는 누누이 한 책에서도 4번이나 5번 나와요. 바로 이 사회적 합의주의 귀결은 전체주의다. 그게 노예의 길이다. 우리가 그 길을 가고 있는 거예요. 노사정위원회부터 폐지하는 것이 노동개혁의 첫 단추라고 저는 생각합니다. 그리고 정말 자유주의라면 노사정위원회라는 건 말도 안 되는 거예요. 자유주의자 입장에서는. 헌법이 있고 그런데 시장경제인데 어떻게 말도 안 되는 집단이 나와서 모든 결정을 하고 뭐, 이거는 진짜 말도 안 되는, 제가 보기에는 너무너무 한심한 자유주의자 입장에서는 정책이라고 생각이 되는데, 많은 자유주의라고 하는 분들이 이쪽으로 기울어지고 있다는 것이 우리나라 노동개혁을 못하는 큰 요인이다. 그러니까 윤석열 정부도 그걸 생각하는 거예요. 예? 무슨 김문수 위원장 하면 될 것으로 생각하고, 그거는 민주노총이나 한국노총의 운동장만을 제공할 뿐이지 될 수가 없습니다. 그런 식으로 정말 자유주의 원칙에서 보기에는 완전히 어긋나는 정책을 윤석열 정부가 하고 있고, 그래서 제가 속았다고 말씀을 드리는 겁니다. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 열변을 토해주신 박기성 교수님께는 어쩌면 두 번째 질문이 가지 않을 수도 있겠습니다. 공정하게 해야 되니까. 김인철 교수님, 시간이 얼마 안 남아서 앞으로 답변을 뭐 2분 정도 안에 끝내주셔야 될 것 같은데요. 전반적으로 안재욱 교수님 말씀해 주신 대로 자유는 남의 자유를 침해하지 않는 그런 선이 있어야 되잖아요. 근데 우리는 문자 폭탄이랄까, 뭐 댓글 테러와 같은 이른바 팬덤 정치 쪽에서도 그렇고, 또 뭐 님비, 뭐 눈퍼, 핀피, 그런 떼쓰기 현상이라 그럴까요? 그런 집단 이기주의랄까, 뭐 그런 것들이 좀 만연하다 할까? 그런 상황이 우리 학교에서의 교육 이런 쪽에서도 이게 자유에 대한 인식이랄까, 그런 것이 좀 철저히 되지 않고 있는 게 아닌가 하는, 학계에 계셨으니까 우리 교육에서의 어떤 문제점 이런 게 혹시 짚어주실 수 있으신지.
네, 2분간 말씀드리겠습니다. 제가 학교에 오래 있었는데요, 교수와 학생의 차이는 상당히 크다라고 생각하기 쉬운데요, 그렇지 않습니다. 기본 생각은요, 학생들이 더 빨라요. 그런데 결국은 그런 문제들이 너 그래, 나 그래요. 그러니까 not in my backyard, 그러니까 그런 얘기. 그다음에 please in my front yard. 이런 식의 이기주의적인 거는요, 어른들이 더 하는 거예요. 그러니까 학생들이 보고 배우는 겁니다. 그래서 우리가 지금 지니고 있는 문제는 위에서 밑으로 이렇게 내려가면서 고쳐야지, 선생이니까 교수니까 학생들은 또 이렇게 하면 안 돼, 안 통하는 거예요.
감사합니다. 민경국 교수님, 아까 세 번째 자유를 위축시키는 요인에 관해서 설명하시려고 할 때 제가 말씀을 제지를 해서 대단히 죄송합니다. 자유롭게 최후 발언을 해주시면 되겠습니다.
시장에 대한 신뢰가 굉장히 떨어져 있죠. 시장이라고 하는 것은 이게 만인에 대한 투쟁 상태다라는 식으로 변하거나, 아니면 시장은 이 강자가 약자를 착취하는 세상이다라는, 또는 시장을 제로섬 게임으로 보는 시각입니다. 이런 시각이 지속되면 이게 경제민주화도 그랬고 억강 보약 정책이라고 하는 그 정책도 그렇게 나와 있습니다. 그런 것들이 전부 다 이게 반시장적인 색채죠. 그런데 근본적인 문제는 왜 시장을 이와 같이 제로섬 게임으로 보느냐, 또는 그 강자가 약자를 착취하는 세상이다, 이런 식으로 보는 근본적인 이유가 있습니다. 이게 원시적인 마인드거든요. 원시 사회는 이게 서로 어울리면서 한 30명에서 150명 정도의 사람들이 어울리면서 살았던 그런 그 멘탈이 머릿속에 박혀 있습니다. 우리 DNA 속에 들어있는 거죠. 그래서 그 DNA를, 그런 그 원시적인 마인드를 가지고 이제 세상을 보기 때문에 그럴같이 된다. 이 경쟁을 싫어하는 것. 경쟁이라는 건 이건 문화적인 현상이죠. 이거는 인류가 생겨나면서부터 참 근대로 들어오면서부터 생겨난 건데, 그 전에 원시 사회는 경쟁이라는 게 없었습니다. 내부 30 내지 150명 정도의 그룹 속에서는 결코 경쟁이라는 게 있을 수 없죠. 그런 속에서 굉장히 오랜 시간 동안 살았기 때문에 그게 이제 DNA 속에, 우리 유전인자 속에 고착되어 있습니다. 그래서 인간이라고 하는 기본적으로 사회주의자다라는 얘기입니다. 그런 사회주의 마인드를 가지고 이제 이거를 이제 소규모 사회의 모랄입니다. 소규모 사회, 원시 사회, 소규모 사회 모랄을 이제 대규모 사회에, 오늘날 같이 열린 거대한 사회에 적용시키는 게, 이게 바로 공동체주의나 아니면 사회주의라는 얘기입니다. 그렇기 때문에, 그래서 이런 그 원시적인 마인드, 이런 걸 가지고 있기 때문에 우리나라 그 시장에 대한 시장에 대한 불신이라고 할까요? 그런 게 생겨났다고 봅니다.
네, 감사합니다. 김종석 교수님, 그 세계 가치관 조사라고 아주 근위 있는 2, 3년에 한 번씩 전 세계 국가에서 시행되는 조사에 따르면, 우리 국민들은 그 정부의 복지에 관한 책임이 중요하다 하는데 공감하는 비율과 소득 재분배가 무척 중요하다라고 생각하는 비율이 세계에서 가장 높습니다. 러시아하고 비슷해서 가장 높고요. 그리고 노력보다 운이 더 중요하다고 생각하는 비율이 아시아에서 가장 높습니다. 그러다 보니까 어쩌면 아까 안재욱 교수님 말씀해 주신 자기 책임 원칙, 이런 것이 확립되기가 어려운 그런 분위기가 아닌가 하는 그런 추정도 있는데, 이거 좀 어떻게 보시며 바꾸려면 무슨 노력을 해야 될지 말씀해 주시기 바랍니다.
지금 언급하신 그런 잘못된 인식, 결국 시장경제에 대한 반감이나 오해는 결국 무지와 인식의 문제거든요. 그렇다면 이걸 바꾸는 수밖에 없죠. 아까 야론 브록 이사장도 결국에는 그쪽으로 대안을 제시하셨죠. 사실 대한민국이 경제적으로 성공한 이유는, 해외 출장 가면 많은 사람들이 한국 경제학자라니까 물어보는데 뻔한 거 아닙니까? 우리 5,000년 동안 똑같은 언어와 문화와 유전자, 생물학적 유전자를 가졌던 한 그룹의 사람들이 70여 년간 따로 살았는데 저기는 저렇게 가난하고 여기는 이렇게 됐다는 얘기는 100% 후천적인 요인이죠. 그리고 그것은 바로 우리가 자유민주주의 시장경제 체제를 채택하고 친서방 개방경제를 추구했기 때문이거든요. 이거 외엔 다른 설명이 없어요. 한민족이 우수하다? 아니 그럼 북한은 안 우수한가요? 한민족인데. 그래서 이거는 완전히 일종의 사회적 일란성 쌍둥이가 각각 다른 집에 입양돼서 나타난 결과로밖에 볼 수가 없다는 점에서 자유민주주의가 바로 시장경제가 우리를 이렇게 만들었다고 할 수 있는데, 오늘 여기도 젊은 학생들 많이 와 계시지만 안타까운 거는 지금 대한민국의 시장경제가 위기에 빠진 이유는 바로 시장경제 혜택을 가장 많이 본 국민들이, 그리고 가장 많이 본 제너레이션이 시장경제에 대한 반감과 왜곡이 크다는 데 있죠. 저는 대한민국이 지금 성장의 한계에 도달한 이유가 근본적으로 거기에 있다고 봅니다. 그래서 시장경제에 대한 확신과 애정, 특히 잘못된 그 지식, 을 과감하게 떨쳐나가는 노력. 그래서 미국의 헤리티지재단이나 대한민국의 전경련과 한국경제연구원 같은 조직이 좀 더 이 시장경제에 대한 오해를 바로잡는데 큰 역할을 해야 된다. 저는 그렇게 생각합니다.
감사합니다. 박희성 교수님 뭐 보지 않아도 답은 뻔할 것 같은데 노란봉투 법안이라고 들어보셨죠?
아니 저는 그런 건 잘 모르고요, 솔직히. 그건 별로 여기에 그건 아주 지엽적인 문제고요. 사실은 기본적으로 자유주의 부재 때문에 이런 일이 벌어지는 거고, 아까 민경 교수님 말씀하셨는데 우리나라에는 한 번도 시장에 대한 신뢰를 가진 적이 없어요. 어떤 면에서는 국민들이 교육을 시켜야 돼요. 교육을 안 받았기 때문에 시장에 대한 신뢰가 언제는 있었습니까? 항상 시장은 불안하다고 생각하는 거죠. 그러니까 우리 같은 사람들이, 교수나 이런 분들이 정말 교육을 제대로 해야지, 그래야지 젊은이들이 제대로 이거에 대한 인식을 하지. 그러지 않으면 계속 이 상태는 반복이 될 것 같아요. 우리 책임이 있다고 생각합니다.
알겠습니다. 안재욱 교수님 다른 분 토론을 들으시면서 혹시 덧붙일 말씀 있으시면 한 2분 내로 해주시기 바랍니다.
네, 결국에 뭐 다 같은 생각인데요. 근데 결국에 제가 아까 발제에서도 말씀을 드렸지만 중요한 것은 인식인 것 같아요. 우리 김동석 교수님께도 말씀하셨지만, 그래서 우리 자유주의자들이 해야 될 일은 결국에 이 시장에 대해서, 자유주의에 대해 잘 모르는 거에 대해서 계속 끊임없이 교육을 해야 되지 않겠느냐. 자, 그런 점에서 이 진부한 얘기인지 모르지만 freedom is not free예요. 우리가 자유가 공짜가 아니다. 그 얘기는 무슨 얘기냐면 이 시스템을 만드는 데에 좀 투자를 해야 됩니다. 근데 보면 그런 데서 투자를 해야 되겠다고 생각하는 분들이 별로 없어요. 저는 참 걱정스러운 게, 지금 여기 보시면 다 머리가 희끗희끗 하잖아요. 우리 가면 사실 과연 이 지식을 이어받아서 다음 세대들한테 이런 지식들을 전해줄 수 있을까에 대해서 상당히 많이 걱정을 하거든요. 그래서 뭐 헤리티지재단도 얘기 나오고, 지금 여기 뭐 한국경제 전경련 얘기지만, 저는 조금 더 이런 쪽에 자유시장 경제가 얼마만큼 중요하고 이거에 대해서 전 국민을 대상으로서 교육하는 데 대해서 저는 엄청나게 많은 투자를 해야 된다고 생각을 합니다. 그래야지 지금 보면 그냥 뭐 주어지는 거고 뭐 나한테 이익 되면 뭐 그냥 살아가는 거고 이런 식으로 생각하는 경향이 너무 많아요. 그래서 특히 이 자본가라든가 기업가라든가 이런 분들이 이런 문제에 사실 좀 천착을 해서 거기에 많이 투입을 해야 되는데, 지금 보면 저는 상당히 우려스러운 게 뭐냐면, 뭐 일부 자본가나 이런 분들이 이 기부금을 내요. 그런데 그 돈이 다 보면 어디로 가느냐 하면 쓸데없다. 무슨 좌파 단체 만드는 데로 가고 지금 그러고 있지 않습니까? 지금 상황이 이렇다는 거예요. 그래서 이것에 대한 중요성을 알고 이 문제에 대한 좀 투자를 해야 되지 않겠냐, 저는 그렇게 생각합니다.
알겠습니다. 김인철 교수님이 1분만 말씀하시겠다고 합니다.
저는 76년 봄에 시카고 대학을 갔습니다. 그때 1년 동안 프리드만 선생의 이제 강의를 들었는데요. 그분이 얘기하는 중에 꼭 한번, 그러니까 여러분께 한번 말씀드리고 싶은 게 있는데요. 자, 그럼 자유주의가 좋다, 그다음에 자유시장도 좋다, 그거 하면 잘 된대 라는 생각을 하지만은 실제 못 느껴요, 학생들이나 교수들이나. 그런데 프리드만 선생이 뭐라고 얘기를 했냐면요, 아주 희한한 얘기를 했는데, 소위 프리 소사이티라는 게 나옵니다, 그 개념이. 그러니까 나도 자유스럽게 개인적으로, 그러니까 이 인디비주얼 리버티, 인디비주얼 프리덤 이렇게 해놓으면은 그 사회 전체가 희한한 이 집단이 된다는 거예요. 그러니까 어떤 사람이 자기가 열심히 해서 잘하고 부자가 되고 높은 자리에 가면은 또 딴 사람이 또 그걸 보고서 따라가면서, 그래서 페어 컴피티션을 강조를 합니다. 언페어한 것도 있죠. 나쁘게 치팅하는 사람도 있죠. 그렇지만은 한 세대 가고 두 세대까지 기다리면은 그러니까 이게 페어한 그런 컴피티션이 계속 되면서 그 사회가 발전이 되면서 그 사회에 희한한 그런 이 분위기가 생긴다는 거예요. 그 분위기를 타고 그 사회가, 그 나라가 잘 된다는 거예요. 그러니까 그런 얘기는 제가 들어본 적이 없어요, 딴 책에서. 그러니까 그분이 거기까지 그러니까 이 세대 간에 참으면서 페어한 컴피티션을 해라. 컴피티션이 없으면 그 죽은 시장이야. 그리고 언페어한 시장은 아니야. 컴페티티브하게 그렇게 컴피티션을 하면은 그 사회 전체가 이득을 본다. 그런 그 강의를 하셨어요.
네, 저희들 예정보다 30초 시간을 어겼는데요. 객석에서 질문이 있으시면 한 2분 정도 받도록 하겠습니다. 네, 우리 젊은 여학생 손 드셨는데 누구 마이크 좀. 네.
안녕하세요. 한민고에서 온 윤시연이라고 합니다. 네, 저는 민경국 교수님께 질문 드리고 싶은데요. 아까 말씀해 주셨던 어버이주의에 대해서 우리나라가 지금 무상교육 정책을 하고 있고, 그리고 또 정실주의로 인해서 이로 인한 학벌주의가 심하다고 생각하는데, 혹시 이게 국민 평균 학력이 높고 부모로부터 독립 연령이 높은 우리나라가 이제 우리나라의 젊은 층이 복지 정책을 선호하고 포퓰리즘을 옹호하는 이런 상황을 만드는 데 영향을 미쳤다고 생각하시는지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
네. 또 마저 질문. 예. 역시 같은 학교 학생이신 것 같은데. 네.
안녕하세요. 저는 한민고등학교 2학년 허시호라고 합니다. 오늘 그 자유주의에 대한 위기에 대해서 다양한 분야에서 여러 가지 설명을 해주셔서 많이 배우고 간다고 생각해서 감사의 말씀을 먼저 드리고 질문을 드리겠습니다. 저는 김종석 민간위원장님께 질문을 드리고 싶은데요. 아까 예시로 들어주셨던 그 서울시에서 홍수가 났을 때 반지하에 사는 걸 없애자라고 하는 것처럼 뭔가 실질적이지 않는데 그냥 그런 법률부터 만들어 보는 그런 국민들의 법 감정에만 그 기대서 그 법을 그냥 일단 만들어 보는 그런 거에 대해서 규제를 해야 한다라고 말씀해 주셨는데 그런 부분에 있어서 규제를 해야 하는 것에 동의를 하지만 국민들이 그런 법 감정을 가지고 있는 이상은 아무리 규제를 한다고 해도 그 국민들의 감정과 너무 괴리가 커져서 더 큰 반발로 이어질 수 있다고 생각합니다. 이런 점에 대해서 어떻게 하면 보완하면서도 그런 무분별한 법에 대해서 규제를 할 수 있는지에 대해서 대안책이 있으신지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
네. 특별히 다른 질문이 없으시면 두 분 우리 미래 세대의 질문에 대해서 두 분 원로께서 답변을 해주시겠습니다.
예, 아주 질문이 참 좋았습니다. 그런데 저는 마찬가지로 지금 질문했던 우리나라의 젊은이들이 독립 연령이 높아졌다라든지 복지국가의 성장이라든지 이런 것들이 우리나라에는 전부 다 이 페런털리즘 거기서부터 출발을 한 거로 이해를 하고 있습니다. 왜냐하면 이게 사람이 본심이 이게 좀 불안감이 있으면 누구한테 의지하고 싶습니다. 이제 과거에는 신한테 의지를 했죠. 그런데 신은 죽었다라고 했습니다. 니체 이후로 신은 죽었으니까 신한테 믿지 않고 이제 국가로 이전을 했습니다. 믿음이 국가로 믿어가지고 거기서 이제 국가가 모든 걸 다 해주기를 바라는 거죠. 그러니까 우리나라 대깨문이라는 게 있죠. 대깨문 쌍소리에서 미안합니다만. 대깨문이 있죠. 개딸이라는 것들 전부 다 이런 식입니다. 의지하는 거죠. 지금 여러분들 문재인 누굽니까 이재명입니까? 이재명 대표를 따르는 모든 사람들 아주 이건 그렇습니다. 전부 다 이게 의지하고 싶은 겁니다. 의지하고 노예가 돼버리는 거죠. 노예가 되는 거죠. 그래서 이게 저는 우리나라의 현실에서 이게 페란틀리즘 이게 아마 이게 우리의 국가가 국가주의로 가는데 중요한 역할, 사회주의로 가는데 중요한 멘탈드가 아니면 이 정서가 아니었느냐 그런 식으로 생각을 하고 있습니다. 예, 고맙습니다.
네, 저도 참 공감이 가는 질문인데요. 정치는 통합의 예술이지만 정책과 규제는 과학의 영역이거든요. 지금 이태원 참사 때문에 마음이 많이 아프죠. 또 평택에서 공장에서 젊은 분이 돌아가셨죠. 막 욱하잖아요. 그럴 때 이거 좀 어떻게 안 생기게 할 수 없어라는 국민의 요구, 국민 정서, 여론은 존중해야 됩니다. 여론을 존중하는 것과 여론에 영합하는 것은 다른 것이죠. 오히려 여론에 영합하다가 진단과 처방이 잘못돼서 더 악화되고 오히려 문제는 해결되지 않고 오히려 국민들에게 더 피해만 돌아가는 일을 많이 봤어요. 그래서 이번에 이태원 참사도 그렇고 평택의 SPC 빵 제조공장도 그렇고 언급하신 수해의 그 반지하에 살던 분들의 불행한 일도 다 과학의 영역으로 근본적으로 전문가의 영역으로 가야죠. 마치 환자가 가족 중에 누가 많이 아파서 입원을 하고 수술을 할 때 의사의 마음은요, 환자 가족의 뜻은 존중하지만 환자 가족 하란 대로 할 수는 없어요. 바로 그런 겁니다. 국민의 뜻은 존중하고 여론은 존중해야 되지만 그것을 어떻게 해결하느냐의 문제는 정치의 영역이 아니고요, 정책의 영역이고 정책은 과학과 증거와 데이터에 기반해야 된다. 그래서 규제라는 것은 전가의 보도가 아니다. 하나하나가 국민에게 부담이 되고 돈이 드는 일이고 비용이 들거든요. 그래서 항상 스마트하게 문제를 제대로 해결하는 것이 규제고 올바른 정책이다, 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 저희들 예정된 시간이 됐고 오늘 자유주의의 위기, 교육계 등 다양한 사회 각 분야, 노동, 나가서 정치 등의 사회 안전 이런 문제까지 너무 광범위한 분야라서 그냥 수박 그달기로 지나간 것 같습니다만 나름대로 발제를 철저히 심층 발제를 준비해 주시고 좋은 해안과 식견을 보태주신 패널들께 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 이것으로 제3세션 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 정말 마지막 세 번째 세션까지 뜨거운 열띤 토론이 이어졌습니다. 특히나 우리 고등학생들도 참여를 해주시고 질문을 해주시고 정말 열띤 토론의 현장이었는데요. 이렇게 정말 귀한 분들을 한 자리에 모셔놓고 너무나 짧게 말씀을 들어서 좀 너무 아쉬운 감도 큽니다. 다음번에 더 좋은 기회 만들어서 또 한 자리에서 뵙도록 약속을 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 오늘 이렇게 모두 자유에 대한 믿음, 자유를 향한 여정의 첫걸음을 떼게 되었습니다. 이것으로 2022 서울 프리덤포럼을 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 끝까지 함께해 주신 여러분 진심으로 고맙습니다.